am a hero! Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very special day today, okay? I want everybody to know that today is a grand day. It's a day of birth, of anniversary of one's birth. It is the BtyBirthday Bash, and we have some interesting formats on display here. I hope you guys are ready for some exciting matches. As I just casually type out the name of the tournament as my ID. Btyb is in the chat already, so you know it's gonna be a grand old time. I'm very much looking forward to how these events, how these maps go. I have so many maps. Just to let you guys know, this features 36 Btyb maps. I believe he's actually turning 37. I was one off. It technically does feature a 37th map, but it's a copy of another map. So is it really the same? Whatever. I don't remember how old he is, but I did some napkin math and I figured, yeah, probably he's turning 37. So maybe this is the shout out salute to the 36, and we'll see how that goes. Our first group, Group A, is going to be a fun one. We've got Neblime, who obviously in this particular group is going to be the best player in the tournament. Then we also go a step farther than that and say, let's see, where is my little handy dandy notepad? Here it is. We've got Neblime, of course, he's Protoss. We've got Kenoli as Zerg because Kutyam was going to maybe join this group. I don't know. He's not here. So it's going to be Kenoli instead. That's fine. That's fine. 37 is correct. There you go. There you go. Executor as Protoss and Ultra 7 as Protoss. So let me actually just confirm that Kenoli is good to keep on doing it, because he was like, yeah, I'll swap from 3 to 12, and then he was like, okay, I'll swap from 12 to 6, because that's what I thought we had to do for Kutyam's sake. And I just had to message him, just come now if you're good for it, man. It's fine. We're actually gonna start this off then with a 2 versus 2 match. I think we're gonna put Neblime and Ultra 7 against Kenoli and Executor. That's what I think. By the way, as chat fills in, as we get more people hanging out, we will actually open chat up to a vote. We'll vote on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time, and that'll be a fun time. But, you know, if we're not getting fast enough votes, or it's, you know, taking a little bit too long or whatever, doesn't matter. You know, we'll just select it ourselves or randomize it or what have you. So let me just pull up my feeds and all that so that I can make sure I'm doing the right thing here. And I also have a very exciting... I have exciting tech, okay? We have very excellent tech here, so we're going to call this one that, and then... let's do this. All right, guys, I hope you're ready for the very exciting tech. Let's just go to my browser, and we're going to show you guys what I've prepared. So I mentioned all of the maps for Btyb. So let's spin this wheel. Let's see what happens. Which map are we going to get, boys? Which map will it be? Oh, hey, it's Frosted Forest 2v2 time. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be Frosted Forest for our matchup here. And I hope that you guys have a good idea about that. That means we are playing 2v2 on Frosted Forest, by the way. I'm going to keep this on ranked just so that we have access to replay Kraken replays. And yeah, we're just going to host up and we'll see what people do when they get in here. So we have Neblime, and it's going to be Neblime, Ultra 7, versus Kenoli Executor. And Neblime doesn't understand. He can't comprehend how we're playing a 2v2 on Frosted Forest. Well, we're gonna figure it out, dude. Because Proto-Go, that's how. That's right. You're goddamn right. So I will. He'll see when he gets in. I don't want to spoil too much, but yeah, he's asking some questions. He doesn't know. He's like, what? How is this possible? How is it possible? Whoever Andrew Valone says, whoever Andrew Valone is, says Jackie says happy birthday. There you go. We got Drawn in the chat. What's up? 2v2 all random. It could have been. I should have probably made it all random, to be honest. That would have been funnier. But maybe we will do. What do you think, Btyb? Should we do all random? Is that the rule set? %1 chance to get the new race. Imagine. We're just waiting on our players to make it into the lobby, which is convenient enough for me. It lets me go ahead and select my homies. All right. Yeah, we just need exec. Oh, executor is having trouble joining. Yeah, he needs to be in here on preview. Lord Dragon in here, what's up? Okay. Well, Neblime's already getting sweaty. He's popped into the voice chat and everything, so we know this is going to be good. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do P there and Z there. Okay. Oh wait, that's not spacing. Yeah, spacing. Beautiful. It's beautiful, guys, I swear. You guys will see when you see the overlay. All right, let's do it. Okay, it looks like everybody is... looks like everybody here is ready. So we'll ask our players to say when ready. It will be a 2v2. And, yeah, we'll see what happens. I can at least move Ultra 7 over to the Neblime team. We'll see what happens there. Boys, it's Godwe. We do it for Booty Blaster. Btyb. Bot Blaster. Kenoli's ready. We got Kenoli ready, boys. Our opening match, our inaugural round. Just waiting on Ultra 7 to ready up now. Everybody else has popped it in. I'm excited. I'm so excited, guys. The fact that we have so many maps to play from, it's glorious. It is actually glorious. So by the way, just so you guys know, there's a couple of rule set changes here. So the way that the map selection works is once a map has been selected, it must be removed from the pool. I am thinking about resetting it between groups, but we'll figure that one out later. I'm probably just going to defer to Btyb the whole time. I also missed if he said anything about random race, so we'll do it after this one. We'll do it after this one. Let's go, lads. We are on our way to glory. We are on our way to glory, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a grand time. In the bottom left of Frosted Forest, it is Neblime, our Beaster Brown Protoss. And his ally, Ultra 7, on the front lines is the Dark Lavender. No, it's Japanese Violet Protoss.
We are Legion!
They sure are. In the top right, we have Kenoli. And he is Pumpkin, because he always is. As Zerg, because he mostly always is. Executor is our dark green Protoss. And those two will make up that team. Let's see what they do, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they do. This whole tournament is going to be a wonderful time because the whole event is just, can you entertain Btyb more? Btyb will watch as much as he can, and he will decide, well, were you good enough? Are you doing it well enough? Is that what you're doing? Are you doing good? You doing well? You making me laugh? You making me cheer and hoot and holler? Question mark? Well, that's already off to a good start. So that's the play. That's the play. Kenoli's going to be going for a pool. There's a Nexus in the middle of his natural, so it's a little bit difficult in that respect. You know what I mean? We've got a 2-gate for Ultra 7. We got a 2-gate here for Neblime. All of our players flying blind. They've never played on these versions of the map. And you may be asking, Pronogo, did you make any architectural changes to support 2v2 better? No. It's just Frosted Forest. But you got a guy in your natural. That's it. That's it. See ya, nerd. Executor will be going for a lattice start, and we have this Larvosk behind the gas here. Some Zethicors and the Vassal are going to link up, and a Warden on the front lines is going to intercept this Scribe here for Neblime. In fact, then maybe everything else will take care of it in the meanwhile. Actually, it's funny because Kenoli hasn't noticed yet that 3 of his Zeths are chasing the Scribe. So his other guy's like, hey, wait, where'd all my friends go? Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Just pull everything. Just get the whole mineral line after him at this rate. Now, did the Vassal actually leave the building? It looks like it's going to hang back. So a Matrix in the mineral line of Ultra 7 to keep safe from any air harass. Meanwhile, we've got Drakidons and a Hierophant. Drakidon on the way. Hierophant already here for our Aussie Protoss. I think Executor is better than Ultra 7, but Kenoli is worse than Neblime. So the teams might balance each other out. In practice, you'd probably favor Neblime, any team with Neblime on it the whole time. We're going to find out together, though. We can always make adjustments. And also, this kind of first matchup of 2v2, we're going to be switching over to, free-for-alls and juggernauts, probably for most of this group. I actually originally said this group would not feature any 2v2s, but that was back before Kenoli ended up joining. He ended up replacing... Who did he replace? Kenoli moved to 12 anyway to make way for Vilius, I think it was. Yeah, I think Vilius was replaced. And then Executor, I think, was also... Executor replaced Jimmy, or vice versa. One of those two happened. So those two Terrans ended up moving out. So, you imagine a group with Ultra 7, Jimmy, and Vilius. None of them are going to take games off of Neblime in 1v1, so we got to be creative about it. So we'll see how it goes. But this group's a little bit more balanced. Now, the Vassals have returned home. They're not actually helping out on the defense. That one Warden... taking a lot of shots. Here come the Quas to try to heckle that Hierophant out, but it does look like the Warden will go down without a cancel. Meanwhile, Executor going to add a Stargate. He's got some Idols and Vassals out here. The Burrow is good initially, although they are revealed by the little team play there. Unburrowed, good just to get in the way. We got some Zethicors coming out as well. Neblime adding a Kabbalist from back home, another Warden on the front line, and it looks like this is going to be an easy hold at the choke. Although, Ultra 7... the Zealot has taken a lot of hits. That's the only thing that he's really contributing to this fight right now, as he lost his Drakidon earlier. More static defense erupting. If only these Zethicors had some shields, the Matrix would actually heal them. There's a little bit of an overabundance of Protoss in this game, I feel like. The first task is to clear your natural and expand. I like that idea, actually. Neblime getting ready to take an expansion. Got the money for it. He's just trying to range down the Wardens and such with the Drakidon count that he's got. But a lot of Quas have been made now. That's a lot of Quas, all right. We even have an extra static defense structure warping in for some reason. I don't know what exactly Executor's up to, but he's got some plan, and he's going to go Embassy, and he hasn't made anything out of his Stargate yet. A Kabbalist. A Kabbalist! It's moved all across those Quas. There's no detection here. The one Warden might help out, but it's placed in such an awkward position. I don't think it will. Hey! Hey! Executor's stealing the gas! He's harvesting Vespine off of Kenoli's dime! What the hell? Did we get anything like that happening elsewhere? Dude, Executor is such a thief. Maybe Kenoli told him to do that, though. We don't have access to their allied chat, I think. Oh, no, we do. We should be allied with them. Nexus halfway complete for our Aussie, and Ultra 7 going to be doing the same thing just a little bit later. The Quas over here kind of force nothing else to be allowed, you know what I mean? It looks like meanwhile, we only had 2 Droleths killed, and the Kabbalist was thus cleaned. So not really too successful, but a little bit of kerfluffling, right? Zerg army moving out. We have Neblime gathering at the foot of his little ramp here. Ultra 7 and his friend Darky are learning the game pretty fast. Yeah, that's... I haven't seen Darky play too much yet, besides the very early games where he barely played, so hopefully. And look at that. The Sedent is warped in, so we have extra Vespian already coming out for Kenoli. That's maybe a bit of a trade. He's like, hey, I was taking this for a while. Here you go. Here's a little enchantment. Another Kabbalist rotating around 12 o'clock, a little hidden ground scout. It looks like this Nexus might end up getting canceled. We'll see if Neblime and Ultra 7 can combine to defend it. Got a little bit of a float, that Ultra 7. Vassals have also arrived, including an Aurora. They're going to go after the Nexus first and foremost. Maybe the Quas can peel off and try to attack some of these ground units. It does feel like that will go down. There was no cancel on that, by the way, but Ultra 7 has plenty of money to restock it. In the meanwhile, the Zetvor from Kenoli working up pretty well so far, and now he wants to fall away. Looks like the comms came in pretty well as well. The Zetvors are just going to sow some chaos on their way out. Man, you're just swimming in Zerg at that point. Some Nathrakors moving in the direction of Neblime's natural. His main base is watertight. You could say the same about these Matrixes warping in, though. Maybe if they turn into Calculisks, we'll have a different story. The lake is done. Checking in on the tech. Stargate. Nothing else here. Aquifer on one base. He's really making that one base eco work. Grand Library has been achieved by Ultra 7. And we'll see. Neblime has a Unitary Union up, but he's just making one Vibrance. That's all he wants. Unfortunately for Executor, his air units are out in front of his defenses, so a lot of these are going to just get sniped out for free. Neblime kind of farming him. Adding more Wardens, though. Executor not to be outdone. He does end up losing one immediately. And the Zerg is not out on the map. The Zerg is not out on the map with anything other than these Calculisks that are waiting to activate. So it does kind of feel like, you know, if he was out here and he could go for a surround, the Protoss army might be in a little bit more trouble. They need to sync up with each other. The Lyrilisks are on the way. I love the Bulwark idea. Double Bulwark may be a little bit of an overkill. They don't stack, so there is a problem there. And the Lyrilisks are not in a huge enough number yet. And also, they're being funneled through a very tiny little choke point, so keep in mind, they can set up a pretty nasty containment. We have the one Barghest heckling areas in Kenoli's base. He can try to clear that with Quas. In fact, he should be able to. He's even got the Ovaleth here for detection if he needed it. So down it goes. Calculisks are activated. I think they might be able to find the best value stationing right over here and trying to kill the in the blind spot of these two Matrixes. If there even is such a thing. In fact, there might not be. The range is pretty good on them. Forming some Lyrilisks on the front line. You can see Neblime has fallen back. Not much here from Ultra 7 just yet. He is adding an Atreus, and Nexus is almost done warping in for him. All right. Kenoli making a game of it so far. Remember, Executor helping out with the static defense, but so far he's only got the one Stargate working, as well as his Lattice. Now, the Calculisks try to pop in. They actually do clear 4 Scribes. Not bad. But the front line is still having a bit of a difficulty. Well, if they linked up, their forces might be powerful enough, but it feels like Kenoli wants to swing that a little bit more aggressively. Now trying to kill the Matrix. In fact, when you have a regressed Calculisk and you send the Nathrakor onto the Matrix, it does reduce the armor, but it provides it with shields because it's a melee unit. So a little bit of a 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Kenoli doing his best to mass up when he can, or what he can. And Ultra 7 just stacking it up going forward. We have the Ardent Authority halfway complete for him. Base building is going to be pretty limited, right? You think about the build space that you've got. It's not the most advantageous. These are going to be some very zany games. If you think this map is bad for base building, though, wait till you see what we got cooking elsewhere. There's only a few Scribes over here at this natural for Ultra 7. But the Calculus will be fine to kill it anyway. Might be able to escape with them. Just barely, but there are Matrixes here, so... Oh, he's got to find the hot spot. The StarCraft 2 spot. He's not able to, so it will get cleared. Oh, damn! 2 Scribes getting shellacked by that Kabbalist. Neblime preempting Executor's move out. He has some sims. He mostly has the air units, but I feel like he could use some more. And that's why he's adding a second Stargate. He goes like vassal Stargate units. That could be a really deadly airball while Kenoli just tries to take over the ground. But they do want to work together. Remember, this Vibrance also permacloaked until it starts activating. When it attacks, it heals allies near their victims in the same way that the Ecclesiast does, but it attacks with a pulse beam. And that pulse is pretty good. Oh, he's trying to figure out what's killing him, and now he realizes there's a Kabbalist up there. So, Kenoli will finally take his own expansion, and Neblime's army out here, a little bit of a few misrallied units might get got in the process. Witness comes out, the vassals scare off the Kabbalist to some degree, right? To some distance. What's going on, Testament Anderson? Hope you're doing well. This is Btyb's birthday bash, the Bty birthday bash. And even though the scribes have killed, the Nexus is on the way, so not really much you can do there. Drolette's rallying out for Kenoli. Fun little 2v2 we got going on here. Neblime taking bottom right. That might be sniffed out by Kenoli here in a moment. His ground army very far. Can't do anything there. Adding more wardens. Come mine off this Expo, Kenoli. Expo. He's trying to get him to. Since, you know, you can... In Cosmonarchy, you can return to allied town centers. The scribe over here for Neblime could actually be doing that so that it wasn't totally, you know, just kind of dead weight there. It's making some wardens in the meanwhile. Iris has begun, Kenoli teching up. And now seeing if he can wrap around. But there's a pretty big Protoss army waiting for this. There's a dual army between Ultra 7 and Neblime. The tech units are out for Neblime as well. His army is pretty big. Ultra 7 just happy to be here, but he actually does have some pretty good reinforcements, including a positron that will make it really difficult for the air stack and everything else to get anywhere. Vibrance looking for something. It's immediately going to get Doven on, though, and the Vorv's renting its armor. That didn't make it very easy either. Some Auroras are going to get their impacts off at the very least, and the Gladius bounces are continuing to sow a little bit of chaos here. Is there not enough really shield sustain for this Protoss army, it feels like? But the Zerg is eventually going to get ground through, and at that point, you're in a real tough pickle. Not that much splash damage at the end of the day. The positron went down pretty early, and the Vibrances only hit ground targets. But it has to be said, that army was still pretty damn good. Looks like one scribe goes down, but finally that will be taken care of. Neblime's base in the bottom right now has static defense. Will take an outsized impact to clear that. As we have those Protoss team in the bottom left pushing across the map. Ultra 7 sends an Amaranth in, just in case that might do better. The answer is no. And Kenoli is getting a pretty big income right now, a bitty big income, actually. But we do not have that much for Executor. And even though Kenoli has good income, he doesn't have that many units, right? He's getting a Shroud. He's trying to set up some static defense. I don't know that they'll be able to hold on in this top right team. It might just come at a time where they're attempting to make matters happen, take matters into their own hands. The burrow comes out, but there's a witness here. There's a witness here, and oh baby, you gotta watch out for that one. The Vibrance was revealing it so that the witness was revealing it so the Drolettes were under attack no matter what. Looks like Neblime just wants to go ahead and clear 12 o'clock, but Ultra 7 is doing the job there. There were no adequate defenses in that position, and it looks like the ground army is mostly taken out. Some land effects come out a little bit too late to disable this army for very long. And what does Kenoli have elsewhere? He's got Almaxilisks. He's going to try to make a bit of a comeback with that unit, which are pretty potent. Also, I misread. This witness was actually Executors, so the Vibrance still didn't quite have vision on everything. But that's both expansions for the top right team going down. We have Neblime on 3 bases. How's his saturation? Looking pretty reasonable. Double Seedon over here in the bottom right as well. That didn't last very long. He's trying to make some Kabbalists, see if he can call upon the powers of those criminal Protoss. Neblime sends a witness in, it just gets destroyed immediately. Classic. But hey, at least he sees like a cool screenshot fodder, like Zerg and Protoss together. So the Almax and the Zorius are going to combine to be a pretty fearsome front line, while the Almax are just going to ignore most of the armor. Although, any units beyond 3 armor will be debuffed by the Zorius. And, you know, debuffing the Zorius in there. Oh, look at this. This is cute. Kenoli made some Rother Row cores because he was a little broke, but he had the larva. And so the Zoryus are going to keep them alive, and that's going to add a little bit of something to the fight. Now, the Vibrances need to be picked apart, but so too do those Positrons from Ultra 7. They're going to add a lot of splash damage, and the Almac count has already been reduced by 2. Zoryus have been eliminated immediately. Some little bit of a cannon contain, a warding contain, happening in that 3 o'clock position. Executor trying to play around the exterior here. I like the idea. If you can try to range down some of these ground units over the cliffs, it can be a really good move, but he's struggling to multitask right about now. A Unitary Union on the way for Ultra 7. We don't have anything else in production for Kenoli. He's just going to see what he can do, but he ends up... Anytime he loses an Almac, it's going to set him back a little bit. Has 8 still, which is the most that he's been able to amass so far. His main base is depleted, so he's going to be mining way less in the form of minerals. Same is true for Executor, who spent down his mineral bank. And there it is. The Star Sovereign is on the way, boys. If Neblime can't win this the old-fashioned way, he's going to do it with a glassing. With a bang. Artisans are going to be shown the door, courtesy of that Vagrant. And, hey, look at this. There's not that much over here that's actually going to be attacking air. So the Almacs can pretty happily start killing these units, going right after those juicy architects. There are some static defense structures here, though. There's a good attempt at a counterattack. If Executor can only hold the door, well, Neblime's army is moving back. Ultra 7s is going to be dueling Executors, and I think Executors is going to get absolutely annihilated if he's not too careful. Really focusing down those architects no matter what. He doesn't actually lose any Almacs yet. Pretty impressive. They are good units in terms of durability. He's going to see the Monument of Sin. Oh, no! Heartbreak for Neblime. I don't think he can get here to actually kill this. The Positron will try and help out. All right. I think he's actually going to be able to deal with it. The Vagrants are here. The Positron's been softening it up. And when Kenoli watches that Monument of Sin still stand, he's got to be a little bit concerned. I love the extra pylons as well, because you'd be tempted to go ahead and kill the pylons. The Monument of Sin is what you really needed. GG, he says. Well, we're not going to see the glassing take place. Kenoli has called it. And, you know, Executor, he's just wondering what he can possibly do now in a 1v2. I wonder what he was doing to attack the Rogue Gallery. That must have been a misclick, you know what I mean? For ire. And he's going to give one last go of it, which is good. That's very cinematic. We got Jimmy in the chat. We got Starrhythm in the chat. I probably missed some people. Hope you guys are having a good time. He's going to try to provoke him. Get one last go of it. The great tidal wave of Protoss comes to cleanse the heretic that dares side with the Zerg, and that is probably a story that you can experience in the campaign section already. Can you believe that? The Amaranth shouts out that he is your reckoning, sustaining for too long. A disabled engram can't do a thing. It's only the exemplars. The last of the Protoss units hold on for dear life, but now the Star Sovereign arrives. And the Witness is there the whole time, so Executor sees the depth of this army. And I think he's just going to go ahead and wait for the glassing. GG, he says. Tanax for playing. You're welcome, dude. XD. No, Executor, you're walking your units. Oh, Neblime is too, so it's okay. Oh, the unit skated by. Just barely. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that was a Btyb birthday bash game right there. A bit of birthday bash. All right. We got some people in the chat. I'm seeing you. I know you're out there. So let's go ahead and pop in here. I just got to wait until I actually see... I see the stream chat here. Okay. All right, let's do it. I think we can do this, right? We can do a little poll here. So do we do... Do we do this? Juggernaut with Neblime versus 3 or free for all. On YouTube, you can vote. We will be holding that poll for about a minute. Oh, okay. Some people want just a straight up free for all. We're getting all those votes in. Juggernaut leading just a little bit. Just a little bit. Hey, what's up, Kasuga? Yeah, Btyb gave the thumbs up. That was, he's like the Roman emperor. If he does this, it's good. If he goes like this, you're dead. Watch out now. I am entertained. That's right. That's right. 60-40 in favor of Juggernaut so far. We got 10 votes. I think I'll unless it changes soon, maybe in the next like 10 seconds or so. Okay, all right. Actually, Juggernaut got another vote, so I think we can safely say that that is a good time there. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and end that poll. Juggernaut will win out, and that means it's time to take a look at which map we're gonna be playing, guys. All right, which map will we play this time around? Who's gonna go to what? No way! We're going to Bucket. If that's how you say that map name, I don't know. Bucket, because fuck it. We're going to this is gonna be ridiculous, outrageous. Let's go. Lobby is up. Oh boy, Neblime says Juggernaut any map. Yeah, buddy. Listen, buckle up, okay? Because this. Let me just tell you that this map size is 64 by 64. Let me just tell you that, man. All right. Yeah, Neblime is the Juggernaut. We got Ultra 7, Executor, and Kenoli as Upstart. Neblime wants to switch races. He doesn't think Juggernaut Protoss is very good. Oh, never mind. He was talking about Executor. Executor had idled on Terran or something. All right. Okay, let me get my overlay ready. This is what an outrageous thing this is. All right, let's go, boys. Okay, so we have huh. Oh, I see. Hold on. I did the wrong thing. I actually want to keep it that way. So while we get the overlay ready, let me just remind you all that this is an exciting time to be a Cosmonaut, because we got 2v2s, we got wacky stuff coming, okay guys? I just want you all to know it's gonna be an absolute baboon show. There's gonna be screeching and hollering and who knows what else. Okay. I think we are just about ready to get it rolling here. For as short or long as this one is. They're talking... These guys are talking about a meta. These guys are talking about... like a juggernaut meta. I can't believe that. That's wild. All right, we went ahead and asked if everybody is ready. So we'll see about that. We have Kenoli ready, Executor ready, Neblime ready. Now we just need the Ultra 7 ready. There we go. Let's go, boys. We're going to book it. Book it. We'll say book it because like we're booking a show or something. We're going to book it. All right, guys. So, Neblime in the top left has got double income as the Juggernaut, and he is our Beaster Brown. No, it's Light Olive this time. In the top right, we have Executor. He is the Alice Blue Protoss. And in the bottom right, we have our Terran player, Ultra 7. I don't know why he's Terran, but that's fine. I don't care. Whatever race you want to play. And he is going to be Japanese Violet with Kenoli Pumpkin in the bottom left. Already a Droleth is out here seeing double gate. So what do you do? What do you do against such wanton aggression? A lattice start? A stockade start? Are these the good minerals? Oh, he's trying to steal it so that he can get the double income. They are my minerals. I can't believe Kenoli is going Larvosk. Larvosk versus this. Larvosk versus this. Unbelievable. Yeah, Testament, it's like, would you like some watermelon or something? That's what I've been told. I think Crankendow told me that, actually. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Listen, everybody's gathered together to see the absolutely outrageous experience we're about to witness. We've got double Larvosk. Okay, there's some game plan going on here. What's Executor Scribe going to do? Put down a pylon. Is he going to try to put static defense in? The Zealot's going straight to Kenoli. Hold on. We're going to need some action here, boys. Do we have any support? Do we have any units? Oh, shit, Circuit. That was supposed to be double Larvosk. He's trying to drill. The first Zealot is here. Let's see the micro. Let's see the micro, Kenoli. Ooh, already swatted down. Here comes the Vassal. At least the Vassal can help. The Scribe can also help. Yeah, the Circuit is done. All right, let's go. A pair of really road courses out. Beware. Beware, Neblime. A Draconin has arrived to try to pressure Executor, who maybe can get assistance from the Mavericks of Ultra 7, but I'm not so sure yet. I'm not so sure. That's a double Draconin move. Hold on, buddy. What are you going to do about yourself? You sure you defended your ally, but what do we do here? What's happening here? How do we deal with this? Evacuate. Harvest from my ally. Maybe Ultra 7 can build a treasury. Allow those scribes to return resources from an expansion or something. Oh, more units in the middle. Well, if Executor gets eliminated by Nexus and Lattice, I think his workers also go down. This might be a short-lived victory for him, or experience for him. What is this anchor? Can you tell me? Can anybody explain to me what that anchor is? He has some structures over here, but he has no production. And all of his scribes are now joining, sharing resources. So if he builds like a lattice, or I guess he can't do that. If he builds a gateway over here, he's fine. Where did his scribe go? He just had one. Okay, it's harvesting Vespine. Okay. So he canceled out the units that were in there. That affords him a lot more money. He can actually go ahead and make a Nexus somewhere. Maybe in the natural here and have Ultra 7 defend it. Like, think about the meta here. Think about the meta here. Lord Dragon rooting for Executor. Just wants Executor to live. He's technically still here. Look at that. He rebuilt his Nexus. So this will not eliminate him. Meanwhile, Neblime taking an expand. Remember, he's got double income. So in theory, he's reduced it to a 1v2 on equal income. In theory, right? In theory. Going Stargate. Anchor is going to land in the natural here as more stockades put together. Another Warden to help defend Kenoli as he adds the Lakes and the Ovoleths. I think we're going to see a Lakes drop just to eliminate the workers. Then maybe Neblime's army will dry up as he tries to fight uphill here. Yeah, as soon as you see all this, you're like, okay, I can't do that. But do you then decide, okay, I'm going to go ahead and pressure? Because he did catch wind of the Ovileth's hatching. I don't think that Kenoli was able to slip away in time. So this is going to be a little bit difficult, right? All right, Lake is. The triple Lake is drop is getting ready. Another Larvosk on the way. We need more static defense, I feel like, here. Anchor now floating over. If the anchor hits over here as the Lake is drop hits, that could be really good sync up, especially since this is being expected. Oh my god, can you unload right there? Well, apparently not that way. That was short-lived. There you go, that's pretty nifty. By the way, I don't know if you guys caught this. That's 5 dead workers. Kenoli did a very, very interesting trick. And, oh, look at that! That was almost beautiful. Unfortunately, the Hurakans are inside the anchors, so that's not going to work out. Oh! Oh, you're disabled, buddy! The disable! Holy shit! I bet you guys didn't know that. I didn't either. I think that's a bug. That was hype. And of course, the front line just gets held by the ground units. The Juggernaut remains. Dude, hey, you got Alexander in the chat. Everybody's here. What's up, homies? Let me tell you guys, Kenoli did a neat trick where he loaded the Lakes into the Ovileth and then queued Burrow, and then picked up the, like, obviously the Ovileth picked it up. So then when the Lakes was unburrowed, it immediately attacked, or the Lakes was unloaded, it immediately burrowed. So that's pretty nifty. Ultra 7 looks like he's about to see the light. He doesn't have any other units here. Need asset. Can anybody asset Ultra 7? And by anybody, I mean Kenoli, who's moving across the map as we speak. Now, do you bother going for the jugular and trying to kill Neblime here? I feel like that's not going to work out, right? Well, the Lakers are going to try to preempt it. There is a witness here. Neblime just needs to fight away from those Lakers, and then what do? There's air units. Notoriously hard for Lakers to hit. Here's the disable. Ah, jeez. Well, the Lakers are going to move back up to try to defend. They have broken the initial attack that was destined for Ultra 7. We've got an Ulgorg on the way. Double gas. We got the resources here. I mean, maybe something can happen here, but he has nothing to shoot up. He needs some anti-air. Can we get some watchdogs floated over? Can we get some Goliaths, maybe? We don't have any mech. If you put the Zorius near the pylon, then you would actually be in a pretty good spot. Trying to add the sprays here. The armor rend from the Zorius will definitely help the Lakers deal with the ground army. The bio is still kind of sharking out here. It's not going to be able to do anything. He's just trying to waste time so that Kenoli can get some more action going. Maybe bleed off one unit here, but without the Hurakan, that's probably not even going to happen. Well, so far, Neblime has been doing a pretty good juggling session here. The Zorius Rilirokors are doing the same thing that the bio was earlier, just trying to go after what limited targets they can get. Just trying to slow things down. The gateway from Ultra 7's little buddy here, this executor moved in, they're sharing rent. Gateway helping to make some units. The Zorius burrowing. That's annoying. There's a witness somewhere, but it's probably with the army. Meanwhile, Gorgs. Kenoli's Gorg special is on the way, guys. Listen, his units don't do anything different. Neblime just has double income. Colon V. Or colon angle bracket. And angle brace. The Hurakan's just randomly being sent in there. It's just a little something. It's just a little something. The Crucible is not going to be felled by Zorius of all things. There it is. The Monument of Sin has begun. We are entering Monument of Sin territory on Book It. I can't believe that that's where we're going. Extra Gorgs. We've got some Zorius on the way as well. That's all Kenoli can really afford right now. Clearing top right completely. Neblime just wanted to be sure nothing else was going on there. Acestus is up. Love Acestus float over here. That would be so good. You could put it like off to the side maybe. I mean, there's not that much room for it right now. Maybe you send a Trojan over, you can pick up your buddy's Warden. Get it out of the way. Land effects come in. I think this is all that she wrote for Ultra 7, but this is a perfect time for the Gorger cores to strike and eliminate the worker line of Neblime. Given an opportunity. Let's see what happens. The Warden is going to be the heaviest hitter to actually try to do some damage back to the Gorgs. They should try and focus that down if possible. Here comes some land effects. Well, you remember, obviously they do air splash, but the biggest deal is the fact that they're going to be able to disable the attack. If that's something that Neblime wants to do. Desperately attempting to hold on. Ultra 7 and Executor are going to be signing off here in a moment. Can Kenoli finish the job? He's eliminated most of the mining, and Neblime is not harvesting anymore, but he's still going to have to deal with the set of units that he's got. Trying to go after those land effects. The Gorger Core's anti-air attack is a little bit more pitiful than you might remember it being if you've been following for a while. Oof! As Executor is broken through. Ultra 7's going to call GG. Executor wants a rematch. I think we'll have a rematch, boys. I think the people probably want more of this too. But down will go the Crucible. At least that's the attempt. I made some rookie mistakes. Hey, man. You didn't have a lot of room to work with on this map. Trying to go after the mining. I think it's just a little bit too little too late. Reinforcing the Matrix was a really good move there. And Kenoli's got a few more Gorgs, but I think it's going to be high time. Dude, I feel like on this map, if he actually gets the Star Sovereign out, which he can afford, if you glass here, it reaches like out here, doesn't it? So that's pretty funny to me. Oh yeah, that's true. They don't disable air anymore. Thanks for the reminder. Here come the Gorgs. Let's see if the ground army will actually be overwhelmed. The Zorius helping out a lot with the armor end, but I think it's just a little bit too much here. And then even then, what do you do with all these exemplars? Your Gorgs alone won't kill that. And that, my friends, is going to be the end of the game. A party at OJ's house, indeed. I know I've said this before, but OJ is orange juice. So OG would be orange, but I guess even back in 1998 it meant original gangsta. Instead of that, it's the Anthelion. Hey, Executor, you're not supposed to listen to the stream. That's cheating. What if I told you what Neblime was doing and you remembered it? Nine exemplars. That's a lot of exemplars. Here's the Anthelion. Do we get to see it? Where'd it go? Look! It's so epic! Now that's epic. Alright, buddy. Oh shit, it's Helltrix! What's up, dude? That, ladies and gentlemen, that was a Juggernaut game. Boys! Okay. So I think we YouTube poll it up. I think we do the same thing that we did before. Let's go ahead and see what you guys think. So if we go ahead and do the... No, that's not what it is. Let's do this. Let's do it. Another poll. Same deal. Same idea. Is it going to be a free-for-all, or is it going to be more Juggernaut? The players were interested in another Juggernaut match. Let's see. Let's see. For now, the Juggernaut was victorious, but it's not forever. Not forever. Juggernaut until Neblime GG's, says Helltrix. Okay. Okay. 12 votes, and so far everybody wants to see another Juggernaut round. I mean, not everybody. Free for All has some votes, but it was like 8-4, I think, there. Okay, guys. Let's see what happens. Let's spin the wheel. Which map will it be now? Hey, Rusty Slop. Well, that's going to be an experience. Man, we didn't get very good Juggernaut maps yet. At least in terms... Listen, they're fun. Don't get me wrong. Same deal, though. Same deal. Don't say that, Kasuga. Hope for a bigger map. Everybody was hoping for a bigger map. It's... Oh shit!
All hail Neblime, the unstoppable Lemon King.
Donation on the forehead, you know how it goes. You know, listen. This one is going to be deranged. This one is going to be absolute. This is a baboon fest right here. I'm just going to start as soon as possible so people don't have any time to think about it. No time to look at the map and strategize. Yeah, exactly. Neblime knows what's up. Neblime knows what's up. Ultra 7 said, oh no, this map. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Neblime said ready. Waiting on Ultra 7. Ultra 7's being cheeky. He's playing, he's decided he's going to be playing a different race this time, so that's fine. I'll just swap out his icon there. All right, we got R from Neblime, Ultra 7, and Kenoli. Let's do it. What a bizarre turn of events, guys. What a bizarre turn of events. Here we go. Neblime in the top left is our green Protoss. In the bottom left, we have Ultra 7, the Japanese Violet Zerg. Yep. Yep. I knew it. Quick, wall this one off too. Wall it off. Wall it off, Neblime. In the top right, we have Kenoli, the Pumpkin Zerg. And in the bottom right, we have Executor, the Teal Protoss. All right, guys. Listen. The drill. XD. Oh, where's he going? He's just waiting for the Warden. He's just waiting for the Warden, that's all. Once the Warden's up, this is over. Oh, that's a cute little spot to harvest from. That's pretty good. Kenoli hasn't even done anything back at home, by the way, so... Okay, he's gonna pull back. He's gonna pull back. He killed a couple workers. This is outrageous. A Warden, a Pylon. Okay. I think these two Wardens are in range of each other, so that's not gonna work out, especially since Neblime is fighting it. Cancel? Do we get a cancel? Oh, we don't get a cancel, but that's a lot of damage, so that Warden's gonna go down easy. Uh-oh. That's not gonna work. Executor, you're in the range. No! Oh, yeah. Well, he canceled one at least. You can see the Drolets try to kill the Scribes. The Drolets are the combat units. No! No! Ah, it died. It died horribly. If only there was a pool already here for Kenoli, that would be a... Oh, jeez. What the hell? Neblime just, like, he didn't even care. He just walked over here with his scribe and revealed the burrowed Droleth in his main. And they forced him to unload and they died. Dude, what the hell? The pylon must have just been for a wall, unless he panicked and decided to revert to, you know, factory settings. Oh, look. I wonder what Neblime do. What Neblime do? All right, it's fine. It's safe. You can harvest resources. You need all of them. Holy shit. You're right, JujiK. He could have just made a ton of Rillarocors. He could have probably killed him at the beginning of the game if he knew that. If Zerg spawns next to you and you just go Rillarocor on this map, how do you fight that with workers? I'll see you in 2 hours, Jimmy. GLHF. Uh-oh. We're under attack. There's Zerg here. Man, this is a classic team mistake. They are 1v3. They just need to not... They just need to sync up, right? Like, that's all they have to do. And then it's fine. Oh, he stole the pylon back. See ya. That's amazing. We got a double hatch. Hey, look, you can use it. Cosmonarchy is so epic, dude. Well, Neblime has some units, so they're definitely in trouble, because they do not have any units. If Ultra 7 had kept those units that he just suicided into the base, that would have been a pretty good spot, right? It's a pretty good shuffle from Executor. It would make, it probably makes Neblime proud. It definitely would make Lundy 8 proud. Well, the Golem is out. Anybody gonna help out our homie? Ultra 7 might have enough Zets to help himself, but not versus idols. He doesn't. Oh, his units are clumping up. Alright, Executor, make some more envoys, because you're gonna need them. It's a massacre. It's an utter massacre. Okay. Zorka Shroud is on the way. Kenoli really wants Gorgs again, I think. Not a lot of workers here for Ultra 7, I'm noticing, but he's got a lot of minerals somehow. Nobody asked questions. You don't like those answers. Oh, hi. Can I have Neblime as teammate? XD. Oh my god. I'm sort of processing how Ultra 7 was kind of shit-talking his teammates when he was also the one who didn't really do much of anything this game. No shade, homie. No shade. I don't think Neblime is going to get got here. Your sacrifice is appreciated. The Zorka's Shroud is turning into the Olgorg. We are going to get those Gorgra cores. And maybe that will be enough for a surprise win. But Executor is adding more and more static defense on his side of the wall. He's building, you know, Kenoli's building out more static defense on his side as well. Ultra 7 is just here. He's just here to slow things down enough. Who put all these structures here? Oh no. Oh, it was so close to dying. Bulwark will kind of help out if it's close enough. Man. He's only got one envoy. He should make more. All right, the Gorgs are floating. There's a witness out there. Neblime saw it. Neblime can prepare. His scribes are evacuating. He puts down a nexus here as well. This is the story of the game. This is the story of the game. And I was fucking killed by static defense, dude. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the hopscotch continues. Well, he's got to defend this. He's got enough idols that it's going to be pretty hard for the Gorgs to stay alive. Let's see. Watch that worker count. Oh, no. They only got like one swipe in. It wasn't that much. They killed an idol. Poses a problem, doesn't it? Maybe if Kenoli was able to get up to Zozark tech and get some Zarks out, he would be in a better shape. That's what the gas is for, you know? But he's being ranged down by an Architect, so it's a little hard. Listen, this game has delivered in ways I didn't think it could. The audience may not appreciate it as much, but this is like peak silly content. Just the defense moves. He just keeps losing one on point to move all his structure. Ah, Lord Dragon, don't be so rude. Here come the Gorgs again. A couple workers go down, but I'm still on 26. Executor trying his best. He's got more defenses where that came from. Put the bulwark out in the front and see if we can keep his defenses a little bit better, but now he's going to warp in another matrix. Save the bulwark. This is a valid strategy, to be honest. I'm taking more of the map. It feels like Kenoli had to instantly win. This is starting to feel pretty much over, but his Ultra Core stack is kind of good. If he can get out in a good way, you know. He's gonna go ahead and burrow. There is a bulwark here, so that lake is gonna be pretty short-lived. Let's see how long the Ultra Cores stay alive. So far, so good. They're getting those lifesteal procs. A little bit of a split defense here so far, and the static defense is continuing to push forward. The Architect is going to have to retreat. If that goes down, it did. There's only the one down here towards the bottom. Oh, he's not got enough DPS to actually break these. It's going to take so long. Trying to find around, trying to see if he can navigate the situation. We got the armor rend as well, slowing down the attack speed of all the golems. And there's not that much splash damage over here, so the golems aren't going to be too useful. If he can focus down that Architect, down it goes. That's the last of the siege. Maybe the Ultra Cores have broken through. I was doubting. I wasn't believing. But he just won't go down. Reinforcing Draconins to the front lines. We've got more Zorius where that came from. Armor pen ad from the bar guests. 7 armor pen for the Ultra Core, kind of wild. I don't think it's going to be too necessary anytime soon. One more Architect, maybe he can break him. Neblime's composition a little bit ill-suited to deal with these Ultra Cores. Hey, you took an Ultra Core, put him back on the front line, let Kenoli use him. Got to try to bomb those units out. He's trying to save his Zerg units, but I think he's actually sabotaging the attack a little bit. He's trying to be helpful. More Ultra Cores on the way. They'll pop soon. Kenoli, floating like a god. Is there actually enough damage here? Oh no, the Architect is sicked on. Well, he ends up getting closer to the front instead. More Ultra Cores joining the fray. 3 more in production. We got 6 Zorius coming. Has the tide been stemmed well enough? That goes down another. A synthetic Synod is coming. That's the time limit. They have until the Demiurge hits the front. Well, never mind. As the Aeon once said, they are out of time. All right, Lord Dragon, you're going to be put in timeout. Be nice. This is a for fun event. It's all fun. And if you aren't having fun watching this, you're doing it wrong. This is amazing. The Ultra Cores are doing their absolute best, but I think Kenoli is running out of steam. The Matrixes, I love what Executor did this game. It didn't finish the job, but it was a good move, you know? It was an attempt. Man, Kenoli had so much money. But Neblime, power's on. He's turned the tide. They really made a game out of this, dude. Is this the most profane composition you can think of? Probably not, but it's pretty close. And of course, the first victim will be the Protoss. Cracked open. Stolen Golem. Ah, the Zoryu's speeding everybody up too. Here comes a little bit of an attempt from Kenoli. He's not quite able to breach the position. Trying to go after the engram, see what he can do there, but oof. It's just a little bit too much firepower now. The Ultra Cores are being handled. Khazetrith Matrix, you will never defeat that! But Executor is ready to concede. GG, you got me. Khazetrith Ultra Core is pretty good for lifesteal, though, if you think about it. Will the Demiurge be defelled? Oh, he popped one. Is he going to go after the other? He is. Is it going to be good enough is the question. Sometimes you find yourself unworthy. Kenoli GG's. His crisis of faith complete. Well, that was pretty cool. I was not expecting that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And as an executive decision, I will be switching it over to a free-for-all here. I think that's fine and fair. So let's pick our map and see what we get there. Hey! Blackwater Bastion. Well, this one's actually going to be pretty tame compared to everything else. It's pretty tame. Let's do it. I would say let's do it, but actually the map name is too long. So give me 1 sec. There we go. FFA was getting like 1/3 of the vote of Juggernaut. We just did 2 Juggernauts. Now we'll do an FFA. I feel like that's a fair ratio. We'll open up the poll again after this, see if people want more FFA or not. Alrighty. So we do not have a micro map. We have Blackwater Bastion, a map that if you follow the tournament scene, then you'll know pretty well. We are going to be going into that free-for-all that we sometimes do indeed see. And this is going to be Blackwater Bastion with a... I'll check Ultra 7's race. Sometimes he changes it up. Now... Here... Yeah, that's good. See our player list. Okay, looks like Ultra 7 will be switching back to Toss for this, so that's fine. That's what I had in the overlay anyway. And then let me just go ahead and pop open the match header. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Neblime said, I'm going to have a hard time mining the normal amount now. Absolutely. Commence the battle, says Executive. Only R. Get that Ultra 7R, we'll be good to go. Yeah, no worries, Lord Dragon. As long as you can simmer down and just enjoy, just be like, man, I really want Executor to win. Why is Neblime? That's fine. But calling people noobs, of course. Of course, we're all noobs. It's the Btyb bath. BtyBirthday bath. All right, Ultra 7, get in here and ready up. Turn the stream off. No cheating. What a man. What a lad. What a Protestant wing. Let's do it, boys. We are ready to get into our free-for-all. It is going to be a fun time on Blackwater. Let's take a look. So you might have guessed that the spawns for this one are going to be pretty traditional. Oh. I'm going to have to message Kenoli. Can you share Viz me, please? I forgot that. Anyway, we have Neblime in the top left as our dark green Protoss. In the top right, we have Executor as the Palatine blue Protoss. In the bottom right, we have Ultra 7 as the deep periwinkle Protoss. And in the bottom right, or bottom left, we have the Pumpkin Zerg of Kenoli, who graciously share visioned me. That's that might happen on all of the FFA maps that I didn't run share vision trigger for one of the players or something. But if so, we could just tell them to share viz me in the diplomacy menu. It's not that big of a deal. It might also just be this map. So we'll have a lot to talk about here. Blackwater Bastion, a 4-spawn map normally. It is, of course, typically, you know, played in the 1v1 circuit. It's a Class 1 map, one of Btyb's many Class 1 offerings. And so this is actually the first one that we've got that hasn't been... I think it's the first one that we've played that was... oh, no, Frosted Forest was the first Class 1 play. That was the first one that we played entirely. And yes, this is a free-for-all. You can tell, if you can read that, I don't know how many people can. If you're on a phone or something, it might be hard. But in the bottom left, it says the map name and the game mode on top of it. So last couple said Juggernaut before that. I didn't say 2v2 because it was kind of obvious. It was 2 versus 2, you know. But I should probably throw that in there. And then, yeah, now it says free. Damn, called Ultra Protestant brutal insult. Got him. All right, so Neblime is going for a rogue gallery, and he has not found too many players yet, just Executor so far. We've got that Lattice Warden start here for Executor, and of course in the bottom right we have Lattice Embassy after the gateway for Ultra 7. A very greedy start here for Kenoli, who has been found out by Ultra, and he's going for that hatch after the Larvosk, so no need for any tech just yet, but if he gets bopped early on, that could be a problem for him. Draconin is on the way for Ultra 7. One Vassal is coming to heckle the position of Neblime, but there's a Draconin there, so he shouldn't be too discouraged. First Vassal has been destroyed. Second Vassal has been destroyed. Neblime will now scout the hatch for Kenoli, who's gone for the pool and a second Larvosk behind it. He's got a lot of Vespene in the tank, actually. This could be like a Calc Rush or something. Although with his proclivity for Gorger cores and Ultra cores in the last few games, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Shroud be put down pretty soon. Rogue Gallery start for our Executor as well, and we have 2 Draconins heading down here with the attempt of punishing Kenoli's greed. He's got the second Larvosk on the way, the hatch complete, and the pool just about to pop. So he is going to be under a little bit of duress, but Neblime found him last, which is pretty good for Kenoli's sake. Droleth will scout that out as 9 pairs of Quas are on the way, And it looks like Neblime wants to second-guess his attack. Kabbalists are incoming. This is not really easy for Kenoli to scout. Not that he has scouted, to be fair. We will have that Vornath immediately. So the Kabbalists earmarked for Kenoli here are going to be a bit of a problem for him, because his Larvosks, with 2 Kabbalists, you can kill a Larvosk pretty quickly. And that's a big portion of his early expenditure plus his early larva production. The Quas are leaving the building. He's not going to be monitoring his units on the walkout necessarily. He might catch it just as it hits the natural, but, well, not quite. Oh. Okay. So Neblime wisely waiting. There's no combat units on the way. So the one thing that is worth pointing out is that maybe with that Quasilisk buff, the Zerg may be able to overwhelm this position for Neblime, but it's Dracodons and he's pretty adept at the micro. Well, Kenoli hasn't actually pulled back that force. So we are going to need to see the Ovaleth come out, which one of them is being made. He doesn't have any combat units over here, though, so this is going to be pretty crippling to his economy. Neblime doesn't care about your larva amount if you can't actually do anything with it because of your pitiful income. Here comes the Ovaleth. The cloak is up. The jig is up. But Kenoli's down to 12 workers, which is pretty bad. He shouldn't be in too much danger of Neblime just moving across the map and killing him just yet. Though he could do it. It's a little bit of an awkward position for him. Oh my god, both of them staying alive. 2 HP on that one Kabbalist up top. This one still hasn't even morphed into anything. Kenoli, you just made more Droleth only to have them be killed. He's got to make a couple more. He's been mining okay down here. I say that. It's only 2 workers, so never mind. This is effectively 1v1 right now, you know what I mean? And so Neblime is just making him look a little bit of a fool. Droleths were evacuated to the main base. The Quads are nowhere to be found, by the way. Finally, there will be some justice. 11 kills on that Kabbalist. We didn't see how many on the other, but we can surmise it was something similar. Ultra 7 has some Zealots and an Idol, and a Witness inside the Natural. If the Ovaleth moves over there, that will be revealed. He'll see the Protoss rubble and surmise that there was something going on there. Now, here's the thing. It looks like Kenoli's going to get ganged up on here a little bit. But where is that? Okay, the Envoy's over here. We've got a lot of units for Executor so far, just on the patrol. Down goes the Witness. The Envoy almost gets taken out just by the incidentals of Neblime's forces. So the Quas are going to have a lot to deal with here. They burrow to allow the Protoss units to come in a little bit sooner. That circuit is actually pretty big here. The Drolets can drill on top of the Zealot. And the pursuantness of the Quas now allows them to maybe get a little bit further forward just to slow this push down. Kenoli doesn't have anything else being made right now. And even though the Idol went down, the Zealot has a low HP. There's another one there waiting. He can mine from his natural for now, but he is under a lot of duress. I think he would be in danger of losing even if this drop hadn't come down. A lot of Zeths are on the way. That's going to be the attempt at dealing with this push on the front. Is he even going to bother pinching off a few? Yes, he will. He'll try to kill these Zealots before they can do much of anything else. Looks like both of them went down. We'll double check that in a moment as the Zets are piecemeal slowly trying to push Neblime back. It looks like the Zet Envoy is empty-handed. And an Aurora has arrived to bear witness to the empty main base. Kenoli is going to have to be eliminated here very quickly. There's no help coming. This is a free-for-all, and they decided he would be the first to fall. Ultra 7 and Neblime forming the Protoss Cabal. It kind of makes sense lore-wise, you know? IR706 in the chat saying Protoss ganging on the Zerg. Yeah, exactly. They just see Zerg and they say, oh, that's a problem. Rilla Rokors. Kenoli has Rilla Rokors. A 2 HP Ovaleth. Oh. Although, you know what that made me think? Kenoli is going to get owned here, right? His hope is that this Droleth doesn't get cleared and that they leave his hatch alive or something, right? He's got some out here. I guess in theory he could try to evacuate out the front door piecemeal. He's just going to make more Rilla Rokors in the meanwhile. But he could take these Droleth over here and see about moving them away and Aurora returning. Executor now moving across. He feels like, yeah, all right, I got my stuff. Neblime, by the way, has a full natural going. Rogue Gallery number 2. Crucible empowering his Stargate, making everything look good. Yeah, that's it for Kenoli. He has been formally eliminated. He didn't have like a hidden Larvosk or something, so that is a wrap there. Hey, technically, Neblime can harvest from this Eskagan, so that would be a good thing for him to have. Now, Executors sort of has Neblime's army cornered here, but his army is not as powerful, so he has to proceed with some caution. The Kabbalist Vanguard outside, that's very interesting. Dude Weed LMAO. What's up, Lucy? You're going to be live in a few. Can you believe that? We're just gaming until we're done, pretty much. I think I will personally take a half-an-hour break at the end of each time slot. So in 1 hour from now, we will put on break. Unless the players are done sooner, in which case, I don't know. We'll organize something else. That's fine. The Aurora flies over Ultra 7's base and sees what's going on. Witness actually spotting Neblime's army. Down goes Neblime's Witness. The counter detection present. And Neblime's just going to mass expand. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Both of them belong to him. Ultra 7 taking his own third base. Executor a little bit behind on that front. He's got a more fearsome army, it would seem. He actually can't... He actually can't move out of his own base. And I don't know if he notices that, but... Oh, no, I think these guys are on patrol, aren't they? Yeah, okay, he's just patrolling. He wants them to be spinning around. He thinks it looks good. Ultra 7 moving up to 9 o'clock with that Witness, so spot that out. Also moving a little bit deeper in and seeing what's going on here at the Natural. Now, the Bulwark is a detector, so this is going to get sniped immediately. Down it goes. Ultra 7 will see that that's a pretty stocked-looking base. And he'll fly over many other Nexuses. Even 7 o'clock here is being taken. Or I guess 8 o'clock. Could call it. A little bit of heckling occurring. Ultra 7 going to be under some duress. Neblime should feel somewhat confident here. It would basically require Ultra 7 and Executor to display game theory that so far they haven't really displayed, which would be, oh, Neblime is the strongest player. We've eliminated Kenoli, the other strongest player. Therefore, it is time to gang up on Neblime. I don't think they're doing that. They haven't really put those coins in the slot, you know what I mean? So that might be something that people who are watching now and due to play later, maybe you guys can keep note of this. Maybe you guys already knew this. But in the FFAs, it pays to deal with the best player. You also want to factor in who is the strongest in the moment. Kenoli can sometimes be a ratty player in FFAs. So even though he might not be the strongest player in the lobby, it could still sometimes pay to defeat him early, which is why I wasn't too surprised to see him get got. The Exemplars have arrived. Vassals will show them the door. Here comes some land effects to try to break those guys. Ah, interesting. A little bit of air superiority around all Executor's airspace. Now what's he going to do about this? Ultra 7 gets the Nexus down, but the Dracodon is going to push him around. So he's going to try to deal with that. A pretty pensive mid-game here. Neblime is deathly afraid of being overwhelmed by one of these two Protoss players. Like, you know, or both of them, I guess the idea would be. He's going to send a little bit more of a established force to try to deal with this, and Ultra 7 underestimated. You know, sometimes it pays to send a little bit more than you need. I don't know if this Nexus will have to be canceled, but Ultra 7's being so slow on the response that I guess it will. Or it just won't be canceled at all and it'll just die. That's another possibility. Yep, see ya. Who needed those minerals? I got 2,000. Ultra 7 can put down a Monument of Sin right now. Will he? I don't know. I don't think he can because of the tech requirement, but he has the resources to. who can beat Neblime. Recently, Shopkeeper Dog beat him in the lower bracket. Cranky beat him in the upper bracket. Shambler beat him in the last tournament. There you go. Hamster beat him in Weekend Wage. Ultra 7 ain't beating him, though. That ain't happening. His army is starting to get crushed. The Exemplars are getting some pretty good splash damage, though. Here comes that Disruption Field. That'll slow things down a little bit, but not by much. And the rest of the army arriving. The Exemplars are doing so much damage right now, and the front line is actually synced up. So Neblime is going to need to fall back here a little bit. And this is, by the way, how you can sometimes run into a loss as the player on the lead. I don't think it's happening here for Neblime today. All these Kabbalists are finally starting to properly break the focus of Executor's units, stopping them from being able to move out easy. Terran players, says Ire. Hey, Cranky does Zerg and Hamster Zerg. They both beat him. He loses. He doesn't lose to Protoss players, really. He would lose to Oya, I think, if they played. Here come the Matrix to try to keep the shields alive from the Atreus, but they are slowly being heckled. Broken. Vassals will be going down here in a moment. Ooh, that Exemplar one shot away from death. 12 o'clock now being taken by Neblime. 6 o'clock being retaken. Well, that's a funny spot. What are you? What are you doing? You can't do that. You can't show me that. You can show Btyb that, though. He likes that. We'll watch Neblime's idle scribes for a moment. Also, since it's Btyb's birthday bash, I can say, you guys remember that one map on Sideshow where Neblime lost to Btyb in a tournament setting? Yeah. The glory days. And then there was Highwater, a map where Btyb performed a success. So he was up against Sipiak, a Zerg player who was fairly new at the time from Ukraine. And he's like, yeah, I've been playing with It Depends and iSarcasm. iSarcasm ended up finishing 4th place in the in that tournament, I believe. Maybe it was 5th. I can't remember exactly. I think it was 4th. Yeah, he was in the... He was 4th place. Anyway, Sipiak was like, you can't really cheese with Protoss. Btyb ends up... he was playing Protoss, or he was random and rolled Protoss, I don't know which. But he did, in fact, cheese him with workers. It was deadly. Speaking of deadly, pariahs are absolutely ransacking this position. Running riot over the army of Ultra 7. He's got some air units in the position. A little bit of land effect on land effect violence. We also have some potentates, but they're on the front lines. Not where they're meant to be. Do not let them meet the pariah, which is still staying alive despite all of the best efforts of the air fleet. Maybe these newfound exemplars will snipe them. God damn, there's so many. Patriarchs have been fielded. A scary sight indeed. At least an Ancestral Archives is on the way for Executor, but Neblime's already got his and a Synthetic Cyanide to boot, warping in shortly. It's beginning to look a lot like Juggernaut. Neblime in every base. What a wonderful sight to see. The Protoss that will be at your own front face. There you go. There's an impromptu lyric. Well, Ultra 7, I think there's a problem here. And that problem is Australian in nature. Lemon-shaped. Oh, he can't get out with his pariah. If only he had an envoy that could pick up that matrix. Oh, the rallies. The rallies were not corrected. Absolutely lambasted. All right, never mind. What's going on, Crank? I have to say, in terms of number of maps made, and having so many of them be straight up unique, you know, they might be riffs on an existing map, but they're pretty much all. I don't think he's straight up ported one. Oh.
First person to tell me why I should gift them a sub gets a gifted sub.
Oh shit! You hear the it's been thrown down, boys. Who wants a gifted sub? Ultra 7 says GG. Wait, says Executor. Yeah, he's fine, look. Oh wait, I'm still typing to Kenoli. Oh, look, free workers. Once these 3 structures go down and the Nexus at 6 is also destroyed, Neblime will have successfully eliminated Ultra 7. Executor is starting to get a taste of the Lemon King. Man, if people are going to donate $5 every time Neblime wins, we're going to get a lot of money. And we still need 30 bucks for our show match, so streamlabs.com/Chronogum. The hash doesn't really matter at this point. I think it's pretty safe to say this is over. Executor gets his Optecton torn down. The rest of his army will also be annihilated. I love the Executor trying to storm stuff, but he's out of energy. Sometimes Executor likes it when you kill all of its structures. You know what I mean? But the Monument of Sin is done. Oh, man. Well, only the Nexus matters there. That's fine, actually. Everything's fine. Do you think Neblime wins, guys? Neblime's pretty good at this game. I think we can start our poll for the next run, since we're waiting on the... We're waiting on the end. We're waiting on the end. Oh, I can end the poll. I forgot to end the poll earlier. All right, that is the end, actually. We'll do it again. That was a free-for-all, where Neblime did not have any advantage. He still won, so... We'll do one more option here. We'll add 2v2 as an option. And you guys can vote. And that will determine what we do. So make sure to vote in the YouTube chat. Twitch chat, not quite there. There is still a chance. There is still a chance. Does Crankadow even have a Twitch account? He could get a Twitch sub, I think. Can you gift me a Twitch sub to myself, Lucy? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. Okay, nobody voted for free for all. We've got Neblime Juggernaut getting 33% of the votes. 2/3 of the votes, though, going 2v2. We want another 2v2, it looks like. While I wait for that to resolve, let's spin the wheel! Ah, Okafin. That's what we're going with. That'll be a fun 2v2 map. And there's so many maps I have to scroll through. Oh, yeah. This whole time I forgot. We haven't been doing the game mode poll. We should do that. All right, let's end that poll. Let's do a game mode poll. We got Faction Wars, Massacre. Let's see. And I know duopoly is there. Omnipresence. We'll do omnipresence instead of duopoly. What's going on, Lord Dragon? Get a mode in there. That's right. Let's think about it. Should we do Uprising? That's another one. All right, we'll start with that. We'll start with those four. You guys can vote among them. Omnipresence is control all races. Massacre is no gas mining, and you make units double in terms of number. And then we got Uprising, which is neutrals spawn and attack everybody. And Faction Wars is you get to pick the factions. There's different factions. This whole time I've totally forgotten about that. Now this does mean that the game mode won't be uploaded to Replay Kraken. We aren't getting the ranked upload, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll figure that one out. Ooh, it's a three-way tie between Uprising, Massacre, and Faction Wars. We need some tiebreaker votes, boys. Get your votes in. And if you vote for Omnipresence, it doesn't really matter. But hey, if 3 people vote for that, then that's a 4-way tie. Harbiz says Uprising easy. Just so you know, the map that we have a very small map. So Uprising would be fucking hilarious. Or maybe it wouldn't work at all because there's not that much room between players. It would work a little bit, though. Oh, Faction Wars got another vote. Faction Wars got another vote. I can't see who voted, unfortunately. It doesn't let me have that information. All right, so let's organize our overlay here. Let's double check that poll. Ooh, now it's a tie between Faction Wars and Massacre. Ooh, ooh. Oh, Arbuz would revote for Faction Wars. I guess that's it then. Faction Wars it is. Let's go. Well, this will be fun. They'll pick a faction and most of them will die immediately. Let's find out. I know, Massacre is definitely a Btyb mode. Neblime needs a moment. Ultra 7 and Kenoli are R. Once Executor and Neblime ready up, we will be looking at a beautiful, juicy 2v2 on a small map with faction wars. Just a reminder, guys, if you're curious, our next group, happening in an hour and 15 minutes, is Jimmy, Lucy, JujiK, and Vilius. So that's a pretty good one. It's 3 Terrans and a Protoss. Originally, it was a little bit better proportioned, but we had to swap some people around because they misread the time, goobers. Well, the big map is out of our hands. It's on a randomizer. What do you think so far, Btyb? Seeing that we have so many maps to go from, if we reintroduce the ones that we played in Group A for play in Group B, then I feel like that would actually, I don't know, there'd probably be a bunch we don't get to. It might be better then to just random it out. And if we run out, we reshuffle the deck kind of like a card game. But you can tell me what you think, Btyb. Should we just let it rock and keep removing them, and you can only play it once the entire event, unless we run out of maps, in which case we reshuffle? I feel like that could work better, because then we're randomizing between a few different options, right? Not reintroducing? That's what I'm thinking, too. We can always evolve it over time. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into our map. And let's see what occurs here. Okay, so this will be interesting. Executor has chosen Starbound. He is our vivid red. No, it's Vermilion Protoss in the top left. His teammate Neblime is the Beaster Brown Protoss in the 12 o'clock position, who has not yet chosen a faction, funnily enough. The Imacrenia Tendril, Kenoli, is our Pumpkin Zerg player in the 6 o'clock position. And in the bottom right, we have Ultra 7, who is rocking the... Actually, I missed what he picked. He didn't pick Primacy, though. Oh, he picked Astral Omen, so he's going to make the Lattices. Okay, that makes sense. He's going to make the Sims. That's the only unit available for the Astral Omen right now. And Ultra 7 is Japanese Violet. So we have the Gateway coming for Executor. We have Neblime's Gateway. Yeah, he didn't pick a faction just yet. He's waiting a little bit. I didn't implement the thing that, like, after a minute you randomize your faction or whatever if you don't pick in 1 minute. It should do that, though. That's something that we just have to add as a feature later. So Okafen is one of those compact maps that Btyb was working on. He worked on a bunch of them. There it is. Order of the Sacred Saber chosen by Neblime. It looks to me like he was trying to figure out what... He might have been pulling it up on the side browser to switch between them. He's going to go for Adherence, the replacement for the Legionnaire. The Order of the Sacred Saber also has access to the Ecstatus replacement for the Aurora. Among other things, the Renaissare replacement for the Lattice Vassal. The Vassal that splits like a sim. That's what the Order of the Sacred Saber unit is. We'll probably see some Quasracors out of Kenoli, meanwhile, for the Imacrenia Tendril. However, it's worth pointing out, his Enzorthracor replacement to the Zorius can infest things at Tier 1. So, probably something he wants to benefit from. Wants to give a go. The Starbound gives you the Cicadas and the Starbound Zealot from the Gateway, as well as a Starbound Manifold that provides armor... no, let me think about that. Rather than armor rend, it multi-targets. So that's the way that unit works. But he's kind of skipping it out so far. He's got a Cicadas coming. It has a Shade passive similar to the way that the... Shade passive similar to the Vagrant. And now here come the Vassals. They can attack the position of Neblime, and he's going to have to respond to that. Oh yeah, he's got his Order of the Sacred Saber Dracodons. I forgot all about those things. So they deal more upfront damage, as you can see by them four-shotting a Vassal. But they do have a longer attack wind-up, so they're a little bit beefier, a little bit more for, like, chunking. So that is a wrap there. Vessel's not going to get too much done. Oh! Oh! It has less shields, as you can see, than the base Dracodon. It's a little bit less durable there, but has more armor. There's a couple of trade-offs. Now, so far, everything is pretty mild here, but we do have the Quasarcores. Gonna go after these units if they can. You can see them doing some pretty good damage to the Dracodon there. Oh! But unfortunately, the Circuit does not finish the job. There we go. A little bit of kerfluffling. Okay, the Enzorthrocores are almost complete. If you can actually overwhelm them, which I think they're probably better off with, like, Zethrochores as opposed to Quasarcores. If you can actually get onto them, that's a pretty good spot here, but Ultra 7's losing some units. That Adherent is unlikely to get much done here. Oh, yeah. That's an infested Adherent. We love to see that. I guess I'll pick something here. What should I pick, guys? I forgot that it still offers witnesses that. That was another bug fix I haven't yet been able to make. I'm Protoss, so I'll pick Calendric Knight. just to kind of mess with them. Expansion for Kenoli. It's so weird seeing the big sizes of the units there. A lot of Saber Dracodons are out, but the Enzorthrocores can infest them and will. You gotta watch out. He's really gotta be careful here. At the same time, the Enzorthrocores are pretty. They can be overwhelmed, right? So there's that as well. The Quasarcores are having a tough time of it versus the high armor Dracodons. So it's probably best to sync them up with other units that deal pretty good damage. Like Hydras actually would be really good with the Enzorthrocore, thinking about it. But you also like the Quasarcore just because it's melee. Like it's gets in the face of the opponent, so it's pretty good there. Neblime's expansion seems to be being defended well. What? We have the we don't have much room here, obviously, for Ultra 7. He's trying to take a base at the at the 3 o'clock position. But this is a pretty big cliff disadvantage here for him, so he's gonna have to deal with that at some point. Lakers are on the way. He didn't go for the Hydrathin after all. Let's see, he's gonna try to push his opponent away. There's the Ecstatus. It has the Matrix passive. And the Adherents have lifesteal like the Amaranth, or shield steal rather. So that's a pretty shield-heavy composition there. Pretty difficult. The Enzorthocore should burrow. Ooh, so close to being executed by the air unit. While Ultra 7's expansion is going to be stymied. Oh, he's got a Dracodon stuck behind here as well. Kenoli's Expo is at least done. The Ecstatus is here. Let's see what it can do. The Lakers are going to try to lock down this approach. Can't attack air with a Quasarcore, so... Oh, they're trying to benefit from cliff advantage. That's funny. That's something we can fix as well. We don't get to see these units used too often, so it's pretty cool to see that. What do we do for anti-air? Lake is right on the front line, not exactly where they ought to be. The Tier 1 infestation is a cool idea. Unfortunately for Kenoli, he didn't quite get it done. Ultra 7 trying to help his buddy out. I don't understand. He went for the Astral Omen, but then he didn't make the Astral Sims that split into 2 extra Sims. I wonder what's up with that. I feel like this is an overpowering for the double Protoss team. I don't have a feeling Kenoli is going to be getting his way out of this one. The Hatch is good to block some damage. It doesn't give him too much value. And there's another Enzorthocore on the way. Oh no, the bully. Okay, so Lakers are being leveraged here. There's a lot of minerals for Kenoli. a lot of Lakers. I mean, I don't think that these more brittle Dracodons can actually do this. Oh, infested. There's air units here for Neblime, of course, but Executor is barely holding on versus the Lakers. They do end up driving them back. Try to get the burrow off. A little bit of support from Ultra 7, doing what he can. The Ecstatus, though, they're going to keep everything alive for so much longer than they usually would. Yeah, Kabbalista is not going to live very long versus the Quasricore, that's for sure. Kenoli's got so much money. What's he going to do with it all? He's running out. He's running low. Neblime taking another base in the 9 o'clock position. A little bit of a micro base, you could say. It's not the saturated base there. That's all right, Ire. We got games going on all day long. Our games don't end until 9 o'clock my time, and for a reference, that is, well, 9 o'clock might be like the upper end. It might end a little bit sooner than that. Say 8:30 my time, and it's only 2 o'clock, so we got another 6 hours, 6.5 hours to go. We'll have games for days. Kenoli just doesn't have enough, a way to actually spend his money right now, you know what I mean? Straight into the Calcure Lake. Wants to make some Lyrilisks with all his quas, which does make some sense. Double Protoss are sitting pretty. Neblime at 8, using his allies' pylons to hide his Stargates is a pretty nifty strat. That's actually one of the underrated features of collaboration with the same race. Obviously, there are some things that are a little bit more universal. But, like, you think about anchors, any race can jump in the anchor if you have a Terran ally. You think about Zerg, any race can build on top of the Kagra, but, you know, having a Zerg ally as a Zerg player means you can use their Kagra for your structures as well. There's, like, nifty little things like that. The pylon power field being shared is a really cool Cosmonarchy exclusive mechanic that is definitely going to allow the, you know, double Protoss teams in the future to be pretty good. In a 1v1 fight, the Saber Dracodon beats a normal Dracodon with 2 HP. That's pretty interesting. You wouldn't think that, considering how much more brittle the Saber Dracodon is, but you would think that because of the DPS. Alright, they're taking over the whole map here. Neblime's not ready to make a short game out of this. Same for Executor. He's got a couple of the Starbound Zealots. Starbound Zealots, when they die, they give you vengeance, like an Ecclesiast or a Vassal or a Servitor. Speed everything up. Pretty nifty. And there will be some death as the Lakers are burrowing at the front gates. Positrons are being picked apart from the sides. It's going to trigger Executor to move forward, and he has some Barghest, but the Lyrilisks have a fine anti-air attack for dealing with light attackers. Here come the Lanifex, though. There's a big backline of Dracodons here from Ultra 7 that I feel like are going to be enough to help the Zerg stay alive here. They need to focus down those Dracs, though. Indeed, they are. Down goes the Lanifex. That will allow most of the Zerg army to continue going. Unfortunately for Kenoli, he doesn't have any Exorthicores on the front lines. Could barely afford to get this Lyrilusk army off of the one base anyway. And they're going to try to charge up the ramp and see if they can't overwhelm this position and clear these newly minted defenses. But Neblime is so good at setting those static D up. Got some more units coming in. Where are those Lakers? It looks like most of them ended up dying, so that's the answer to that question. Pylon goes down, disables one of the Wardens. Rest of the static defense are being crushed. Some Zethicores pouring on in from Kenoli. Here come Executor's reinforcements. He should be able to wrap around this just fine. Ecclesiast keeping each other alive. We got some Sycophants out here for Neblime. Just going to constantly be spreading the shields, but not enough to save that Positron. There's another one over here for the crowd control. At this point, the Protoss threat from Ultra 7 is actually bigger than what Kenoli is offering in this very moment. Kenoli does not have that many units still left on the field. The Protoss are kind of spinning around at each other rather than doing what they need to do to finish the job. No focus fire there from Ultra 7 towards the end. And I feel like with that in mind, that was probably their last best chance to kind of escape out of their containment. But with Kenoli being reduced to having just about no units, it is a dire situation our southern team finds themselves in. They're holding on. Only barely. They're holding on. Ultra 7's Drac Ball is still pretty good. But now he's out on the map. And I feel like that's going to call Kenoli forward. The land effects are going to disable everything. Micro demanded. Can he micro enough when he's being torn apart elsewhere? The Zealots are here at the very least. The Sycophant will eventually be brought down, but it's got 3 armor. Hard for the Quasarcores to deal with. And oh dear. That's pretty much everything that Ultra 7 had. Down to only 4 combat units. 90 workers for Neblime. Hot tamale. I'm pretty sure we're getting close to the JujiK point. This is a Neblime insult right here. If Neblime even notices it, let's see. Does he? Does he click on it? Does he see what that is? He probably just thinks it's a Kagrin. Nope. Maybe he'll click on it now that it's bigger. Oh, it's actually kind of forcing Executor forward a little bit there, if they even know what it is. Now he's gonna levy the rest of his forces. Neblime pushing in. A Clarion for Ultra 7 is all that he can really offer at this point. He's got some Drax in the back line. You can see him desperately trying to avoid getting disabled. The Iral Iris, it's actually pretty close to finishing, shockingly, but it will be brought down at the final hurdle. And of course there's no cancel there for Kenoli. He knew the game was over. And that, my friends, is a shellacking. I feel like Kenoli must be feeling a little bit hard done by. Kenoli did kind of... If the structure finished in front of all of those Protoss, it would have definitely been the moral victory. Ultra didn't float too much money. He had a lot of Vespene at the end of the game, but I think the biggest problem here was that the initial infestation attack kind of fell a little bit flat. It was a bit of an aggressive build order from Kenoli, and then he didn't have any eco. You know what I mean? So down goes Kenoli, down goes Ultra 7. That will be the game. Oh, Executor leaving before. How are we walking on water? It's swamp. That's a wrap. Apparently they didn't know you could walk on water. They didn't know we were like that. Dude, it's almost Christmas. It's even time for that. You know what I mean? All right, guys. We are going to go ahead and pop a new poll out, which is going to be... I'm going to do a little bit of a different style here. If we go Juggernaut this time, Kenoli will be the Juggernaut, because I want to see what he does. I want to give him that option. But free-for-all is also on the table, so you guys go ahead and vote for that while I select our next map randomly. Let's do it. Raven Rock will be our next map. That's another small one, so whether or not it actually works out for Kenoli, we'll have to see. Wow, everybody voted for Kenoli to be Juggernaut. Okay, let's see what happens on Raven Rock. Oh, we should first make sure that we're going to be doing the... we should first do the game mode poll. So we're going to do Uprising, Oh, no, it's... Well, Juggernaut can be technically anything. Should we do Juggernaut with a game mode, though? Juggernaut Massacre? Juggernaut Massacre sounds pretty good. And then I'll replace Faction Wars with the Turning. What was the other one? Omnipresence. There you go. Come one, come all for the game mode. Vote. Vote your game mode. JujiK just hoping he doesn't play on any micromap. Dude, there's so many micromaps. Oh shit, it's Vilius. Lucy, gift that man a sub. Somebody finally typed in Twitch chat. I didn't post the live stream link in Discord. I did, actually. You just didn't see it. Noob. Omnipresence winning out right now. Massacre is in second place. I think there's only one vote separating them. I'll give a little bit of time before the poll concludes. Posted it in Stellar Icon when I wished Btyb a happy birthday. I forgot. All right, looks like it will be Omnipresence for the Juggernaut on Raven Rock. Yeah, you got to be watching. You got to be watching. Get out of here. Your group doesn't start until later. Actually, Vilius might be able to... I don't know if Executor is still playing. We'll see. No map without gas. That's Massacre, all right. No gas on Massacre. No gas on Death March. Man, this is probably our most outrageous move. Oh, by the way, did you guys know that Twitch can't handle 8,000 kilobytes per second bitrate, which is not even that high quality for YouTube? I think YouTube can go up to like 32K, which is just outrageous. I gotta switch back to 6K just for that. Alrighty. I think Lucy went away, so he probably isn't around to gift anybody a sub. So sad. All right, now Kenoli can jug when he gets back, when he's awake and aware. There we go. All right, I will get my overlay ready and then ask our players to be ready, and we will. Let's pop this out of the 2v2 thing so that I can use it later when I pop in the 1v3. Okay, we're just about ready to get started here. Everybody's ready, so GLHF, let's go, boys! Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. We got an instant hash. Give me 1 second. Absolutely devastated. Annihilated, even. I actually think that's the wrong version of the map because you're not supposed to spawn right there on Raven Rock Juggernaut. Probably what happened is I... oh yeah, that's weird, isn't it? This is 2. Do that. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Basically, sometimes what will happen is somebody won't have the right version of the map downloaded or whatever, and they'll have to futz around with it. Usually, it just means we got to make a change to the map, get everybody in the right spot again. Sometimes it can be a false sense, like it doesn't actually occur, but usually it means that you got to remake. At least I fixed the spawns, so we'll see how it goes. Let's do it. For real this time. Yeah, if it were to break again, then I probably would have tried changing the game mode or something. But anyway, it's Omnipresence Juggernaut time. We have 3 players against 1. It will be Kenoli, the Omnipresent, in the top right, the Pumpkin player. Neblime is down here on the low ground at the, we'll call it the 3.5. We'll say 4 o'clock. And he is dark green. No, just regular green, actually. Ultra 7 is Deep Periwinkle. And we've got... Oh, wait, no, that was Neblime. Executor is the green player. Neblime is the Tyrian purple. Making a stockade. We got Larvosk in the making, probably. Remember that Juggernaut is going to be pretty good at building a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of resources here. And players will control every single race. So, you know what that means. Hatch on the way. Neblime going to scout across to see what's going on. There's already a Warden coming. Zerg is probably going to be what Kenoli makes the most out of, but having a little bit of extra static defense never hurt nobody. You know what I mean? People asking about the new race, the Ascozi. The plan is to release them for public use in late December, probably after Christmas, and try to get them polished up and ready to go for competitive use, ranked use, etc. in the middle to end of January by that point, so that we can run our January tribunal. Juggernaut isn't a game mode, Vilius. It's just something that you play on, like maps are made, basically. Sometimes the overabundance of possibilities can be a problem for players. They don't always know. They don't always know what's going on. Hey, I appreciate that, El Nofio, if that's how you say your name. Thank you kindly. We've got a Fulcrum coming for Executor. He made us circuits first. That's funny. Ultra 7 adding lattice units. Classic move. Scozia's Christmas gift. Oh. Yeah, something like that. We could think of it that way, right? Anchor for Cyprians. Could be offense or defense, but the Kager's being spread pretty nicely over here. So, there's not really that much room to actually get things going. Hey, we got 3'd by JujiK. What's up, dude? I appreciate that little donation that we just managed to get. What a guy. What a guy. He just put us over. $40 towards the show match means that we are actually at capacity for our show match number 7, and we even have $10 towards the next one. What a lad. What a man.
I am a hero!
Yeah, exactly. He is a hero. Tell him, Drawn. Speaking of heroes, Neblime was our hero. He was our juggernaut many times. Now it's Kenoli's turn. Can the little upstarts get anything done? Neblime going to put a hatch down here to expand at 6, allow the rest of his team to iron it out. Palladium on the way. Starpad making wraiths. I think Kenoli's going to be in a pretty good spot here. Pretty good position of power. Neblime's run dry on his Q, so he's not making any more workers at this point from his Omniveil itself. Ultra 7 thinking about where he's going to make what. It's going to be an embassy. As you can tell, this stuff is unbuildable down here. That's why the Kager is only spreading so far. With that, he's basically taking care of any issues that he might get from somebody landing an anchor somewhere. You know, I guess it could go up here. That's about it. Neblime trying to figure out what's going on here. No expansion just yet. First couple quads going to come down and be met with whatever the hell's going on over there. But a Vornath already upgrading into a Calcure Lake. And we got Wardens everywhere. We got loads of quads. We need loads of larvae. Just being shown the door by all of the units here. Get out of here, you Juggernaut. You big bully. Madrigals, Phalanxes, and an Ovaleth to potentially transport them. By the way, an Omnipresence, you can make circuits and then transport them with Trojans or Envoys. That is a thing you can do. Normally, you can only transport the Kagrin itself before the mutation kicks in, but a little bit of a different story here. I love Executor's, the cut of Executor's jib. He keeps moving around and putting static defense down and stuff. He's trying to help out his buddies. I think that's very cute. That's very good. Juggernaut Massacre is probably going to be outrageous, so I hope we get that soon. It did get the second most votes, so there's a chance that maybe we just go ahead and do it next time. And only happy to put down a Nexus, weirdly enough, instead of, you know, a Hatch or something. He's got a lot of Lyras, and he's got a lot of Quas. He does have a horde of Gnats, a cloud of them. They're going to be moving in to see if they can't just eviscerate this worker line, but they're going to walk away from that and come down here and see Wraiths being made by Neblime in the corner. An evacuation is afoot. Ground Army thinking about pushing in. He actually probably could have broken that, but didn't trust himself just yet. The Nats end up escaping. Well, only some of them. Most of them going down to the idols. Again, something that sometimes confuses people. Juggernaut doesn't have any bonus health, any bonus damage, any bonus speed. There's nothing about his units that are different. The Juggernaut is simply a cut above in terms of resource income. That's all. That's all. One day I wish to co-cast with Pro. You know what? Your wish may be granted. Hey, there's a temple over here. I like that. By the way, it seems like we might be down one player for the final group of the day, starting at 6 p.m. local time, which, again, that is in about, what, 4 hours? So just keep that in mind. If you are interested in playing in about 4 hours, for about 2 to 3 hours max, then let me know. And also, if you can only play for some of that time, that's fine too. All right, here we go. Calculus and the Lyra Vorv being engaged by the bio and by what is had by all three players here. A little bit disjointed on the attack, though. If Madrigal's deploying is a good idea. Problem is, everything else is getting cut down. Look at that! Morass heading into the middle of the map here. Feels like they never stood a chance. 11 pairs of Nathicores are in production for more calcs in the process, and, well, Executor doesn't exactly have that much over here. The static defense can only help out so much, and he doesn't have the crowd control needed for all the ground army. Ultra 7 losing units on the rally. We got no Cyprians, very few Harakans here. I can't believe Neblime has fallen from the greatness of the known universe, as he was our main man producing Harakans from way back downtown. And the Nathicores arrive, and the Vorvercores arrive, and that is a dead Omnivale. Executor can no longer field all three races. All four races? Maybe one day. The counterattack is in with Wraiths. Let's see what Neblime can do. He's already cleared a bunch of workers at the 12 o'clock. Now it's going to be that main base under duress, but Executor has almost been completely wiped. Neblime does have a lot of minerals, but he is microing quite a bit, so I don't know. I can't tell if he's desynced or not, to be honest with you. If he is, it would be pretty funny, because we didn't get a message, and I did fix the thing that... I didn't restart my client, and I got 2 hash printouts already, so that shows you that I fixed the issue where your hashes don't print out all the time. I think he's just kind of finding himself lacking a little bit here. There's a lot more Zerg where that came from. Neblime led his sister play or something, you know what I mean? Or his cousin? I can't remember. There was somebody who played on his computer once. Here we go. The lift comes out. He's trying to get his Harakans out there. I don't think he's got nearly enough. If he had been able to spend down all of his money, that would be a different story. I think the omnipresence fried his brain a little bit. Oh, there's a horde of Cyprians, but they're not in the anchor. Oh, they are. There are 2 Cyprians in the anchor. They might be able to shellac all those Nathicores. It's a little consolation with the rest of the Zerg bearing down upon them. Last of Executor's limits. He's going to use what little tech he has left. But I think that might be a wrap for Neblime. His camera movements tell me he's synced, guys. I don't know what to tell you. He just had 4K minerals, so he didn't know. Desperate to prevent Kenoli from running away with it. But I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Unless Ultra 7 and Executor can combine for something unbelievable. We've got Wraiths, no Valkyries. Neblime refusing to make Valkyries. I feel like would have really helped him out versus the air fleet. But down will go his Omnivale, and he calls GG. Ultra 7 ready to throw it out as well. And it's just Executor typing GG out. And that is it. Kenoli posting a dub. He was at tier 2, making his Almeka Santer. Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know what happened to Neblime's 3K minerals, or it was 4K by the end there, but I don't know what happened there. That was wild. That was wild, guys. It was just outrageous. All right. We are going for the starting a poll option once again, and let's see. Do we do free for all? I think we should. We're due a free for all, aren't we? Because we did a 2v2 and then a Juggernaut. Yeah, I think we're due a free for all. So we'll just vote on the game mode. The game mode will be Massacre, Uprising. We did Omnipresence, we did Faction Wars, so let's think. Well, let's just choose between those two for now, actually. And I guess first I'll decide the map, so you guys can vote with the map in mind. Let's do that. Okay, just barely, but it is Atacama, a macro map. Does that mean you guys think Uprising would be more fun? You guys can decide. Those are the two that you're choosing between now, Massacre or Uprising. Oh, I could have added the turning in there too, but that's fine. That's fine. You guys can figure out that vote. I'm going to get ready to host the free-for-all on Atacama and pick a game mode depending on what you guys select. So far, Uprising in the lead, but only 3 votes have been cast, so make sure you get your votes in. I'll leave it up for a little bit. Faction Wars free-for-all. That is likely to happen by the end of the stream, let's be real. I actually have to remind myself which game modes were bountied by Btyb. I feel like most of them were. feel like right about now, it's what we need. It's what we need, boys. Let's find out. Let's find out. Yeah, so Btyb bountied Omnipresence, Duopoly for sure, because that was... Or maybe... Did he bounty that, or did I just make that? I think he bountied that, though. Uprising, Massacre. I can't remember if he bountied the Turning. I know Embraced was just a Veek creation, as well as Dark Ages. I don't think that was either of those were bountied. And then 3-Crow bountied Brotherhood, which is every unit splitting like Simulacrum, which is hilarious. Death March was... Let's see. That's just a creation I decided to make, so I don't think anybody bountied that one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Btyb bountied... I'm pretty sure he bountied the Turning, but it could have been... Honestly, it could have been the Shambler for all I know. I gotta add the note that says it. All right, let's check in with our polls, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Massacre in the lead after 11 votes. It looks pretty consistent to me. So let's go ahead and do it. We're ending the poll on Massacre on Atacama, and it is a free-for-all. Free-for-all on Massacre. Lord Dragon, Massacre it equals no gas. You can't have gas with Massacre. The geysers are deleted. So that's it. Hold on, Andrew. Arbus, it should be Uprising. They're picking the wrong mode. You got a map that isn't tiny and you're going not Uprising? Now, just because there are no geysers doesn't mean you can't get Vespene gas. It just changes the mechanism by which you do it. So keep that in mind. Oops. Almost typoed the map name. All right, let's check the races here. Yeah, it looks all right. Congrats, God. We got ours from Ultra 7 and Neblime. Need it. Kenoli's and Executors. Executor just gave his. It would help if I actually saved the overlay, so that's correct. Let's go, boys! On to our next game. These have been pretty fun games so far. Surprisingly stable as well, to be honest with you. We had that one restart, and that was it so far. Alright, lads. Let's intro our players. It looks like I have to tell Ultra 7 to give me vision, because it's similar to that other map. What was the other one? I forget that had that. It was another 4-spawn map. Blackwater had that. See if he is cool with that. Now, Kenoli is in the top left as our pumpkin player. And he's, of course, Zerg, and he will be hatch firsting, because that's what Kenoli likes to do. So while that turns into a hatch, pop, we will, let's see, Executor in the top right as the green Protoss. In the bottom right, we have Neblime as the Ultramarine Protoss. And in the bottom left, we have Ultra 7 as the Deep Periwinkle Protoss. And this will be a gateway start, a gateway start, a gateway start. Can you believe it? As you can see, there's no Vespene harvesting, no nodes to harvest from, but the Vespene still keeps ticking up. That's because every time you make a unit, you get Vespene. And you make double units per rotation. So a massacre indeed. A lot of tier 1 units because they don't cost as much Vespene. When you get access to tier 2 units, you usually go for the tier 2 units that do not actually have a Vespene cost or much of it. Very cool. Very fun. Chat is popping off. Hope you guys are having a good time watching all of this. Neblime says, call the cat Btyb. That's a good one. Why isn't Btyb co-casting? Probably because he just wants to watch and be, kind of casual about it. I'm guessing it is his birthday, so I don't know exactly how he's spending his time. I don't know if he's in the living room with the TV on and, the volume cranked up, and I get to shout about how epic Btyb's maps and game modes are to a live audience of his entire living room. Oh, he's mid nap with the daughter. There you go, daughter nap. So he definitely is not blasting the audio fully. So, you know, even though it's his birthday, he's still got a parent, you know? He's still got to be doing the parent things, the dad thing. Looks like Executor getting ready to take an expansion. We've got the same thing happening here for Neblime, but of course, Kenoli's a little bit on the greedier side. He's adding another hatch in the far corner of his base and setting up some static defense over here with his pool in the front to absorb some damage. You can imagine another Kagran here, another Kagran here, and that'll be a pretty safe spot, funnily enough. Bunch of zealots being made down here in the bottom left for Ultra 7, but Neblime's vassals are soon to strike. The Warden will show them the door immediately. No anti-air just yet for Kenoli, so if those vassals get up to him, he's going to have some problems. This reminds me of when it was, I think it was Neblime playing against JujiK, and he did this sort of vassal cheese move. But you can tell they're very weak units. They don't have a lot of firepower behind them, but they can still kill workers. Give them enough time. If you told me that there's an RTS out there where you can make mineral only, you know, like primary resource exclusive, no tech resource required air units, you know, I'd be pretty quick to say, oh yeah, that's probably pretty imba. But actually, vassals have turned out to be pretty balanced. They're a little bit of a knowledge check, but that's about it. Let's see if Neblime and Ultra 7 can combine efforts with their zealot and their vassal to heckle things. But there are Quasilisks on the way, so no worries there. Circuits kill it on the way back. No Droleths have been defeated. So excellent micro there from Kenoli as he adds more Kagrans to his base. And we have a expansion coming for Neblime, number 3. Base number 3 for him. His Nexus is already operational here in the natural. And you could tell he's got the most workers in the lobby. You kind of expect that versus Zerg anyway, but the other Protoss is having a hard time keeping up with them. Though Ultra 7 is thinking about that base number 3. Executor is the only Protoss who hasn't attacked Kenoli in this lobby, is going to be the first one to fall under his gaze. And we'll see if those pursuant Quasilisks can do much versus the Gateway Heavy Army. Armor obviously going to be a bit of a trouble. Are we going to get that Vornath? Instead, it looks like he's just going to be slowly building up more hatches. He's going to go ahead and clear the Zealot in the middle of the map. Neblime sees a whole horde of Quas in the middle, and of course is going to trigger a bit of a move out from him as he's maybe thinking about sharking up and eliminating the Quas. Meanwhile, Kenoli just trying to find stuff out, just trying to suss things out, see where we're going from here. Gateway at the Ultra 7 Natural. He's only got 3 gates back at home. Not a crazy float. Neblime's Zealot moving in to see what's going on up here at the 1 o'clock position. The Quas might be able to pop a single Drac at it, but they're not actually focusing down the individual targets. Yeah, they definitely would have been able to kill that Drac had they focused on it, but that's okay. Kenoli just lets his units make up their own mind, you know what I mean? Ultra 7 sending a Scout Zealot over here. He's going to be able to see that Neblime has taken a Nexus at the natural, but he has not scouted the 3rd. Kenoli, no 3rd in sight for him. A vassal watching for his 10 o'clock position, but not to come anytime soon, it looks like. Base number 3 with static defense galore being set up here. Ultra 7 keeping pace in terms of his economy, his economic development. Now, it's just Zealots. There's no Ecclesias or anything to sustain with them. So the Quas will trade okay once the shields are broken, but Kenoli's just kind of letting that happen, and then he's moving away. Bit of a stutter step movement going on there. Now, Neblime is going to have to cancel the attack in mid because Executor is on his way to start heckling him, and the units off the rally are not going to be sufficient. So you can tell that Executor has not really gotten the memo of the no gas part. He's got 2,500 minerals and counting, but his army up here is pretty committed. This is a no-go zone. You cannot move away from this position. And Neblime's just going to swarm him with Zealots, and the defenses are going to help out as well. So that's a committed army, and that was a lot of Vespene being taken away from him. No focus fire on the way out either, so it's not very cost efficient. Only a few Zealots for Neblime going down. The Scribes have been pulled to finish the job. The Sims are splitting, and they're happy to get that free value. Neblime now fighting a war on multiple fronts as Kenoli pushes out with 2,000 minerals in his bank. Executor needs to add some more mineral-only units, while Neblime is happy to just start breaking open this Zerg attack force, clearing the initial round of Quas. Kenoli has 130 military units, as Massacre demands. Every pair of Quas he hatches is actually 2 pairs. Let's see, Kenoli trying to ball up. He's got a lot of Zets coming as well, but he needs to micromanage them a little bit more. Definitely needs to micro them a little bit further forward, and Neblime is going to need to fall back here as his Zealots are going to be broken open. The Sims unlikely to get very far away from the pursuant Quas that get that speed boost every time they attack something. As long as it's a hostile, of course. Calcare Lake now on the way. Are we going to get any Vorver cores? Those cost only minerals. That'd be a good option now that he's got the tech for it. Zets sink their claws and immediately start making Vorvs right in front of Neblime. That's pretty funny. They are kind of sidetracking Neblime a little bit. He's made some Rogue Galleries so he can make Vagrants, which are mineral only. Rogue Galleries themselves costing a little bit of Vespine, same as the Lattice. So far, it's looking pretty good for the Zerg in the middle of the map, and Ultra 7 is heckling the base at the 5 o'clock there. Neblime under a lot of pressure. Vassal's killing his workers at his unsaturated 4th, while his army is cracked open like an egg. And even though Kenoli has so much money, he's just waiting for that Calcare Lake to pop so he can turn his Quas into Lyras and really push this forward. Every time you kill a unit, every time you make a unit, you're getting a lot of Vespine. And Neblime, he's trying to use it. He's making Pariahs. The second prostration stage is on the way. The Vassals have been farming him, but Ultra 7's been busy microing and hasn't really been making too many units. So the follow-up might be a little bit lame, a little bit tame, a little bit limited. He's got a lot of pretty big ground army over here. Might take a little bit of effort for Kenoli to clear that. But he probably wants to just finish the job off of Neblime. Oh, I love it. Why is he attacking the gateway? That is not going to help. You got to pop this Rogue Gallery. You're not going to evacuate the Pariah with that. That's not going to work out. Oh, dear. All right, here we go. Big attack at the 5 o'clock. It doesn't look like Neblime's going to be able to make his way out of here. That's a huge surround setup here. Oh, yeah, a lot of his army's caught out. We got a big wraparound over here on this side as well. Kenoli, he's going nuclear. Not a lot of Vorvs over there, but finally some come in to rend the armor of the Pariah, and the rest of this army is going to be absolutely flummoxed. Kenoli is tearing shit up at the 5 o'clock, and that should be the end of Neblime's army and his 4th base. Ultra 7 coming in, perhaps to the rescue of Neblime, to the aid of his fellow Protoss, after just sabotaging his harvesting. Neblime retreating into the turtle shell, and Kenoli having to deal with another front, another fight. Zealots and Legionnaires proudly standing up to the Zerg menace, but the Lyrilisks welcome them with open arms, and Executor now attacking the 3rd base of Neblime. He's just barely gotten all of the Zerg out of his way, and there's more Zerg where that came from, trying to clear Ultra 7 now. Feeling like maybe Neblime's on the back foot, and sure enough, he is, down to 2 bases, and only 2 bases. So many of the Scribes going down. Will every single one die? Just about. Only 3 of them left as the Nexus falls, poked holes in like Swiss cheese by those Legionnaires. Ultra 7, on the other hand, on the receiving end, he's got a lot of ground units, but he can't quite get them into the right positions. Kenoli, he's not producing any more units, but he's got so many that are coming out of his base. He's slowing down the game with his pathfinding, and he's going to have so many units ready to go. I don't think this is going to end very well for Ultra 7. He needs to get those idols in the right spot, but he needs way more of them. That splash damage is starting to falter. Envoys have lifted off the entire Protoss army of Executor and landed them into Neblime's base. His whole army was outside. He was not predicting that move. What a godlike play. Is it enough to deal with the god of Neblime? That's the question. The Lemon King still holding onto that crown and scepter. Just barely. Hot tamales, ladies and gentlemen. The Zerg are pushing in. I don't think Ultra 7's going to be able to deal with that. But maybe, with the cleanup here, the Rogue Gallery will finally liberate those few Protoss units trapped for Neblime, and that might be what he needs. What a ridiculous move there. Unbelievable. It doesn't look like Ultra 7 is going to be able to get out with his life, but Executor's starting to pressure the Zerg up here, just as he's taking base number 3. Kenoli's done all of this on 2 bases, such as has been his committal. He's starting to run low on minerals, though, inside that main base. Neblime desperately trying to reestablish control at 5 o'clock. His forces now moving over to bisect the army that's trying to defend from Ultra 7, or no, from Executor's Draconans. But there's so many more Zerg. If Neblime thinks this is it, he is sorely mistaken. He's got more units on the upside. Maybe the Pariah count can be managed, but there's so many of them. Oh, he's farming so much Vespine. It's beautiful. Executor falls away. Neblime is potentially going to go for a knockout punch, but if he does this, he opens himself up to any counterattack from Executor. Though I imagine the Green Protoss at this point is thinking, I want to deal with that Zerg before anything else. We might just see a turnaround, boys. Remember, that economy was not established yet. It looks like Kenoli has set up his base at top, we'll call it the 11 o'clock. A lot of Lyrilisks have been made. He needs more larvae more than anything. High. Executor, Neblime, and Kenoli combining for a little bit of a multi-front and low. Why you fight me? Go the other way to his third. Well, I guess he's happy to do that. As the fourth is going to be shellacked before it can really harvest. Ultra 7 just barely hanging on. Executor, like he did something wrong, says sorry. He actually isn't going to the third, though. This is playing right into Kenoli's hands. He doesn't have any units over there. Rillarokers are going to come down pretty soon. I don't know. The Lyrilisks and the Quas are keeping things going. Oh, boy. I don't think you can break through that position. And Neblime's falling away. He's actually... Oh, what a backstabber. He's going to go right for Executor soon, I think. Though if he did, he would probably lose a lot of his units breaking upon the shores of the Green Protoss. A lot of Dracodons have been made from him. He's still got 3k minerals in the bank. Ultra 7, the most beleaguered of our players right now, has actually got the second biggest mineral bank himself. The Zerg, no bounds. In fact, they're mutating, they're fusing their Vorvicores together right now into one great Vorv Ultracore. Ultrovorcore. Ulvorvtro. I don't know. Figure it out. I don't make these names up. Except I do. Now, a pretty big ball of Protoss units over here that is going to be doing pretty well. Neblime reestablishing so many bases, so much static defense as well. Most of Kenoli's army has actually escaped the containment. And he's going to just finish off this ball of Protoss on his side of the map. But this is allowing Executor to step forward as well. We got humongous fights here, ladies and gentlemen. But it does look like Neblime's army is on borrowed time. A sandwich. Protoss just clearing this area, but Executor will fall upon Neblime's forces soon. The reinforcements from the other side of the map include a couple of pariahs, and those are very important units to have in here. Reinforcements that Kenoli didn't even remember he had are actually going to help deal with this attack. So it looks like Neblime will be managed. He's barely breaking through this side just so that he can get attacked by Executor again. What a ridiculous front, dude. What a ridiculous front. I hope he appreciates that. That's all I have to say. I think probably what happens is Archons need a special initialization for the second unit. I'll investigate that. That's a massacre bug. Well, he's got a absolutely annihilated Archon. That's hilarious. But Ultra 7 now attacking him with everything he's got. Neblime should be able to hold this, though. Oh my god, the static defense has mostly been put under wraps there for a moment. My light was flickering. The power is going off, guys. The pylons have been destroyed. Somebody did that to my house, too, apparently. Let's go, boys. Let's keep it rocking and a-rolling. Big Zerg force pushing out of Kenoli's base. He might be able to just annihilate what Executor still has. He's got so many units, guys. So many units. Ultra 7 not able to break through, just barely been routed as a horde of Vassal Barghest is now moving into the other side of the map. The few Neblime units over here are going to get cleaned. Oh my god, Kenoli. Kenoli, you've got so many units, buddy. The Lyrilisks do their splash! And the Vassals got to speed their way out, but there's so many Protoss units everywhere. Zerg here. Kenoli here. The game stutters just for a frame every time he issues an order command. Such is his power. Such is his power. God, we just sounded the Zerg here alarm, but I don't think Neblime needs that anymore. He knows. He knows what's going on, and so does Executor. Routed inside his own base. His units are loose inside the 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, at 1 o'clock, and his natural was destroyed earlier by Kenoli, it must have been. And look at this, he's sending up forces on every single front. Ultra 7 under the pump as well. Now, he hasn't been able to actually defeat Neblime, let's be real. But he has slowed his ascent into the rest of the map. And he's going to try to lure Neblime and Ultra 7 into a collision while attempting to defeat Executor. Look at all the gateways. Look at the loose Drax. The Wardens are going to keep him at bay for now. Rest of Executor's forces carving up, moving in. Oh, baby. Neblime coming in to heckle him at the 11th hour. What a backstabber. Now he falls away, realizing the error of his ways. Those vassals will all be criminal, profane units shortly, even though they're robots. Especially because they're robots. Kenoli having to evacuate here shortly, I think. There's just too many Drax. He wants to see what else he can do. He's not making any more units, though. He's considering what other options he's got. He's got 1,600 Vespene, guys. He already made his Iral Iris? Oh my god! He did it to Neblime! He Neblimed it! I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Neblime, Executor, and even Ultra 7 need to gather their flanks. They need to gather their forces and converge upon the hostile base of Kenoli. If they do not defeat Kenoli before that spire completes, we will be in for a world of pain unlike what the world has ever seen. A Spear Tith does not do splash, but it does bounce, and the vassal count is starting to falter. Neblime is not powerful enough. He may destroy the Iral Iris in the natural meant to call him out, but he will not stop the Spire. He has, however, forced Kenoli to invest all of his resources into something that is not what he wanted to make. Kenoli was going to Mutaswarm and blot out the sun, and now he must fight in the shade. So many Dracodons. Executor will come in and try to back up Neblime's army, but there's not much left. And now Neblime is trying to deal with Ultra 7. Infighting begets the Protoss, a fickle race of phantoms. The Psionic Storm released by the Archon will kill a couple of units from the grave. Somehow this base is still alive, but here comes Executor to finish the job. Perhaps. So few minerals. Kenoli needs more for his Mutaswarm. His flock. It may soon be defeated. There's already some land effects here. Executor has read the situation or just preempted it with those land effects. He's going to need the backup of those Lyrilisks while Neblime struggles to push through this base. Yeah, that's a slap fight. We'll come back when that game isn't Warcraft 3. Neblime going for an Argosy, but he's got 3k minerals to spend. Let's see how he ends up doing it. Whoa! Obelisk revealing everything. Those land effects have gone down. Suddenly the Mutas might be able to do something, but of course, why take a direct fight when you can go from the rear? As the Mutas disengage and fly around to the back, they are going to get heckled a little bit, but there's 40 of the things. I think they can afford it. I think they can afford it. Executor has no more units in production. If he loses this army, if it's a full wipe, is he going to be out? Is he going to be down and out? Vassal Barghest once again returns Kenoli's last mining base other than his main, which by now has thoroughly been depleted. Neblime, eliminating Ultra 7's third at the same time, now sets his sight upon his true nemesis. The Golem cleared out there. Executor forced back. The Mutas should have been seen. Oh my god. 87 Mutalisks. That's a number that my mother says to joke about it being too many things. She'll say 87 whatever, but it's really 87 Mutalisks. It's really 87 Mutalisks, and they are descending upon Executor's base while Kenoli makes a desperate bid to survive this onslaught. How long will it last? The Auroras trying to suicide into those air units are going to be good enough initially to keep things at a little bit of a distance. They do a little bit of splash damage on their impact, but if they get cut down beforehand, it doesn't matter. The Ecclesiasts are trying to keep them alive. The Dracodons, they're ranging it down from a distance, and the Spire has been eliminated. Kenoli, you've lost your tech. You bit off a little bit more than you could chew, and the Vassal Barghest stack eliminated everything in that position. They may go down now to the Mutaswarm that returns, but it was more than enough of a defeat for Kenoli to muster. Neblime stands ready. Neblime is uncowed, undefeated, and he will eventually push the issue and defeat Ultra 7 here in a moment. He's making an epigraph to enchant his army, but at this point the Patriarchs are doing just enough. The Mutas can't accomplish much, not by themselves, not all alone. And the Patriarchs slow a whole stack of 12. Ooh, good for Kenoli. He wasn't paying attention. But this one might end up a little bit worse for wear. The mutas are going to descend upon his base here at 5 o'clock, but it's depleted anyway. What do you really gain from this, Kenoli? What do you gain? A few worker kills. As the epigraphs emerge from the triple argosy that Neblime has achieved, and the rest of his forces knocking on the door. Ultra 7 still refusing to die, but is he eventually going to? Patriarch Golem just doesn't die, period. I didn't get a name yet, but if Neblime calling me out, then I'm the one who desynced, and that's fine, because Neblime is so close to finishing the job on multiple players. It is a sudden death rule. If it actually does break, then we just say, all right, whoever's got the strongest position on the map wins. Yeah, Neblime is Neblime is winning, if you didn't know. The only reason Ultra 7 is still alive is because Neblime is busy killing two other players at the same time. You can take the Juggernaut out of the picture. You can take it out of the map. You can't take it out of the Neblime. GG, says Kenoli. He is routed completely. Defeated. His pool not yet rebuilt. His gambit not quite paying off. Executor will call GG knowing that he is outmatched. And it's just Ultra 7 left to be descended upon. I can't believe it, dude. That was one of the most absurd, ridiculous games that I have ever seen. And it was all for Btyb's BtyBirthday. Are you not entertained? A mad dash to use the last of his forces. Executor will try to sow a little bit of chaos, but look at all this. Neblime will figure it out now, that's for sure. And Ultra 7, as he is broken, calls out the GG. And that, my friends, is glory. That was a massacre. That was a massacre. Okay, we know now that our next game will be Uprising. Or maybe we'll go for something else. Let me think about it. Because we need to see what map we get. If we get a small map, Uprising might not be the best option. Let's figure out our next map. It's Derelict. Okay. I think Uprising on Derelict could work. But now, what kind of player allocation are we going to get, guys? That's the question there. So let's vote. Let's vote for 2v2 or free-for-all. I think those are the ones. I don't think we do Juggernaut. We don't do Juggernaut because if we do Juggernaut on Uprising, it's just it wouldn't really work out, right? Because it might really tip the scale the wrong way. What's going on with the 3 p.m. slot? Oh, yeah. Shit. I thought this whole time I had an extra hour. Is there time for another game? That's a good question. That's a good question. Maybe we just selected the map that will start our proceedings in 7 minutes. You don't think you've ever seen a 2v2 Uprising? Well, now we know that that's what's happening unless free-for-all wins out. Yeah. We actually don't have it. That will be our last game of Group A. And that means I have no idea. I'm going to have to eat some food or something. It was a perfect game to end on. That was a really good one. That was a really good one. Okay, looks like I'm going to leave that poll up for a little bit, and I'm going to come back in about 6 minutes, I suppose. I'll use the bathroom and grab a snack or something. And then when we get back, we'll be starting off proceedings for Group A. Group B. Group B is Jimmy, Lucy, JujiK, and Vilius. Terran-centric group. Let's see what happens. What up, homies? We are back on time, somehow. Don't ask me how. I just got back in from taking my dog out, and I put some peanut butter on a banana. That's what I'm eating. Since people were asking about. The game is up, Vilius. Noob. Noob alert. Oh, cool. There was trivia going. Damn, Jimmy can't read. I can't say anything. All right, so our first game is a 2v2 on Derelict in the game mode Uprising. Our teams are JujiK and Jimmy versus Vilius and Lucy. Oh shit, it's Happy Birthday Btyb. That's a pretty good name. Okay, let me get our overlay ready. I should have been doing that this whole time, but I was busy chewing. You know what I'm saying, guys? You ever chew things? Sometimes you gotta. So we have a Terran and a Protoss versus a Terran and a Terran. And our player list is JujiK. Oops. Really? Oh wait, no, never mind. It's Vilius Lucifirius. And our map is Derelict. This is going to be a bit of a blast from the past, you know?
The subject summons more energy.
Oh shit!
In honor of Btyb's birthday.
Holy shit, we got $30 from Godweek. Holy shit. We even got an Escozy advisor line as the alert for that. Thank you, Godweek. Appreciate it, buddy. Btyb's birthday bash just got $30 more expensive. That's my emotional support Kenoli. That's pretty good. I like that. I guess Kenoli's obsing with us. I forgot to close the slot. Funded Arena, yeah. Right. Well, we also got $40 towards the next show match courtesy of JujiK, so I appreciate it. I just couldn't update the overlay in time. I was busy. I missed if everybody said R. Vilius R. JujiK's emotional support Kenoli has joined us for OBS. So, just like other 1v1 maps that had 2v2 in them, we have the second player spawning in the natural. Jimmy is in the bottom left as our Dark Sapphire Terran. Shout out Rainaril one time. Gonna go for a very fast stockade. And we have... Wait, these aren't even the teams that were supposed to be happening. Ah, Jesus. These guys can't listen to any instruct. They can't read. They can't play the game. They can't birthday. That's fine. That's fine. They'll figure it out. Vilius is scouting around. I can't believe... What a... Ridiculous. Absolutely outrageous. We have Vilius in the bottom left as our, what is this? Aquamarine? Aquamarine Terran. And JujiK is our silver pink, I think. Silver pink Protoss. And we have Happy Birthday Btyb. And he is our jet black Terran player going for a stockade. So I'll have to fix my overlay, of course. That's a classic move. But that's okay. That's pretty easy to do. And yeah, just remember all of the epic games that were on this. Epic map. You got scouted. Yeah. Socuted. Socuted. That's what he got. No, JujiK. I think Lucy's a little high. I think Lucy's a little high, guys. Oh, shit! Wait! Wait. I'm so confused. I think this map has the spawns in the wrong spots.
I am a hero!
Hold on, I gotta set the overlay back. Guys, it's even more deranged. This is even more deranged than I thought, guys. Btyb is a hero. Clep. So Jimmy and JujiK are on the same team, and Lucy and Vilius are on the same team. As planned. They just happen to be right fucking next to each other. That must be so confusing to both of them. I was confused for the longest time. All right. Well, Btyb, I hope you don't mind, but this has been honestly the most deranged thing that could happen. Oh, he's Terran. He can just lift off. Yeah, he'll figure it out. Hey, I made the changes, so you can say Great Map Pronogo, and then you can get banned for shit talking. JujiK engaging with the Legionnaires. No Hurakans to be found. Nary a Hurakan to be found. Well, I think we'll go ahead and rehost this map in a second, but at least it was really funny. Let me pop open the map to make sure that my hypothesis is correct. Because I did all of these in a very big flurry. Yeah, okay. So, I have to correct the spawns. That's all. Players 2 and 4 in the same area, players 1 and 2 in the same area. Also, it's Uprising, so Mutalisks just killed Philly. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't say anything else, man. That was one in a minute. Vilius is so mad. Don't worry, it's fine. It'll be okay, Vilius. It'll be okay, Vilius. Don't worry. What a way to go, guys. What a way to go. Unbelievable. We ended on a really good note with the Massacre FFA. That game right there was so good. Yeah, they did spawn next to each other, Sausage. The spawns were swapped, so I got pranked. I pranked them. They all got pranked, dude. Yeah. What a show. What a show, guys. What a show, honestly. All right, we're doing it for real, guys. We're doing it for real. Okay? Okay. Wait. Why are they doing this? Here, let me double check that I double checked the spawns. Yeah, player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. Maybe the force alignment is wrong. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I know what it is. I think. Maybe. No, I don't know. Never mind, guys. I have no idea. But I did save the map, so everybody will have to force download it again. I'm not really entirely sure how a 2v2 map could have that kind of thing occur. I'm guessing I just didn't hit the save key. The first game didn't count. That's why we're playing this one. They had high ground, yeah. True. All right, let's do it, boys. We're doing it for real this time. For real, surely. Vilius, Lucifirius. Let me see. Let me see. Show me. Yeah. Oh. Yeah! All right, let's go, boys. Let's do it. We're really working on it now. We got the Aquamarine Terran of Vilius in the bottom left, joined forces with the Jet Black Lucifirius of the bottom left as well, natural. JujiK in the top right, natural, is the Silver Pink Protoss, and we have Jimmy, his ally, the Vermilion Terran. So, they all know where each other spawn now. That was our warm-up game. And we also remembered that it was Uprising. So we should be good, guys. We should be having a grand time of it. And I really hope that it goes very, very nicely. We also get to see Terran. We didn't get to see Terran at all in the last group, except for when it was Omnipresence time. And I think Ultra 7 played Terran in one game on Book It. So that was that. It's gonna take me a little bit to remember all the map names. There's so many maps, and a lot of those ones with the micro maps and stuff were not something that I've noticed. Seems like getting third on this map is hard. Well, it is a 1v1 map, so Vilius likes to drop, says Jimmy. Yeah, we'll have ally chat on both teams. So we just got to remember that they're talking in AC. I Watchdog Scout, says Lucy. Oh, he is sending his thing there. JujiK comes in for a scout, sees stockades on both sides. So double stockade is kind of interesting, right? Because it means that the Terran players are going to have a pretty nice time turtling up. And that's actually what Lucy said, is that we turtle just on the one base. Worth pointing out, 1,500 mineral fields. I didn't always change this. If it was just like that, I left it. I intended to make them all 1,500 just so that we would have faster games, right? You run out a little bit faster. 2K is the default in 1v1. But in these games, I wanted them all to be 1,500 cap. I just didn't get around to doing it for every single map necessarily. That's pretty cool. We'll actually get to see a little bit of the 2v2 meta. Something did spawn up here in the top left, so we'll see if that... that should have been an island spawn, by the way, so that means it will be an air unit. Most likely. Let's go ahead and reset our goal with the $40 from JujiK. Shout out JujiK. You guys want to continue funding show matches, you feel free to. Greenlights.com/prono, go for that. The Watchdog has found the full breadth of what the enemy has to offer. Jimmy Vulture and Vilius WTF. Why is his Nexus... That's a good question. I'm not going to buy. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Now, the Zealots are going to do a lot here to front for the Vultures, allowing the Vultures to get a huge amount of damage onto the bio in the back. So great team play here in terms of compositions. It's just Mavericks, as one Vilius Vulture has arrived, but I don't think any mines are going to be able to be laid. Jimmy putting on a clinic over here with his mine placement as well. And now, maybe thinking about attacking the workers. Oh, canceling out Lucy's... anchor. I feel like that was maybe a bit preemptive. Now, down will one of the Vultures go. Ooh, big stun there as the Huracan pops out. Zealot is obviously pretty wounded. All of these units pretty wounded, in fact. So that should be a wrap on all of those units as soon as the Vulture actually hits them. There you go. I feel like they've probably held, but have they done enough? Lucy's taken some economic damage. Jimmy has had an opportunity cost. And now Mutas have arrived to make matters worse. Oh, Lucy. Where's your Watchdog now, buddy? I think it might have just died. Matrix doesn't have a kill, though. So, oh, no, it's in the middle of the map. It's burning down. Oh, evac to my base. Third party. Yeah, if they can get any anti-air, that would be good. Watchdogs are coming up for Vilius. You can return resources to your allied base, but obviously Lucy's down to 5 workers. So it's not actually as dire as it looks, although I don't know if the team in the bottom left is going to know that. Because the neutral hostile units can also spawn, and will also spawn, in the area that's seeded ground. And so even though we have, like, JujiK getting ready for a base, Jimmy getting ready for a base, it's not going to end up too awfully for the bottom team if there's more territory for the neutral hostiles to attack the other guys, right? So they can just kind of play a little bit of a more defensive turtle style on the one shared base, albeit that's going to be pretty awkward. They're going to have to get rid of all of these Drax first. If JujiK can muscle up the ramp, they might be able to finish the job that way. This Vulture's ready to lay mines, but Vilius ain't doing it. Vilius ain't doing it yet. Man, at this point, the bottom team is hoping for that Muta spawn to hit. Anchor, only a quarter of the way complete. Yeah, I think without those mines from earlier, this is not looking good, says Btyb. Lucifirius. Cyclops have arrived. Jimmy's going to kill all of the workers for both teams. I'll drop the Shopkeeper Dog Classic. Unlucky. Jimmy and JujiK post a dub, but we got more where that came from, boys. I say we run that back, but we random the map again. It's the same game mode, same 2v2, you know, same teams. But we're just going to see what the map is going to be looking like. So let's go ahead and get ready to do that. Ooh. Genesis Y. All right. So that is a wrap on that map. That's a good map for 2v2 Uprising. Maybe not the best map, but still better than it could be. We're going to go ahead and get our teams ready then. And change up our overlay to indicate the new map, but it is still Uprising. No change there. You know, it's just another chance. It's another chance for it to happen. Yeah, they're on pre. I searched for a mutacheat. Well, you found it, I guess. We might need somebody to replace Vilius. Just because he's annoying me, no other reason. So Jimmy, JujiK, Vilius, do we have a Lucy ready? Yeah, we do. Let's do it, boys. Okay, so here we are. We have our top team, Jimmy and JujiK. It is the Ultramarine Jimmy and the Silver Pink JujiK. Lucy in the bottom is the Jet Black Terran, buddying up with Vilius, the Aquamarine Terran. We are on Gen Y with Uprising rule. Drinking the bullet? No, this is just water in a cup. The cup happens to be a giant thermos, but it's still a cup. It's like a me-sized cup, so I'm larger than life. Without being overly large, I guess. I'm actually a little bit small for an American, I think. I got my 6 feet status, but I ain't 300 pounds yet. Not with that attitude. Fulcrum on the front. I feel like it's a little dangerous to have your frontliner go mech. But Btyb is... Btyb. I keep calling him Btyb because that's what it says. But he, he'll make the anchor. That's actually pretty smart. Lucifirius is a guy who thinks about the game and he understands the mechanics. But his own personal mechanics as a player, like, okay, that's a little bit different. Oh, star pad. So he's going to make the anchor for his buddy to join. Let's see a glimpse of UCC. I wonder if maybe the Biotic Bastion revealers probably did that. I'm guessing so. Anyway, it's an indication. My voice acting is larger than life. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. So it's going to be the 2-gate. JujiK happy to help out his Terran buddy with frontliners that are pretty steady. The Wraith is going to be scouted early. What if I go Goliath first? Probably doesn't synergize as well with the frontliners of JujiK as the Vultures do. Oh my god. JujiK was caught typing. Okay, I won't. Ooh! Vilius dropped the XD preemptively because he saw that the scribe was going to die. Good job. It's true. So the Wraith is actually going to provoke a Goliath first. Well, a second Goliath, I guess. The first Vulture is there. Draconins are coming out as well for anti-air. It's a pretty good response already, but what will Lucy transition into it? He's adding a second star pad. Okay, we know. Wraith Anseal will be the composition. He's going to need a sieve pretty soon for the Anseal gas. Vilius going to go ahead and cap his ridge. If they were really giga-brained, you know what I mean? The super good move here would actually be for Vilius to cap his sieve and then tell Lucy to mine from it. Vilius' own Cyclops trying to do a little bit of heckling. There's actually nothing in that anchor, so... Good stutter step so far. Jimmy struggling a little bit there. Absolutely devastated. Mogged on by a Cyclops. Nice micro. Well, at least they're jovial, you know what I mean? Second Fulcrum and a Scrapyard on the way for Jimmy. I was excited for this group because I knew that 2v2 was a more common occurrence, a more ideal thing. The group is more balanced in terms of skill level. So FFAs are going to be fun. I think we're probably going to put JujiK on the Juggernaut pedestal because he's the only Protoss, and it'll be like Terran fighting a Protoss, you know? But at least that'll be the first one. Maybe they'll alternate. Maybe everybody will get a turn as a Juggernaut and see what they can do. Wraiths are inbound, but there's already a Matrix and a Dracodon watching. Oh, there's two. Hey, look at that! He's actually already got 2 Wraiths over here. He can kind of surprise and flank the Dracodon over here. Oh my god. Alright, that one's the first one to be pranked. And oh my god, suddenly there's 3 more! I don't think we need that many defenses at this point. Pretty good economic harassment here, picking off a few of the Scribes. As it gets closer to the Matrix, it's a bit harder to do so, because it's going to be benefiting. Cestus. Pretty good there. Palladium on the way for Vilius. Nice. Double star pad. I'm guessing this is going to be for a Vestry at some point, but he doesn't have a lot of Vespine. He could actually go for like 3 Stockade and just make a lot of Mav Harakan or something to try to have some kind of frontline presence. Expansion for Jimmy. You make it. Okay. Don't float, smiley face. Control enter. Oh shit, Jimmy's calling him out for doing all chat. Hey Btyb, I don't know how convenient it is for you to type, but if you ever want me to relay a message from you to the chat, let me know. To the in-game chat. You want to communicate to a player, you can. Just so you know. I want to throw that out there. We're doing all this to celebrate the BtyBirthday. It's an excellent, excellent time. So Group A it already delivered, dude. That Massacre game at the end too. Beautiful. All right, we've got 8 Cyclops on the way, as well as the Vulture. Okay, that's a pretty sizable initial round, and we've got Wraith and Seal here as well. This can really ransack a lot of stuff here, and Lucy's going to make a Trojan. That's going to allow Vilius to load it up with Cyclops. You're going to have to do a little bit of coordination there with multiple players. You see this Ministry being constructed here. Vilius helping him out there with the units. Yeah, yeah. And here comes the Shaman to heal the wounded Wraiths from earlier. Honestly, I like the look of this bottom team. I know Jimmy's got his expansion up a bit sooner, but only now is he making the Palladium. Scrapyard was foregone earlier. Do we even have any Phalanx? Yeah, we have 2 Phalanx here for Vilius, so he should be pretty well insulated. He can even lay some mines. Catching a couple of these units on the move out. Only 1 Wraith going down, though. The rest of them are going to be met with a Bulwark and 4 Drax, as well as that Matrix. Going to be hard-pressed to cut through everything there, but he will have the 1 or 2 Ant Seals. If he can ball them up, he isn't currently magic boxing or anything. Jimmy's sending an anchor across, and Vilius is starting to heckle a little bit. Let's see. Only 8 Wraiths. See how many... Well, one of them dies immediately. But still actually doing okay versus these Dracodons, courtesy of the Ant Seals. There you go. Starting to focus him down. They pop 1. Trade 1 for 1. Unfortunately, Vilius is doing the heavy lifting on the ground here, and he's being mogged by multiple players. He's going to try to pull them off to the side, which makes a lot of sense. The Wraiths are now on rotation back, but the Ant Seals aren't coming with them. There's a little bit of a problem. Now, a lot of these units are a little bit low. The Cyclops can end up splashing some of their own units, unfortunately for Jimmy's Blackjacks, but... oh, he barely gets it out of the way. Very nice, very nice. Vilius was going to take an expand. I don't think he can anymore. Trojan was forgotten about in the meanwhile of all that, and the Wraiths have been wiped. The Ant Seal's still intact, but not near the front of the line. Down goes the Herald. Short-lived attack speed increase, but the lobotomy mines are keeping the Protoss at bay for now. Those Phalanxes soon going to be involved. A big lobotomy mine stunning the Wraiths and everything, but I think that's a wrap. The one... Oh, he actually lands the anchor to get the Goliath in it. That's really funny. That's a tricky little move from Jimmy. Oh, no. So close to killing the Phalanx. 5 HP. Really? This is where Vilius should say Alt-Enter to tell him to type it in Allied chat instead. Assuming it was in Alt chat. We actually can't check. Triple Grand Library now for JujiK as it gets his Nexus online. Ministry for Vilius. It's already up for Lucy's. Switched into a little bit of mech production. Thanks for heal. It's true. It's true. We're getting to see those team plays, man. We're getting to see that team play. More Phalanx in production for Vilius. Can the double Terran defeat the Terran Protoss? Wait for printout. I'm not drinking. Yeah, he's not drinking. The one Vilius Phalanx just out here on his own. Kills a Mason. It's pretty good. I'll watch somebody stream later. We got a drop coming in for Vilius, though. Yeah, where are all the uprisings, I wonder? They actually haven't popped yet. I did host it in uprising mode. Let me see if anybody is active. No, nobody yet. Since there's no action right now, I'm going to pause. And I'm going to ask JujiK and Lucy to stream. And then we'll just go ahead and wrangle that. That'll be nice and easy. Okay. All right, let's do it, boys. Oh, that's for audio. That's not what I need. I need the video. All right, we're going to get that little dual FP VOD action here. See if I can do this a little bit. Do we like that? I think we might want to just maximize one stream. Let's just watch JujiK's POV for a little bit here, and we'll get back to that later. And then, of course, I'll just mute my game volume for you guys. So JujiK is moving in to the hostile territory. Jimmy's got a lot of territory onto the top left as well, worth pointing out. Oh, wait, I think I was... Yeah, okay, I was in the right side. And so we're going to get an attempted break here from JujiK. Pretty deep defensive line. We've got some Wraiths and some mech units coming out for Lucy to try to defend and riposte that attack. Also, I think JujiK has the Escozy advisor selected, actually, which is pretty epic. Now that the action seems to have died down, we can quickly swap over to Lucy's POV, where he's actually chasing JujiK's army a little bit. But you saw he was taking the 9 o'clock lower 9, while upper 9's been taken by Jimmy, so that's a little bit of a cutesy move. We'll check the Vilius telling him to back off there, just checking occasionally. Going to be engrams and matrixes. Jimmy looking pretty good over there in the middle of the map, starting to push into Lucy territory. We'll just quickly... Oh, actually, we don't have any Lucy game audio, so it looks like his stream does not have game audio. That's unfortunate. But Jimmy and JujiK's army are still taking control of the middle of the map. That's pretty good. Yeah, he does. He has the Escozy advisor. That's what the that's what that little voice line was, in case anybody was wondering. It is a good 2v2. We got lots of action coming in both sides. More defensive setup here from Lucy and Vilius at lower 9. Jimmy pushing through the middle of the map. They got to work this angle together. They can't just lazily walk in through. Although we are going to get some hallucinates or maybe some storms. Yeah, that's a big storm, actually, right on top of all the Wraiths and the Goliaths. We have Vilius coming in to try to bottleneck this Protoss army, but he's being held at the pass by Jimmy's army just lower. Meanwhile, desperate to use his tier 2, we got Lucifirius trying everything he can. Looks like Jimmy's army's actually being cleared a little bit there. whatever Vilius is leveraging is going pretty well right about now. Let's see what Lucy is doing. Meanwhile, he's trying to get his sentinels up at a little bit more of a defensive angle. He'll survey the battlefield and see a horde of phalanx is what was deployed there. Meanwhile, we got a lot of other action happening. The Goliaths are being brought back from almost the brink of death. And JujiK will reconsider his attack and return home. A little bit of a going tier 2 air. Walker, says Lucy. So we know what the game plan is. I don't know if JujiK has anything coming for tech. I haven't paid too close attention to that. But I do know that right now Jimmy is got a lot of money. I don't know if he's got a lot of tier 2. A big Matador drop inside the mineral line of Lucy, though. That's going to take a while to clean up. Great play there from Jimmy to try to slow things down. The Sentinels with the Cestus combined feels like that's going to be a little bit difficult for JujiK's army to break through. He's got some storms. They're not so good versus structures, in my opinion. But they will start blanketing those Masons. We'll see if the reinforcements are going to be good enough. We'll check in on the POV there as the Masons are starting to evacuate. Lucy trying to put everything back together after that Matador drop. It's proven to be a little bit difficult here. He's actually made the Triton, though. He really likes the idea of making units that don't get seen that often. What he wants is the Paladin, but I don't know if we're going to get that this game. See if that Triton does a thing. You can you can basically stun a specific target if you so choose. Unloading some of his units up there. Oh, look at that. And then Vilius can expand if he wants to take that base. So that is immediately stepped on by JujiK's proactive army movement. I feel like he's relying on Jimmy to finish the job onto the actual military side of things. He's just making sure that the other enemies don't get too big. Keeping the money pretty low here, whereas the other team is clearly not. That's a lot of money for Jimmy and a lot of money for JujiK. But they're kind of rich, right? Whereas Lower Nine's been kind of shut down, kind of harangued. A lot of the workers are dead for Lucy. He's not been able to rebuild too many of them. Vilius has 2 active bases, but a really good worker count. If he can ever expand out from that position, or maybe take over some of the mining elsewhere. Big ping from him over to sign that JujiK's army is maybe thinking about pushing in. He's actually taking the 4 o'clock base, which is pretty crafty. Tier 2 air, and there's the Triton, slowing things down with its main attack. We'll see if it casts its ability at all. Currently, busy macroing is Lucy. Oh, actually, Vilius's money started to go up there a little bit. Spending in a crisis, a little bit difficult. All right, God. So starting to stockpile units up here. He's got his Unars. He's making things happen. Just slow and steady, doing what he can. Meanwhile, Jimmy's just absolutely cratered that lower 9 base. It's over for Lucy's economy. He's only got his main and the bottom left now, and not a lot of workers to harvest with. We'll see if the Phalanxes can hold this on. The Tritons are doing their best to slow things automatically, but it doesn't look like Lucy gave them that manual cast. There we go, trying to stun individual targets. But he's not picking the... in my opinion, he's not picking the best targets. He's not picking the Unars. And Lucy hasn't even noticed that Jimmy's just pushing in with a huge force of mech units. We'll see if JujiK ever takes a gander at that. Listen, sometimes his obs is sketchy during the actual games where he's the witness. So I'm not too surprised that he's not paying attention. Lucy's calling it, though. He's like, yeah, we might be dead. He doesn't have that many units. Salamanders and Sundogs galore will try to dominate the air. Look at all of those Phalanx and Blackjacks. If the Phalanxes can clear the Blackjacks on the side of Jimmy, if Vilius's units can do that, you're gonna see him try to use the lobotomy warhead, but he's a little bit too late to the party there. And now JujiK is pushing in on the other side where there's no deployed Phalanxes. Jimmy's Phalanxes might be getting cleared, but the third base, which is the natural of Vilius, is actually going to get annihilated here in a moment, and I think that will be a wrap. Desperately holding on, but I don't think they can do so for much longer. Got a prostration stage on the way. You got Jimmy going huge with his tier 1 mech army and a ridiculous amount of Vespene. GGs are called, and that will be a wrap on our first 2v2 match here. That made it past the early game, which is kind of pretty cool. All right. Unfortunate about my OBS hash, but at least the players were able to finish the game. Now we get to pick the next map and then vote for a game mode. Since we've seen two 2v2s already, I think we'll switch to either a free-for-all or a juggernaut, depending on what people pick. Oh, I didn't know if this map would get play. I actually didn't even tell Btyb that I was going to make this one. I made this one last minute to decide. I decided it would be our final map. This is the final map that I prepared. Road Rash Ramshackle. It's kind of a trip, and in free-for-alls, it's kind of amazing. So I think this is a great opportunity. Free-for-alls are a little bit different than when we are doing our Juggernaut. GG's, Adam. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to be seeing what we do in our next poll. Is it going to be Juggernaut, or is it going to be free for all? You guys can decide in the chat. Let's see, we did 2 Uprising. I don't know why the last game didn't uprise. That was weird. It is hosted in Uprising, so very strange. Tensender was Tensender would have been helpful there, but yeah, I don't know. They probably needed to do that. Juggernaut incoming, says Godwheat. I don't know. So far, he's not correct. One more vote for free-for-all than Juggernaut. We'll see how that takes shape. Only got 5 votes so far. Enceladus is waiting for it. It is in the pool. I can say that much. All he does is make banger maps. Yeah, that's true, actually. Well, so far it looks like Free For All has won. I'm going to pop out of the Discord stuff, so we'll see about that. So we're going to do a Free For All and Road Rash Ramshackle. Let's check the game modes. I kind of think Massacre could be really good again. Let's do Death March. That sounds fun. All right, we'll do Death March on Road Rash Ramshackle. Now that's a game. That's ridiculous. I think we're only going to get more and more outrageous over time with the games that we do, so I'm looking forward to that. So Death March is the rules of Massacre paired with the rules of the Turning. That should be fun. All right, so we have all of these. Perfect. All of our players got ready up without me even having to ask them. Isn't that lovely? Love to see it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We have our players. We have our spawns. This one's going to be a doozy. I can see half the map. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Map revealers didn't get killed. But that's okay. Have fun. Also, I have to tell JujiK to share Visme. All right, our players are, at 12 o'clock, we have Happy Birthday Btyb, aka Lucifirius, our jet black Terran. We have our silver pink Protoss, JujiK, in the top right, who still hasn't shared Viz to me. I'll remind him again in a second. 6 o'clock, we have Aquamarine Terran of Vilius. And over here, next to a Crucible, mind you. Same for the Protoss here. we have This Is Jimmy, who is our Ultramarine Terran. I thought about removing this in FFAs because it wouldn't be fair. And then I said, it's fine. I can see you spamming 3 stockades. I know. That's actually that's the way that it works, right? So the revealers are showing you the Niduses and stuff, and the neutral anchors. But they're also showing you the Crucible, so I guess in a way it is fair. Look at that! He's hiding from the map revealer! He's hiding his gateways over here. What a guy. There's no one there, Colin D. Thanks. Yeah, there's enemy. Pretty quick expansion here from Lucy, as well as a little treasury over there on that side. Not on the Nidus just yet. Ah, they're biting. Vilius is a rude boy, you know? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Lucy didn't stim. Lucy, you gotta stim your maps. Lucy, you gotta defend yourself. The zombie uprising is here! Well, actually, Jimmy will help out by attacking more. Oh, he canceled the ministry. It's so sad. What else will he do? Will he build a quarry over here? Yeah, this is as demented as I hoped it would be, honestly. Did I do the... Yeah, I did. I have an idea. Is it to stim? There you go. Yeah, yeah! Jimmy, fly. Oh, it's you? Sorry. Oh! Mass stockade. Mass stockade. Vilius has a lot of minerals. He's the executor of the last game, last group. JujiK, don't go there. Yeah, they can see each other. There is Lucy. Why would JujiK care? All right, well, Jimmy's moving his units over onto Vilius's doorstep. Nobody's used the Niduses just yet. Why mech is so bad? This might be a player issue. Here comes Jimmy. Here comes Jimmy. It's the MF Death March, lol. Get him, Jimmy. Get him, Jimmy. Yeah. All right, my work here is done. Everything is a time bomb. That one zombie zealot with a couple kills. Unbelievable. Shambler in the chat. Yeah, Lucy. Lucy's in the top left. We'll check in with him in a second. Jimmy's about to kill Vilius. Meanwhile, JujiK is just chilling. Jimmy, stop. Unsmiley face. I don't think Jimmy can be stopped. I mean, going Vulture versus what we have here is a little bit of a questionable decision. Tremble, oh Vilius. Vilius will go ahead and tremble off to the island, I think. The Mother Earth has given birth. That's probably a song lyric Jimmy listened to when waiting for his school day to end. kind of game mode is this? Well, when you lose a unit, it turns into a zombie, and also you get double units, and you harvest gas like Massacre. Lucy's happy to just sit here and stim after all of these guys. The stim packs are real. Another one could have been helpful, but he can just replace them all. Look. He can blow up the Nidus if he wants to. That would lock it into turn it into an island. Oh my god, the zombies. It's kind of funny that even the bugs with the maps have led to really funny games, like the map revealers here and the flip spawns on Derelict. Those are pretty good, actually. I didn't mind those. Oh my god, he didn't kill the Nidus! Jimmy refuses to relent. A story of Cain and Abel, truly. Now kill the Nidus, Jimmy. Lock. Oh, your guy's stuck. What's he gonna do up there? The hordes of Mavericks continue. JujiK may be crushed underfoot if he is not careful. What will Jimmy do about this? Vilius is reduced to a few Masons. He's also watching, sort of. Bro, Jimmy, JujiK is gonna win because of you. Second place is second place. And that's when he says, and last place is last place, and kills the last ministry. Just absolutely curb stomps Vilius. The bio hordes meet. Can Lucy deal with Protoss and Terran? His Cyprian count's pretty good. For whom the bell tolls. Ahmed! Nabuga. Bleh. Eh, he's still alive. He's trying to hide in the spot where the map revealer doesn't exist. That's pretty crafty. Lucy having to cancel out whatever that was. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a really hard time now for Lucy. But at least a zombie Maverick is guarding this base. Oh, it lost interest. Ahmed? Melee is pretty good to have in turning game modes, zombie game modes, because you kill the melee and then you've got to kill it again if you're the aggressor. It's a pretty good way to stalemate or to shut a place down. Oh my god. JujiK is about to be sandwiched by Bio. Random units coming around as well. Get him, Jimmy! Get him, Lucy! Kill that Protoss! The Amaranth laughing as this massacre occurs is beautiful. Ahmed! They are slowly grinding through, sort of. The zombie Protoss and the alive Protoss are not happy with each other. The zombies are going to clean up Jimmy's army, and Lucy's going to keep pushing in. He's up against Zealot Amaranth purely. Nothing else being made right now. JujiK is going to make an Asilian. Maybe Lucy can do something here. His reinforcements are being held up by the zombies, though. He's sending in another wave to try to defend this base at the 9 o'clock, which is still dealing with zombies. That's so beautiful. Oh no, they're upon us. Oh, get them! Vilius slowly has been making more stuff, by the way. Still alive. It's fine. There's nothing sudden about this death. Lucy is having a hard time of it. He's making his tier 2, though. He's got Cataphracts coming. If he gets Cataphracts, I don't think anything is going to step to him. Tier 2 is beginning for Vilius. Tier 2 is beginning for Vilius. JujiK is going to try to finish this before the Terran gets out of hand. Now the Cataphracts are being held at the pass by the Zealots. Oh, there's the decollision. It's happening. But can JujiK actually break through? He's got a Cillians here. Jimmy was held off. More Cat is arriving. The zombies have claimed 2 Cataphracts. And the Amaranths are shield stealing in the process. Oh no, that's another one. We're up to 4 zombie Cataphracts. This tidal wave may have stepped too far. He's feeding the beast. Lucifirius! You've spread the zombie epidemic at your own doorstep! Captaincy is coming up online for Vilius. Spending down the bank that he's got. Jimmy spends his bank as well, except for the Vespine. He doesn't need that, though. Alright, guys. If we're lucky at all, Lucy was the one who hashed. I didn't get a printout yet, so I don't know who did it. Who done it. But, yeah, I think Lucy's dead. It's not my fault if the game starts lagging. No, I think we know whose fault it is. Oh, I see it. Lucy and Jimmy are maybe fighting each other on their game. That's alright. We got a zombie Cataphract. That's what matters. Oh, maybe it's just me again. If they're all synced. What the fuck? I'm cooking you. Yeah, desync means zombies win. I guess that does mean, yeah, zombies win. GG noobs, zombies win. I love the it's your fault, Jimmy. As you guys might be able to tell, since there's, like, this is just for fun, you know, we're not really keeping score for the purposes of, you know, paying out prize money. The D6 are just, ideally we can make them a fun part of the experience, but they don't really make a huge difference. So that's at least what we can say to ourselves. Zombies won. Zombies propagated all the katas. It was glorious. It was beautiful. All right. I think we'll do that same map because we got a desync on it and it didn't really end the game. Like, the game didn't feel like it ended. We'll do that same map, but we're going to put JujiK in the hot seat. We're going to make him a Juggernaut. So I think we'll probably do Massacre Juggernaut. That seems like fun. Massacre Juggernaut on Road Rash Ramshackle. Go ahead and host up. Everyone lost on that one. Yeah, I think so. I think so. All right, and then after this, we'll open up the voting again, see if we want 2v2, free-for-all, or Juggernaut, and then see what game mode we want. We'll do votes for everything after this. JujiK's the Jug. The Vilius can move down to the witness spot and let JujiK have his spot. And then I will get our overlay ready. It'll be great, guys. So this one will have no zombies. I think the Juggernaut so far has 100% win rate, so we'll see if that can be availed in any capacity. Let's see here. We had JujiK, and then we have thisisjimmy, Vilius, Lucifirius. See how that goes. Green Eggs and Spam chiming in from chat. All right, you'll note we have different spawns this time around. Those mineral lines. Good luck, buddy. JujiK is our Juggernaut here. Massacre Juggernaut. He is our Silver Pink Protoss in the 12 o'clock base. I don't get bonus gas on smiley face. Oh, good point. Good luck anyway. He does get bonus minerals, so he can get bonus gas that way. Easy clap. Lucy off to the side here, our Jet Black Terran. He's going to be our 9 o'clock player, our 3 o'clock player Vilius, the Aquamarine Terran, and we have Jimmy down here in the bottom, rightish. He's the Emerald Terran. Oh, it's Mint this time, Mint. Quick Nexus through the Nidus. That's pretty good. We dig that. JujiK being a real one. This still has the map revealer bug, so they'll be aware of that, but that's fine. What are they going to do about it? You know what I mean? The double stockade. You know, the players are a little bit split here, as you can tell. Triple stockade for Vilius. Jimmy being a 2 stockade expander by the looks of it. JujiK gonna go ahead and drop the expand. We got some static defense. And we're gonna have a lot of Mavericks here for Lucy to throw at JujiK's position. We'll see what he can do with the extra money he's got. Making a lot of Zealots, of course, but he's already got a pretty big float here, so... As mentioned before, I think for this group, since the players are fairly even, it's probably fine to have every player hop into the hot seat for Juggernaut. Are we going to go on our Juggernaut arc immediately? We don't know. We're going to vote after the next one, decide if it's Juggernaut, FFA, or 2v2 again. We had a pretty good 2v2 earlier, so that's pretty fun. Limited number of Mavericks, and you can see here that Vilius is thinking about moving across, but he can't actually get access to this base in the top right. Not yet. Not that JujiK is actually using it in the moment. Just kind of keeping it warm for now. We need to send some of his scribes over. Oh, I'm stupid. Well. Zealots are on the back and Drakodons are on the front. Oh, JujiK. Well, at least they're scouting. Away they go. Here come the Zealot hordes. Now remember, no zombies this time. JujiK has to clean this up all by himself. It's going to be 2 different bio players that he's going up against. He's got three pairs of Drakodons in the tank as well. The Bulwark and the Wardens are going to be pretty formidable, but Hurricanes can help with that. I don't know, it feels like that's a lot of Mavericks to deal with, and he doesn't have any splash damage. His Drakodons are going to scramble to the front, see what they can do to pick off these Mavs. There's just so many of them. He's definitely going to have to concede this natural, but can he set up a choke anywhere else? Vilius is adding some star pads. JujiK with 2k minerals in the bank has clearly bungled the initial parts of this game. What else does he got coming? Just Zealots? And no, he's going to concede at GG. Couldn't last 4 minutes. Yeah, Jimmy feeling pretty good about himself. He did a lot that game. Juggernaut not paying off for JujiK. Can't be a JujiK not. That wasn't fun on Smiley Face. Yeah, JujiK was up against 3 Maverick spammers, but he didn't go for any splash. Admittedly, a little bit challenging when you don't get the double gas from Juggernaut. Maybe if it was regular Juggernaut, it would have been a bit more epic. But we'll have a chance. We'll have a time. There's plenty more games to be played. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start another poll. We have Juggernaut again. We have free for all, and we have 2v2. So feel free to vote for that. After that vote comes in, we will be selecting our map, and then after the map is selected, we will pick another game mode if we're doing a custom game mode. We could always go back to regular. That is an option. Okay, we are split between Juggernaut. Well, Juggernaut's in the lead, and then Free for All and 2v2 took even votes. What do we do about it? Yeah, that's already the case, Vilius. You get double income versus 3 players. You get a little bit less than that versus 2. You get a little bit more than that versus 4. Vilius, you always want to change everything immediately. You gotta leave some time for things to settle. Figure it out. Alright. Now it's a three-way tie. Can we get a tiebreaker vote on the YouTube chat, please? Oh, we're settling? We're settling? Oh, no. Oh. No, now it's between Juggernaut and 2v2. Well, I guess we side with the one that we haven't done recently. So it'll be another 2v2. So let's select our map then. Looks like we're going to Quasar Quartet for this 2 versus 2. I hope you guys can't hear the funny cheering sound effect they put on that. I'm pretty sure you guys don't have access to my desktop audio. Quasar Quartet 2v2. Let's do it. Let's vote for game mode like we said we would earlier. We're going to go ahead and jump over to a poll and say our game mode will be Uprising. We'll try it again with 2v2 because I think that's kind of cute. And then we have Omnipresence, Faction Wars. Yeah, anybody can vote as long as you're on YouTube. And then what would our third option be? I guess just regular. Regular. That's what I'll put it at. So you guys can pick the game mode. Vote for the game mode that you want to see played on the BtyBirthday Bash special. Get them votes in, boys. Probably close this in a little bit because we've been idling for a time. Faction Wars would bring variety. That is true. Oh, it's winning with a landslide so far. Faction Wars go. Okay, all right. We're going to go to 2v2 Quasar Quartet on Faction Wars. Let's do it. Our teams will be the same as before, I think. We'll do JujiK Jimmy and Vilius Lucy. That's been going pretty well. Giving us some good games. Some funny ones, but some good ones as well. All right. Where's our 2v2 map? There it is. Couldn't see it for some reason. Game mode is Faction Wars. And our map name is now Quasar Quartet. Okay, everybody seems to be in the right spots. There's gonna be purifiers, says Lucy. Okay, buddy, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go, boys. We have our maps, we have our players, we have Jimmy not doing anything. Okay, there you go. All right, Quasar Quartet on this map, instead of spawning in the natural, ally spawn here. You messed up. Fuck. Did you pick default? Oh, there you go. All right. Ooh, double Hekaton. That's interesting. Okay, let's talk about that. We've got Order of the Sacred Saber. JujiK Protoss here is silver pink. Jimmy, I didn't actually see what he got. Oh, Golden Republic. He is the Golden Republic Terran. And he will be our turquoise. No, eggshell blue. Okay, all right. Eggshell blue. Our Hekaton team in the bottom right. Get hot-shotted, idiot. He's going to be our Jet Black Terran of Lucy and our Aquamarine Terran of Vilius. And I will pick... Let's see. Last time I did this one because I wanted to be Calendric. But this time I'm feeling... I think I'll just be the Divine Primacy. I'll be default. Hotshot Huracan or something. Yeah, double fire. Okay, all right. I like the idea. Basic, you. I'll fix that later. A little bit involved. Guys, if you have to take a break, if you need to go somewhere, I would recommend doing it now, even though obviously we're in the middle of a game, because what we do in about 20 minutes or so, you're going to want to be here. That's all I'll say. Aspirant on the way. I don't know. You might want to be here for this game, too. Gonna have some good tech. Hot shots galore from Lucy and Vilius in the bottom right. They are cross positions. They probably don't know that. Technically, like, in theory, if it weren't for the technical limitations, maybe we could have made it so that it was any spawn, but I didn't feel like hooking that up. Thought about maybe an add-on there for Vilius, but instead he's just changing up his SimCity. And Lucy probably going to think about expanding. This is the natural, and then, you know, the second player can maybe take 6 or 12 as natural. Here's the Aspirant. Got the Golden Huracan out. Shields and everything. And, you know, borrowing a little bit. You can just go to the normal tech tree page if you're curious about factions and click on the things that show different faction names above the tier 1 section. It's a good way to familiarize yourself. Jimmy asking a go-go. There's a adherent and a bunch of shield bearers over there, the Ecclesiasts and the 3 Zealots. JujiK seems ready. He's adding his round of Order of the Sacred Saber Dracodons, which look very nice with that player color, it must be said. It looks like they're going to be sauntering across the map. We've got a Shaman, Hotshot Huracan. A lot of hotshots in here for both Vilius and his ally, the Btyb Lucy. You take your second place. Okay. Well, he's going to try to see if the hotshot stack can be doing it enough, but the Huracans are going to rend the armor, and that will make the hotshots a lot better. Down goes the Aspirant. Get hotshotted, idiot, said Lucy, and he meant it. People keep saying hotshots aren't good, man. Hotshots are bad. I keep seeing them wreak havoc. Absolutely wreak havoc. 4-8 on the way for Lucy. He wants them Talos. Encouraging his ally not to chase too far. Nexus on the way for JujiK. He wants to tech up a little bit. Ardent Authority. All vanilla units there. He can access some more factional units from the Stargate and the Lattice, but that is it so far for him. The Talos begin. Lucy feels pretty comfortable with the hotshot, so no worries there. And it looks like Jimmy getting ready to take 12 o'clock. That's the natural I expected him to take. Vilius also already taken 6 o'clock. I love roller skates. True what? So true. I'm glad Jimmy actually typed it correctly. When he types Socher, I lose a little bit of my sanity. And he does that most of the time to the point where I feel like that must be the intentional joke. The haha, I spelled it wrong joke. You already spelled it wrong because you didn't put a space bar in. Don't you know punctuation? Seedant on the way here in the natural for JujiK, and we will have a bit of a move out from the Vilius Hikaton player. I don't know about Lucy, though. He's balled up quite a few hot shots, and he's only now taking the default natural, but his ninja bases are starting to run up. A little bit of money as the vestry is added for Jimmy. It's 12 o'clock. Only now coming online, well, only now being built, I should say. All right, let's see. There might be a little bit of a fight. They hear. Only now discovering where for art thou. They are. Feels like right about now, though. I don't know. I like the golden blackjack. It's pretty neat. Got those shields. Keeps it alive a little bit longer. But I do think that the Southern team looks a little bit scarier, you know? They've got the hotshots, the clerics, the shamans. And now Lucy's going to try to fight his way out of this position. He's got a lot to deal with, however. The aspirants are going to go pretty well initially. But over on this side, we've got Vilius trying to do what he can with very minimal firepower, it must be said. A little bit of a 1v1 on multiple sides, two separate ones. A little bit of support from Vilius's leftover units, but yeah, he's got very little actual combatants. And those aspirants are stacked up enough that Jimmy relieves a lot of the pressure that had been built up by all of those Lucy hotshots. Still, lots of income for both players and an Atlas on the way for our Jet Black Hikaton player. Vilius rocking the aquamarine color. This is a canon Hikaton color. You will occasionally see aquamarine Terrans in Hikaton scenarios, so that's pretty nifty. Eggshell blue is not really for the golden, but it's not bad. It's not bad. The Shamans are going to try to do what they can. See what we can do as well with those Dracodons. Getting a lot of good snipes in. Really hard to sustain through all that damage. We got more and more hotshots and Harakans coming out, but I think the Hikatons are running out of a little bit of steam here. They haven't been able to breach the minimal front line that's been fielded courtesy of all of those Ecclesiasts sustaining the shields. We're probably dead. Vilius coming to terms with it. Oh, those Zealots staying alive for a lot longer than they would otherwise, and a Cantor has crawled its way to the front line, and Aspirants wrapping around. I'll try to... You definitely wouldn't want to... You definitely wouldn't want to look at this and say, oh yeah, I know what to do. I've got a hotshot. I'm going to build it versus Terran and Protoss. They are a more Zerg specialty unit. Pretty good in the early game, as you saw. But it looks like we got at least one more game in us, so I say we stick it out. Sentinels are under construction. Lucy doesn't want to give it up just yet, but I mean, look at all this JujiK stuff over here. He's going to get his tier 2 defenses up. He's even got an Ogun. I love the Ogun. See, if you walk into the hotshots, they do pretty good damage. It's just a little bit too many units, though. I think for the next 2v2, we might have to swap our teams. But that's quite all right. Since you guys couldn't decide between 2v2 and Juggernaut, I think we'll go back to Juggernaut and we'll put in Jimmy. We'll put in Jimmy Knot. Let's see what map we'll be playing that on. Getting pretty low on maps now. You can actually read them. It's going to be a Maximus Juggernaut game? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Batman. And we'll keep it on Faction Wars for now as well. This will be good. I can already smell it. This is juggy, you know? Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into our matchup here. And let's not miss what's being selected here. So we have Starbound JujiK in the bottom left as the purple Protoss. We have Vilius in the bottom right, the teal Terran, who has chosen the Nidus Trinity. And so too is Lucy, the blue Terran in the top right, while Jimmy, the red Terran in the top left, is, of course, our homie... I'm the Demiurge now, but he is the Golden Republic Terran, and he is the Juggernaut. Let's see if he can handle it. Let's see. We can handle it. Now we have JujiK as affiliate. It's true. Also, I guess the colors on this version, I probably forgot to tick a box or something to make it so that the colors randomize, but that's okay. We'll be in the classic colors for this match. It's very much not classic in so many other ways. Absolutely devastated. It's okay. It's all right. You don't need that much. You don't need that much Wisp. Cyclops on the way for Jimmy. He's putting down a second Fulcrum and adding a Stockade. A cohort is incoming from Lucy. Ah, Vilius wants the Tarrasque. I can already see it in his exhaustive float. He happens to be cross-spawns from the Juggernaut, so he knows he's pretty safe there. You know, by process of elimination, you know your opponent is top left, so. Since you have shared vision of your allies. Although shared vision without ally would be pretty fun, don't you guys think? I don't know what you're doing. Where are you? Are you here? I kind of like that idea. That's pretty fun. That should be a funny haha game mode. Just force on vision and the triggers. Keep it on preserve triggers so they can't fix it. All right, the Vestry is on the way. We've got a third Fulcrum. He doesn't have too many military units, but I don't think he's going to get immediately gangbanged by Vilius. I don't know. At the same time, Vilius was just spinning his camera around, so maybe he's got a plan. Welcome back, Neblime. Hope you're doing well. So the Starbound Manifold has arrived. Lucy calls for a containment. Okay, interesting. Well, we have some mines, so he's going to send a couple of units across. Sort of back himself up here. He's got a lot of cohorts. Cohorts are a pretty tricky unit to deal with sometimes. We'll see what this containment ends up looking like. Anchor set up across the way. Can lift off, of course. Hey, look at that's cute. That's very cute. There's the Palladium. Gonna have the Tarrasque. Does Jimmy have enough to hold on? He doesn't have access to any Phalanx yet. He's making a lot of Aspirants, though. The Aspirant Cleric with one Shaman. The liftoff occurs. Armor in from the Manifold, so the Starbound is definitely going to help out here. Cohort's not quite able to keep alive as much as they would like. Look at that. Manifold's thinking about entering there, but there's Cohorts already in. He could pop in. He could do that. Jimmy in a little bit of trouble now. The Vultures swing on in. Let's see how in sync our upstarts are. I don't know. I think Jimmy can still hold on for a little bit longer, right? We've got the star pad, we got the fulcrum, we got another ye old stockade. Second chance infantry, yep. They get a second life, and if they consume a corpse, they get that life back. So that's pretty good. Everlasting infantry. Adding everything that he can. A scrapyard for those Golden Republic blackjacks, a star pad so he can get his ant seals out. But this is looking pretty good. So once upon a time, the Manifolds had multi-target. Now they have an armor end for the Starbound. It's a little bit of a different story. I think maybe they never actively had multi-target implemented. I think they did. Pretty sure I just changed it so that they were more offensively based, and, you know, it does make a pretty big difference. Well, he has no nat, so we probably win now, says Vilius. Well, you don't want to be too careful, or do you? Anchor's full of cohorts. Poor Jimmy, says Vilius, probably in all chat. He's not poor, dude. Look, he's got loads of money. Alright, he spent it. He spent some of it, so now he is. Expansion for Vilius, adding some Tarrasques to the picture. Does he have any on the way? Yep, 2 Tarrasques. Yes, green eggs. You can see on the overlay in the bottom left, it tells you the teams and all the other information that you see there. Vassal was smote. Or actually, for JujiK. Oh, no, yeah, it's Vassal. He's Starbound, not Order of the Sacred Saber. The Juggernaut effect is real. Jimmy has double income, but can that save him from dealing with so many players? So far, it's been enough for him to stay abreast of the situation, but he has not quite been able... Ooh, a Cantor drop. He has not quite been able to make magic happen by himself. An Aspirant has been offered to its death. Here comes the Cantor drop. You don't get double income if you don't have any workers. The Cantor will certainly seek to do that. Ground Army looks formidable, but it can't break out of this position, and Jimmy has to evacuate what he's got. Doesn't have any wraiths, so he can't deal with it that way. Instead, he's actually he's choosing to attack. If the Tarrasques get involved, this fight is over in favor of our upstarts, and this might be the first time a Juggernaut is handed a loss today. The Acantor has cleaned up 13 kills. All of the Masons. Another one adds to the tally. It's a Blackjack, and the Tarrasques are arriving to drive Jimmy back. Only 8 workers left over here. There's a few more in other places, but I don't think Jimmy can do much more. Lols, he says. Well, Vilius says. The same person. Armoren trying to help out versus the Matador. It sort of is. Eventually it goes down. Damn, says Jimmy. That's messed up. GG, though. And there you have it. There you have it. Now you have to fight pro. There you go. And now we got through. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy has been deposed. All right. I think we have one more game in us before we... Oh yeah, we actually have time. We should have time. Let me check in with our players. Or wait. No, yeah, it's only 4:30. Now Shambler can go babyface. Got him. Lucy can only do one more. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. I think what we're going to do is, because Lucy can only play one more game, we're going to go ahead and pop in to just a classic one, I think. Just a classic one. It will be another Juggernaut, but there's a little bit of a twist here. Hey, Btyb, are you still here? You still having a good time? You still thumbs upping? Okay. We have a special occasion here. We have a special occasion, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see in the lobby, we have no Juggernaut. We are down a Juggernaut. How will we possibly handle this? How would we possibly achieve what we need to achieve? What's in the box? Asks JujiK. Well, wouldn't he like to know? I would like to extend a very special birthday wish to Btyb. I would like to extend thanks to Doglived. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare. Spawning. Oh, shit. Owned. Oh, fuck. It's all owned. It's devastated. No, you guys, don't look. It's not done yet. It's not ready. Wait. Wait. Go back. Undo. We just had to get the stress out of the system. That's all, guys. That's all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's fine. My overlay was wrong. That's what happened. Control Z on that one, guys. Shh, don't say it so loud. They might check chat. Holy shit, it's dog-lived. Lucy just now noticed. Okay, I think that's enough people. Yeah, don't say anything. You gotta keep it secret. You gotta keep it secret. Alright, let's try that again. If we are any good now. Alright, there we go. Spawning in the bottom left as our Ascozy Juggernaut, it is Doglived, the red Ascozy player. Welcome to the new era. We have Lucifirius as our Jet Black Terran. We have thisisjimmy as our Dark Sapphire Terran. We have JujiK as our Silver Pink Protoss. We have Vilius, who I can't see. And JujiK is about to lose his mind. Welcome, lads. It's time. Yeah, I know the overlay needs to update. Listen. Could have been less scuffed, but that's okay. Going mech here, boys. We got duped. We've been made. The Rove is on the way. Jimmy's too busy typing to play. He can't play anymore. Be careful. He's gonna stim after, try to kill that Ascozy unit. If another one arrives, it's gonna be in a tough puppy because it can actually teleport to allied units. Look at Dogliv showing off. He's like, haha. Uh-oh. Careful now. Oh yeah, I gotta tell Vilius to vision me. Thanks for reminding me. I was a little bit busy. Looking at the Escozy. Oh, he's too fast! You attack him, he gets faster. That's his passive. The objects are coming. The wiki page should be titled First Contact. It's kind of true, eh? Doglived is just the silent brooder. He's just chilling. He's just chilling. You know, the reason why the overlay wasn't updated is because it was all a fraud. It was all a surprise. Even the overlay was surprised. That's the way that it is. He's just trying to look at him. The pilgrim! The pilgrim, no! Ah, the object. Object devastated him. I'm not really sure how that happened. That's a bug. That's okay. It's fine. He's just borrowing some Zerg. Dogliv's probably kept that secret sauce secret. He didn't want me to know to fix it before the show match. Well, we got a nice mix of Escozy tech over here. Only one Radix. Oh, there's another one, a couple few under construction. Dogliv has got a lot of money. Still rocking and rolling here. Is that a tier 1 reclaimer? Not intentional. Vilius still hasn't shared vision with me. Maybe he'll do it now. The Hurricans are trying to run the armor. Intendants are pretty good in upfront damage. The objects, however, are the real deal. They take so much damage before they actually go down. I wonder if there might be an issue with one of the, like, the Vicar maybe has, like, the problem. I'm actually wondering which one it is. So when the object is frozen like that, it's getting even more armor than it already has. But the Wraiths are starting to attack. That's a problem. The Intendants can get close enough to do some damage to them, but it's a little bit hard for them. There's actually no splash damage for the Escozy in Tier 1 right now. Eventually, the Intendant will have splash damage against ground, but not versus air. You're going to see the Grandstand get assembled here. So they are going to struggle versus air stacks a little bit. Objects infest units? Yeah, not intentionally if that's the case. I don't think it was the object, though, to be honest. Unless they just have the wrong weapon, in which case, which is entirely believable. I don't know if I'm pulling back the curtain a little bit too much here, guys, but you know, this isn't finished. This is like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before ahead of schedule, so there's a lot about them that are still under a little under construction, shall we say. Looks like the nerves have been shaken off by our upstarts. They are 1v4. Doglived has an absurd income multiplier. Cypher is on the way, tech structure, so that he can add more units. He can also make it Cosmoscope at any point he wants to. He's got a pretty good ball of DPS over there. He's going to see if he can hold out against this attack. He might have to turn around. Oh, down go the Ant Seals. Just about. Vilius still refusing to share vision, of course. Classic move. Trying to go after the Grandstand. Is easy enough to overwhelm. This might be the end for our Doggy Dog. Unless he can, you know, force the ground army off. But I don't think he can. He doesn't have that much. Looks like our Escozy are going to be held at the pass. Jimmy trying to get his action versus the Escozy. A Doglived has to call it. The Escozy were unsuccessful on their first run. We saved the sector. Oh yeah, and I have to take Allied victory, and then we win. I think. Oh no, other people have to take Allied victory. Easy clap. I gotta delete him? Nah, I don't think so. I think it's fine. Nerf all the other races. It's true. It's true. Buff Ascozy. It's true. It's true. Well, what do we think? I don't know if Lucy is still around. We can probably play a few more with Doglived standing in for Lucy and it being Juggernaut 1v3. Number one strategy, gang up on us. Happy birthday, Btyb, says Lucy. So we'll go ahead and just close one of those slots then. That's fine. Oh wait, let me quickly see if I can tick Allied Victory on for the right people. I thought I did though. Yeah, Allied Victory is enabled for everybody. Oh well, this is the wrong map. That's actually the 2v2 version of Derelict. From when I was trying to fix other things with it. Yeah, I mean, Allied Victory is enabled for everybody, so I wonder what's up with that. Oh, I think you know what it is? I'm pretty sure that only the only victory condition that's there is... oh no, it is for Force 1 and Forced. I don't know then. Weird. Maybe it would have gone down differently if the Wraiths didn't get that buff. You're right about that. Well, either way, we'll go ahead and rehost if people want to pop in for one more. We'll see who wants to get a piece of the Ascozy action. We can keep Doglived going as the Juggernaut. So come one, come all. You want to fight the Ascozy while they're here? You got this one map to do it. Executor's already in here. We got Arbiz in here as well. Intended couldn't shoot up. Secondary. Arbiz wants a piece. Can you play as a Ascozy? Well, you are not my donor. Yeah. Can he play as Ascozy? Yeah, you're at spawn name of Ascozy. Yeah, you can. Sorry, Jimmy, you are the evil brother. It is a 1v4, so I'm not going to give Doglived too much junk. We'll give him another look. All right, so we got a little bit of a different look here. I'm going to go ahead and replace some of our players as they have not always been... They haven't been hanging out exactly. They haven't been hanging out. Oh, Vilius went random. Okay. Well, we'll introduce our players first and foremost. Arbiz is our Terran player, our Dark Olive Terran player. Then we've got Vilius, the Aquamarine Protoss. We've got Jimmy, the Royal Blue Terran. And we still don't have Vision, so I'll ask Executor to share Vision me. I forgot to fix that earlier. I can't believe Vilius didn't do that whole game, by the way. So that's the 4 up against Doglived, who is, of course, the red Terran. I mean, Ascozy. Couldn't you tell? I'm so not used to saying he is the Ascozy yet. That's kind of wild, isn't it? Ah, Orange Protoss. That's Executor. So our player list will be updated in a moment here. He definitely seems to be favoring mech. I personally think the missionary is super OP right now. I just haven't gotten around to tweaking the stats exactly. I did a lot of sound work at the last second, which helps to bring them alive a little bit more. He also isn't showing the team building just yet, but you can do that. All we're missing are Zerg here, actually. We don't have any Zerg in this match. We got the other 3 races, though. Isn't that cool to say? We have the other 3 races. We were missing a race, but we still got 3. Looks like Vilius is going to be going Lattice. Arb is going Stockades. Well, it's funny because the excoriation assembly doesn't quite work yet. Otherwise, I would say you're right. Haven't been able to replicate the Madrigal attack just yet. Waiting on some assistance from Viker, but he's been busy with all sorts of other stuff. Cypher coming. That'll unlock some more units there from both the Radix and the Function. 1 unit each. Vilius going to be scouting ahead with one of his manifolds. There's a Rove and an Object ready to go. I really loved that JujiK scouted him. It was so good. The reaction, the fact that Ascozi were there was so good, dude. There's a missionary, though. I think it does really good DPS, honestly. If you get a lot of those units, you're in pretty good shape. Hey, I think he went Expo first, exclamation. So the object projects a field. It has the ant seal overlay for now. Oh, Executor, you're on a follow command. Gotta help yourself out, buddy. The objects basically absorb incoming damage. As you can see, the missionaries, when they are attacked, get increased movement speed. Here comes some Sims from Vilius. Oh, dog lived. The Chantry will provide some healing when you're not in combat, so that's pretty good. Although you might be in combat a lot in this game. We'll find out. Looks like maybe the missionary had an invalid shield overlay. That's an easy fix later. The Vulture got cleared out. More Radixes under construction. And now some Scepters. Okay, so the Scepters actually have a bug that make them even better when they're deployed than they are meant to be. But that's fine. That can help out Doglift here. He is kind of under the pump. Looks like he's going to set up some anti-air defense over here in the grandstand section. But we don't have any Wraiths coming for him just yet. Scrapyard for Jimmy. And Executor having some harvesting there. Pretty good. Arbiz is just making some bio and expanding. He's like, move in? Nah. Jimmy's trying to be the combat hero. You know, he's like... he was trying to write some dialogue, you know? He's like, Arbiz, get your men to the front line. Executor, move in on my command. So Green Eggs was asking about the if there's any downside to the... Hey, there's another stolen unit. Green Eggs was asking if there's any downside to the front line, like the units in general, like team building, right? The answer to that is, I mean, you are using an extra worker, right? So there is that. Uh-oh. I don't know if we can move in here, boys. Oh, big self-stun on all those Sims. They can't get their progress when they can't start, you know, splitting or whatever when they're like that. Disabling the object is pretty good, though. No, not the Sims. So the objects are full. You know, the objects are deployed in that situation, right? Oh, the Sims got stolen as well. Oh, when you attack the missionaries, they just move faster. Dude, you gotta watch out for that. Here come the Stims trying to... Oh, the Stims trying to get the Scepter. It will! Now it's deployed. Now what are you gonna do, buddy? As soon as he's given an attack order, he'll actually attack. But he's not right now. He's busy trying to move. But, you know, we'll isolate that later on. That deployed guy, he doesn't have a status or anything, but he has more armor. You can tell from that alone. Simulacrum Gold Rush might be able to produce more money than went into it. Yeah. Yeah, the Scepters have a passive that eats the corpses and then converts it into money. So Doglib will have even more harvest from that. Not that he needs it. He's got a pretty big bank as it stands. Stim from Arbiz trying to manage him. There's a surround from Executor being set up here. Could work out pretty well. Could. Keyword could. Missionaries trying their best as well for the Escozi. But it does feel like the Scepters are pushing them back for now. Those Sims are splitting so much. Where you going, Arbiz? He's probably going to try to go... Oh, look at that! There's the team building. Coming online way faster. Liat. Don't say that, Jimmy. You're too young to swear. Got that lovely network lag. A classic move. The Escozi would upgrade that, but they don't. Here's a downside for you. The HP doesn't currently increment the way that you would want it to. We will eventually fix that, but I like the idea of it, kind of, where you team build so your structure is more fragile. You need a Chantry to counteract it, as there's no easy way to sustain off of ground units. There's no repair or anything. The Doglift is just going to keep on slamming out the units as best he can, making a lot of missionaries, which I really believe in, and making some more Scepters in the process. He is adding... Oh, he already made the Cypher. He's making another one. Did he forget that he had it? Yeah, he did. Okay. He's probably looking for the Cosmoscope. That's the air unit producer. Mavericks alone are going to have a hard time beating back the Escozi units. We got a nice big ball of the Scepters. Here comes some Matadors from Jimmy. Try to rend that armor. That's going to be really important as those Scepters start to deploy. A little bit of heckling and harassment has been happening over at 9 o'clock because that's where Doglift wanted to get an expand. But it looks like they've routed the Escozi for now. I do this for art, says Executor as he pops a few more units in the way. Now, with that third base up and running, that landlock has been down for some time. We are going to need to see... Ah, okay, there it is. The Gauntlet. That must have been what he meant to make, so he can make a couple more units. Intendants wouldn't be bad. They would definitely, you know, help the job get done here because they do provide you with a lot of steady DPS. Just try to kind of grind things down. Eventually, they will have that crowd control that a Doglift sorely needs, it feels like. But his missionaries alone are going to do a pretty good job. He could use some Cardinals for that sustainment on the front lines. And I noticed he hasn't been making any Mimics yet. Those could also help force multiply his Scepters a little bit, but as of right now, he is being beaten back by the combined arms of everything that the upstarts have to go for us. A whole horde of Mavericks, and we also have some Executor air units mixing in. Vilius' ground army is also kicking up there, and Jimmy is pushing in with the ground. It looks like it's a run by, and Doglift knows his days are numbered, hash or no hash. He was on his way out. The Escozi has been routed again. I think... I feel like... we might need to knock one player off here. I don't think we can have a 1v4. That's pretty hard. But it's cool to see the Escozi anyway. It's pretty neat. Ah! Arbiz turning the tide. Arbiz, no! He's got so many stims maps. Jimmy's also an allied, everyone. That's amazing. Jim Hell. I see. It's Arbiz executing the Protoss. That's a lot of maps, dude. I think maybe he's done for it. The Maverick Menace. Yeah, Zerg were actually present, I guess. Oh no, the Empyrean. Can small arms fire bring down a great destroyer? The answer is if they can reach it, yeah. In that particular moment, not quite. Oh, there it is. There's Mavericks at all sides. The map has gone dark. Vilius' main shattered. His natural scouted. More Mavs. Just more Mavs, nothing else. Pure Maverick. Executor can't believe he thought he would win. Instead, he has been devastated. I can't believe Arbiz is flexing so hard. He hasn't harvested Vespian this whole game, and he's making pure Maverick. Such is his power. Hi. Somebody will catch Vilius. Jimmy doesn't even want Vilius in his base anymore. He unallied everybody. Incredible. This is a Pronica build order, yeah. You're right, JujiK. Unsmiley face, says Vilius, as he loses his Nexus in free territory. Horus Cozy. Didn't stand a chance. Arbiz was too powerful the whole time. An ocean of Mavericks. There's like a map revealer still over here, which is really funny. We can see the, you can kind of see it over here, right? It's for the anchor. Well, in order to find the answer to that question, Green Eggs, you're going to have to wait for the Blood Summon DLC to come out. Owned. Absolutely devastated. Annihilated, even. Well, lads, the Iskozi have been deployed. And now, as Btyb said, his birthday is complete. Except it isn't yet. We need a little bit more. We need a little bit more. Our players are signing off for Group B, so we are going to take a break. I'm going to get some food. When we come back, which will be in about, say, 25 minutes, we can go ahead and see if the rest of the group is able to get underway 30 minutes earlier in the day. We also still need somebody to replace Kutyam, so we'll see if anybody's around for that. But GG's indeed, and we will be back very shortly here. Well, very shortly is a strong word. But congrats! Btyb has seen the Iskozi, and all of you saw with him. Pretty epic reveal that they scouted it out at the very end there. That was pretty good. And thanks to Doglived for participating as the Iskozi Juggernaut. Not quite as dominant as the Iskozi might have been. I guess I could have been them, but then I wouldn't have been able to, you know, do the whole pomp and circumstance showing. Indeed, a set of GG. That's probably the best event in 25, just so that you can see the Iskozi. Obviously, very early release. They'll get tidied up. There were bugs. There were missing wireframes and missing icons and missing sound effects and all sorts of stuff. They'll keep shaping up. Some missing passives as well, and we didn't even get to see all the units that were added for them. So that tells you that I think it was Veek yesterday noticed that tier 1 for each race is basically the entire tech tree of some other RTS games. True, very true, very true. Yeah, there are definitely some missing things, but we will get to the Iskozi with time. So thanks for hanging out, guys, and we'll be back after a break for the final group of the BtyBirthday Bash. And we'll see how it goes. GG. 3, 2, 1. We're back for Group C of the BtyBirthday Bash. It's been a really fun time. We debuted the Escozy. It was a personal goal of mine to see if I could do that, and it made sense. Bty's one of the champions, shall we say, of the Escozy, with the guy who really wants to do it. And Doglived has been doing this thing where he keeps wanting to play the Escozy all the time, and I hope he's enjoying that as well. He also donated to the BtyBirthday Bash, so that kind of felt like a natural 1-2 punch of, you're the guy who keeps talking about playing Escozy, you're the guy who donated to this thing alongside Btyb, paying for it to be running. So yeah, that could be a little thing. That could be a little thing. A Juggernaut versus 3 Escozy players. Who would be our 3 Escozy players? I don't know, but I appreciate you jumping in there for one game, Arbus. That was really good. Worked out wonderfully. We are currently awaiting the return of zzzevey. zzzevey was aware that we were going to start a little early, and she said, give me 15, and that was about 10 minutes ago. So 5 more minutes, and they should be here, or so. And so that means that we have some time to roll everybody back through. I know, yeah. I did consider waiting until the very end, but Doglived wasn't free in the last slot, I don't think. So it just didn't seem quite right, you know what I mean? That being said, we'll be seeing how many games we can crank out in the next little bit of time before it is time to call it quits for the night. I hope you guys are having a fun time with it. I certainly think it's been a good time. I think we peaked around 24 viewers earlier in the stream. So it's been a lovely time. People watching all the times and stuff. Cranking down. I think Cranking Down may have gone to bed. It is late in Europe. But we will be starting off with Kutyam for a couple of games anyway before things really get rocking and a-rolling. And then he's going to have to pop out because he's also in Europe. And we'll see who else wants to pop in here for a BtyBirthday Bash match. Crank is playing. Oh, there you go. There you go. All right. So, since we have the intended people, Godwheat, followed by Grass Eater, followed by zzzevey, followed by Kutyam, in terms of skill, I think it would be very sensible to at some point throw Godwheat on the Juggernaut hot seat. I think it would be very sensible to have a 2v2 where Godwheat and Grass are on separate teams. It would probably be Godwheat, Kutyam, and then Grass, zzzevey, I think. And then if we do FFAs, obviously, who cares about the team balance? There is no team at that point. So let's get what the people want. Juggernaut, 2v2, or FFA. You guys can vote in the chat, and we will get things rolling. Btyb in the chat as well. Hi, what's going on, Crank? We were just talking. Shit. We weren't talking shit about you, but we were just talking shit. So I think we'll warm up with just a classic game. We don't have to worry about it being any particular game mode, and we'll obviously check that out a little bit later as well. Looks like Juggernaut so far seems to be leaning towards. Remember, first up on the Juggernaut spot will be Godwheat. So if you want Godwheat, Juggernaut, Juggerwheat, feel free to vote for that. Ideally, green eggs, ideally, but we've had some FFAs where Neblime did in fact not get killed. So it will be on pre-release, Kutyam. If you want to use the new fraud launcher to download, you will not have to worry about VC Redist. That phase has been eliminated from the launcher, if you can believe it. We were able to get through that. Pretty cool stuff. If you are playing in this group, you can also vote. If you are not playing in this group, obviously, that means you can also vote as well. Everybody can. Too bad we haven't gotten Benno or some of the other old classics, old heads, back in action. That was a good time for sure. But honestly, what better time than what we just saw, where it was a Juggernaut Escozy. I mean, come on, dude. That doesn't happen too often. It's pretty legit. All right, so we have, as mentioned, actually one of every race when it comes to the upstarts, if it is going to be Juggernaut. And Godwheat's name is so damn long, I have to put it at like 70% width in order to fit it on the screen. Why does it do that? And then we have a Zerg in Grass Eater, a Protoss in zzzevey, and a Terran in Kutyam. So we will be all good there. Okay, let's take a look at our poll. It looks like Juggernaut is winning. While we wait for that to settle in, we can go ahead and pop into the map selector. Let's take a look. We don't have so many maps left, so starting to get down to the wire. We got 18 maps left, and our next one will be Gateway, which is a short map. It's a smaller map, so that should be a fun one. Godwheat will have to take care of himself there. Actually, you know what? If we're going to do it on a small map, I think I'm leaning towards flipping the vote over towards FFA. I think FFA is a bit more fun on a small map. We haven't actually had a free-for-all on a small map yet. It's been all Juggernaut, if you can believe it, and 2v2s. So I think we'll go ahead and do that, just because we haven't seen that yet. And I think we'll probably keep it as default game mode. So let's go ahead and host it up. Latest pre-release is where the action is. And if you're, still want to vote and you're angry I didn't pick Juggernaut, keep voting for what you want. That will be what we do next. Be it a second FFA or, a Juggernaut game. If somehow 2v2 gets a bunch of votes while I'm not looking, then that's fine. I'll leave it up for the duration of this game, and that'll be what we were doing next. I think that's fine. Looking forward to where things go from here, boys. It can only go up. It can only go up. So we are moving on to Secretarian Alliance Supremacy, says God. We're moving on to a fun little map here. Let's go ahead and get our FFA overlay set up. I already did the Juggernaut one, so that's good. Let's see where we are. All eyes are going to be on Godwheat and Grass Eater. We'll see how they fare in the free-for-all. Now, funnily enough, there are no gateways on this map. So if you thought that the map name was going to be related to gateways, well, I mean, there is going to be a Protoss player on the map, so perhaps you could even say probably, and I would believe you. All right, we're just about ready on the overlay front. We'll see how our players are doing. Why is there a green square in the top right of the map? Asks whatever his face is. Grass Eater. Joke is, that ain't true. All right, just had to make sure Kutyam was picking the right race. If he wants to play random, he can. Anybody can play whatever race they want, but let's do it, boys. Here we are on a smaller than usual map. Free-for-all style. Also, Kutyam's going to have to share vision me. Why does that keep happening to our 4-spawn FFA maps? What did I do? We have Grass Eater, the Dark Sapphire Zerg in the top left. Godwheat, the Vivid Red Terran, just Red Terran, in the top right, going Stockade. And in the bottom right, we have our Vine Green Protoss, it's zzzevey. And Kutyam in the bottom left is our Russian Green Zerg. That is our player list. And the lights flickered again when I talked about Godwheat, so I guess you know what that means, boys. It's going to be a big one. So these little micro maps obviously have some interesting formations to them. I can't remember what I did for 2v2. I think I did... I think I actually have the this spawn and this spawn are across each other. Not in you're not in main nat territory. Or maybe you are. I can't remember. It might be main nat cross spawn, but it might have also been like, top left, 9 o'clock, and then bottom right, 3 o'clock. I think that might have been what it was. Haunted Wheat, it's true. He is the haunt of Wheat. He is the haunt of Pro. Big shout out once again to Btyb for making this happen, for being born. Excellent work, buddy. Keep up. Keep it up. And there's a gateway on gateway. In fact, two gateways on gateway. That means there's three gateways because the map itself is a gateway. Pretty fast Fulcrum into Starpad here for Kutyam. And a third gate for zzzevey, playing the FFA out. zzzevey and Kutyam are a bit more of a 1v1 player, but Kutyam has played some Juggernaut, some FFA. Godwheat's played a little bit of everything, mostly 1v1. Grass Eater, you can say the same. zzzevey's the only one I actually have not seen play a non-standard map. I don't think I've ever seen them, like, a non-1v1 map. I don't think I've ever seen them play a 1v1, or a 2v2. I don't think I've ever seen them play free-for-all. So a little bit of a first here. Zethercore cut down immediately by Godwheat's Mavs. And the Vulture of Kutyam not able to block the arrival of the Star Pad. So there is that. Oh, this whole time I was wondering what was missing. The training string when you select this is missing. That's a casualty of our string extender. You may notice that obviously we have like all the strings up and running, but we ran out of space in our string file a long time ago, and we've just been coping since then, waiting for the string extender to actually be achieved. And now we have it, courtesy of Veek7 and DF combining, so we finally got that over the line. I did a little bit of bug fixing after the fact, but managed to get it to a position where it is now. But obviously there's a little bit of a bug to fix here. It kind of reminds me of, there was something I did. It was one of the show matches I did, I think right before I went off on a trip on vacation. One of my my most recent October vacation, we had a show match, and it said assembling everywhere, and that's because it was using the Ascosi as the default string, and so it's kind of like that. For some reason, we have like a weird thing where UI keeps changing because of the Ascosi. They're disrupting the natural order of things, but this is pretty natural for Godwheat. Just going to go ahead and drop in with a bunch of bio. We'll see what Grass Eater can do because his units are all out of position, but he's going to go ahead and swing them back over here with some Zethercores. Bottom part of the map, the green part of the map, is all very, very bloodless. Only 2 Droleth going down, or 3 actually. Pretty reasonable reaction time there for Grass Eater. Unfortunately, this hatch is not done for the natural, so doesn't actually have the ability to transfer over there and immediately get back to mining. So that did interrupt a lot of his income, and he's going to go ahead and make 2 more Droleths. Now, one silver lining is he doesn't have any lacking in terms of military, right? He has... Oh! Oh! Oh, the other Cyclops drop, the other mech drop getting cut down. Who dropping them? It's a good question. Quads are going to try to push into this location. If they can just focus down that Huracan, they could actually get after those Mavs pretty easily. Down goes the other drop. 4 Scribes getting killed, 5 Scribes getting killed. Not the biggest of numbers. Last Huracan ever there. You can see the stutter stepping there. That's now possible with Quaz, courtesy of their Adrenal Frenzy passive that has been added for them. Kutyam's going to go ahead and get an expansion lifted off and headed towards. Looks like the Quaz are still heckling. Now, if Godwheat decides to load up the Trojan, he could actually be under the pump. But it looks like he's going to wait. Now the Dracodons are on the way to try to heckle Kutyam. Isolated 1v1s for now. No player getting particularly too big. zzzevey actually lacking a lot in terms of the worker count. The Cyclopses are having a hard time dealing with the Dracodons, but if they start to pop, they're going to pop all at once. You look at the HP on some of them, they're very, very wounded. But it looks like Kutyam might actually be in a lot of trouble here unless somebody bails him out. He can't do it himself. Could try floating over to 9 o'clock. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Gonna have to cancel that Fulcrum for a little bit of extra cash and see if we can rebuild in Cockroach. Not so many places to do so, but he will be landing over here. The Zethercore a little bit too far away to actually see that. Ah, that's where the Cyclops and the drop went, just to be one last thorn in the side of zzzevey. No, she doesn't seem too bothered by it, though. Pulls the workers, nothing gets killed. Trojan goes down. Kutyam might be our first in, first out here. He is going to start mining again from 9 o'clock. The Zethercore will be the first thing to actually scout that, and it looks like the mass drop was preempted by that Ovaleth for Grass Eater, so Godwheat's going to have to go back to the drawing board. For now, Kutyam has been given a little bit of grace. Ah, rat. Absolute rat. Those are supposed to be spider mined, but I bet Btyb didn't think about that, or if he did, it just happened anyway. Fine. Ah! Ah! Btyb tile. Second anchor on the way, and the natural. We got the scrapyard coming with those blackjack and Matadors to be supportive. Unfortunately, zzzevey is not giving up the chase here, and Kutyam is going to have to evacuate directly to 12 o'clock, where Grass Eater's army waits. Well, he's kind of gotten back over here. He's got one Wraith he's going to send over to the Natural. Meanwhile, the big drop is going to pull zzzevey's attention away from Kutyam's 9 o'clock. Well, mostly. He can land in the Natural, I guess. He's just trying to be as much of a nuisance as he can be and stay alive just in case. He has the good FFA spirit there. Some players would just say GG when they get it attacked. And hi. Oh, he can't. He built a vestry and canceled it, or he canceled the Covenant. I'm not sure which. Landing over here in the main base again. Does he have any Masons? I think they all died to the Zerg. Yeah, you can see their corpses kind of skewed everywhere, strewn about the battlefield. The one Wraith, just hold positioning. It's under attack, Kutyam. Oh, it cloaked. God, we telling him to get lost. Go be somebody else's squatter. That Wraith's staying alive, just barely. Yeah, finally it's going to get got. Well, it'll land over here, but I don't think that ministry's going to be very long for this world. We're going to hatch, so we'll wait for the name. Doesn't look like 12 o'clock is going the way that we want to go for Kutyam. He is going to be eliminated here in just a moment. At least in this area. Oh, the gnats! Sorry to be so brutal to Kutyam, but he is basically eliminated. He can use his Cyclops for that one last move. It's a lot of Zerg units. It's definitely not Grass Eater, I'll tell you that much. Let's see if we can break through this Blackjack Eidolon spot. I think with these two anchors in play, that might buy Godweed enough time, but if those Mavericks fall, which it does look like they are, the Iziricors are going to get right on top of those Eidolons. You do not want that to be where your Eidolons are what your Eidolons are dealing with. And it looks like right as Grass Eater's army is going to get somewhat clean. Oh, his Bactyls are getting caught by the Protoss. That's no good. He is going to dive onto Godweed and force to get on top of the production. That means that zzzevey can just go in and kill the Natural. Hydras are starting to activate, though. Actually, Grass Eater chooses to fall away. I think zzzevey's going to be fine with this. I'm going to be very happy with this. The Aquifer's going down, though. That's no good for zzzevey. That was a lot of money. TY says Godweed. Must have spotted that zzzevey was helping. Didn't notice. Oh, the gnats. The gnats are eating. Teaming up? Seriously? Grass Eater can't believe this. Well, all the Draconans just got wiped, so that's not good. Silence. Pretty big horde of units out there. You know what? It might actually be zzzevey. zzzevey has a pretty non-standard installation, so we'll keep watch on that. That might have been what caused it, because normally we get hashes way later than that. I can't believe it. Kutyam is still cooking, though. Still doing a little bit of a nuisance here and there and getting the drops going. Uh-oh, no. Watch out there, buddy. Oh, no. Don't kill your own Trojans like that. That's for sure. Everyone is conspiring against me, says Grass Eater. I felt the same way. Wasn't on purpose. So they say. Agroliths are out to try to make those units. Oh, no! 11 HP on the Trojan. One of them goes down early. And now Godweed wants out of his base. He wants to take 12 o'clock. He needs that extra income. How is he going to pay for all his stream donations otherwise? Grass Eater is still charging forward with all those Iziricors, absorbing as much pressure as possible. We don't have any Harakans or any other tanky units like Matadors. 12 o'clock going to have to be forced back and evacuated. Yeah, meanwhile, it's definitely zzzevey. Hopefully that doesn't end up happening more often. I didn't notice issues in 1v1s with zzzevey, so we can be hopeful for the rest of the squad here. A lot of Bactyls being made as Nathrakors reprise their role at 12 o'clock and are going to start heckling the Ministry. The last of the... Oh, the Cyclops drops arrived. Beautiful. That was a little awkward, but that's okay. I wonder what Kutyam is thinking right now. I think Kutyam is typing. Yes, Kutyam... I felt like Kutyam was definitely typing. He's chilling. He's chilling. Oh boy. So the Ministry is absorbing pressure, but it's allowing the Bactylisks to bounce. They step forward, trying to get through there, but the Iziricors alone are mulching all the Blackjacks. This might be the end for Godwheat. Nobody there to bail him out this time. Oh, the Ministry's just an extra bounce point. Some Eidolons in the back, but they're going to get revealed here soon enough. No more Iziricors to make it up the ramp. This could be the start of something here, but there's just so few ranged firepower that as soon as Grass Eater gets some more melee up, which he is on the way with, it feels like that'll be the end. The Ministry. Zerg here. Sound the Zerg here alarm, asks Godwheat nicely. All right, I think just like that, we are going to have to consider the game won by Grass. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what we'll see what Grass Eater does to Kutyam in the meanwhile. But yeah, Zevey has not been synced. Zevey was plucked out of reality by the Ascozi. The Ascozi needed her. Unless, I mean, listen, we'll let him play it out. But Kutyam, I think Kutyam also knows. He's like, I'm smoked if Godwheat's dead. Yeah, Terran are underpowered. Terran got owned at the beginning. I got a buff Terran. Delicious. Iziricor snacks. Heckle. Maybe Kutyam was also Ash then. All right, lads. Let's roll for our next map. It will be a Juggernaut one, which I'm very excited about. Ooh, what's it gonna be? Battle Spectre Juggernaut. Hell yeah. Animal Cracker. Okay, interesting. Shall we vote on a game mode, ladies and gentlemen? I kind of want to see Uprising on this, but you know, I'm a sucker for that. Let's go to Juggernaut. Battle Spectre. All right, I'm going to hang it on Massacre, but we'll see what the votes tell us. Juggernaut got most of the votes. Some 2v2 guys showed up after, so I guess we'll do 2v2 after that. I'll go ahead and start the poll. Our options are Massacre, Uprising, Faction Wars, and Regular. Let's see what people want. It'll be Godwheat in the Juggernaut seat. And we are on Battle Spectre. That is our specifications here. Okay, Faction Wars starting to stretch ahead. It does not include Ascozi stuff yet. That's a good idea. I should start at it. That was actually the original plan, was to debut Ascozi stuff through Uprising. I think I just totally forgot about that, to be honest with you, but that was an idea that I had. I only have 4 votes, so we'll wait until we get a little bit closer. We'll say either 1 minute from now or when we get to 10 votes. And then I'll start looking at deciding that. Let's go ahead and up through here. Faction Wars winning out so far. Looking forward to that. Well, it'll still happen. It'll still be added. All right. Let's see here. Thanks for when you guys do the chat votes and you guys are popping off in the chat and stuff. It is helpful. It is nice. Obviously, it gets it shows that everybody is interested in it, which is always good. But it's a good celebration of Cosmonarchy, of Btyb, most certainly. All his maps, all his modes. Not much could have beat the Yaskozi Juggernaut, really. It's true. It's true. That was pretty epic.
The subject summons more energy.
Holy shit! Btyb just dropped $100 dues on us to finish off show match number 8 funding. We haven't even... We're still waiting for show match number 7. Holy guacamole. Thank you, Btyb. Thank you, man. What a guy. Fraud champion. Not just fraud champ, but fraud champion right there. What a man. Now I gotta log back into my Streamlabs. I gotta set up show match number 9. That's what I gotta do now. That's wild. That is absolutely absurd. I don't think we've ever been preemptively paid up for 2 show matches before. That's pretty epic. Well, time to go to show match number 9 funding. There we go, boys. We just keep filling that bar, dude. That's wild. That is wild. Yeah, we completed the funding for 2 show matches. One of them was at 95 out of 130 when we started. And that's the one that's taking place later this month. DeWalt, Zeke on mono. And then we had, obviously, just now, we had another one. So I guess I'll just ask Btyb and JujiK, since those are the 2 who donated towards it. I'll ask them what they want. I'll say, hey, dude, what do you think? Yeah, big ups there, big ups. For all my homies that showed up today and played or watched. There you go. There you go. What a guy. What a lad. What a legend. So far, it is going to be Faction Wars. I think we're going to go ahead and end that poll. And I'll start up the next poll, which you guys can take your time to vote on, but it's going to be 2v2 FFA or Juggernaut. I think 2v2 might be up next, but we'll use this result for something. For something coming up. You guys, you do the vote. That's fine. You guys can do it. I believe. Okay. Let's get to our hosting. We're going to go Faction Wars, Juggernaut on Battle Spectre. Our company shares for yours. Oh, God, wait. Blooped himself out. Okay. I'll keep that a secret until we actually reveal that. That's a good one. Just waiting on... Oh, there she is. Zevey just popped in now. I love it. I can start the stream, then go away, fall asleep, and wake up. Have the crows singing in the background, still locked and loaded. Damn right, Helltrix. Hope you enjoyed your nap. Dude, isn't it like midnight over there? I guess you just took a nap. Hey, get out of here, Arbus. He just wanted to use his Reclaimers Are Bad ID real quick. All right, Gawi ready. Kutyam ready. Zerg ready. And Zevy ready. Let's go. You know what's up. You know what's coming. It's Godwheat Juggernaut time, but it's Faction Wars flavored. Guys, I just misread Divine Primacy as Divine Pharmacy. That was really funny. Our Juggernaut in the top left, I am the Btyb of God, is our green Nidus Trinity player. In the top right, we have KutyamCsupan, our Russian green Golden Republic Terran player. In the bottom right, we have Zevy, who might have picked Divine Primacy, but some of the other ones don't actually have indications, so we're not sure yet. Oops, how do I choose? Oh yeah, shift, click a unit. Do deselect. Yeah. And we do have Zevy as the yellow Protoss player. We'll see what faction she chooses. And Grass Eater in the bottom left is the Dark Sapphire Zerg player who has selected... I actually missed what they selected, so we'll have to just wait and see if he ends up using anything. I don't think we've gotten a Zevy faction still, so that's fine. We'll figure it out later. Sup, Dog Lived? Thanks again for standing in as our Ascozy Juggernaut earlier. Very epic. The reveal was certainly something. Can't you tell what's based off the building? Yeah, the Protoss one, I think... Maybe it's Calendric. One of them doesn't have an advisor portrait. I know the Astral Omen doesn't. For the Zerg, I think they all do. So this might have actually been Grass Eater picking the default. Vulture already out here for Btyb of God, a.k.a. Oh man, this is the second person to use Btyb in the name, and I'm going to call them Btyb. Godwheat is going for the very fast Palladium. He has double income since he is 1v3 right now. We'll see if the other players can link up. Kutyam calling out Fulcrums. His own is not... Yeah, going. Oh, there it is. The Orcodi Tendril. So, Hydralisks and Azanthrochores. That's what you're going to be looking out for. Blue Hydras and the Azanthrochore. I believe the Azanthrochore is Orcodi. I believe I added it to that. And Godwheat's going to come in here and be a nuisance. He's got more Vultures coming. You know, Kutyam might need some assistance. Grand Library on the way for Zevy. The Masons are out to try to push back the incoming Vultures. Gets advantage shot on the first one. He's got to watch out. Okay, he's going to try to group up and repair. Also gets a lobotomy mine down. This is actually pretty smart play from Kutyam, it has to be said. As long as he keeps his Vulture where it is and doesn't let it fly off the handle, he should be able to get that cliff advantage going with the lobotomy mines combined. Even though we've got 4 Vultures out here for Godwheat, he is adding some Tarrasques now. That's what the Palladium was for, and there it is. The Hydralisks that have a whopping 7 range, just like the Bactyl, but can only attack ground targets. Just select nothing. I shift select one thing and shift click. There you go. We got it. We got it. I'm guessing she's just going to pick based on name. I don't think Kutyam and Zevy know about the factions very well. Godwheat knows enough. And, yeah. Obviously, Grass Eater's been around long enough to know. Order of the Sacred Saber is selected by Zevy. The Ovoleth is out to reveal the mines, and the Hydralisks are going to be a bit of a nuisance, but it doesn't have so many. Kutyam trying to shark around the outside here. The Tarrasques are going to zone away those Orcodi Hydras. I also thought that she picked Divine Primacy eggs, but I was mistaken. Take away a couple of the Vultures with them. No anti-air attack for the Tarrasque. Grass Eater might be in some trouble. All you really got to do is keep kind of dancing around where Godwheat is. He's got this very immobile composition of Tarrasques as the damage dealers, so it shouldn't be too difficult. We are going to get that drop queued up here, but this is a very vulnerable Kutyam. I don't think it's going to work out super well just yet, but we might be able to see something a little bit different. We'll see. See. I'll go drop, says Kutyam, as his Trojan flies over the enemy. I don't know why he's going all the way around here, but he's taking the long route. see what he can do. He's going to lift his fulcrum by, I assume, mistake, but maybe it's going to be part of a wall or something. And let's see. I mean, his Cyclops are... They're going to try their best, but I think he's going to need some help. In comes zzzevey, an unlikely savior. They've been a head-to-head record that has been favoring zzzevey quite a bit. And Grass Eater also moving across the map. Might be better to commit all forces to attack attack Godwheat, just because that's where most of his army is. He's adding more Tarrasques by the moment. Cyclops Drop going to go after the natural. He's got one in the main base already. And now, Kutyam's shell. He's got 2 Masons left. I don't think it's going to be very... He's not going to be a very big contributor right now. A lot of rallied Tarrasques, actually, just kind of crawling all over the place. Trying to focus down what they can. It looks like the top right has been reclaimed, but obviously it's been at the great cost of Kutyam's entire playerhood, I guess we could call it. You know, I was thinking personhood. Yeah, not really much left to his name. He's going to go ahead and land at 12 o'clock, I think. Try to reestablish some sort of economy. It'll be a while before that happens. But if zzzevey and Grass Eater can amass what they need to make things work, in the meantime, they might be able to still muscle through. So, you know, just being annoying here is probably the best thing Kutyam can do, believe it or not. Look at all the Tarrasques. They're pretty far away from where the Hydras are. Atreus, oh, there's so many of them, though. I think you need, like, die, swine, says Godwheat. Btyb wheat. Btyb. There you go. I think the Atreus combined with the Hydras are actually pretty good in this situation, but I don't know. It's a little bit awkward. You can see the Tarrasques have that steady damage from their movement, their moving attack, but their main damage comes from their primary weapon. Grass Eater doesn't have a lot of units. Those Orcodi Hydras can be pretty pricey. Get a few more back at home. This might be enough to riposte this attack, and I do like the idea of zzzevey keeping up the pressure. The Cyclops attacks have been pretty good. He's getting... Oh, yeah, she's getting attacked on the high ground here. Looks like this might actually be all we need to clear the Tarrasques on the offense. No more Drolets going down. It looks like I only cleared 2. Rest of the Tarrasques ended up going home empty-handed, going to whatever awaits them in the afterlife empty-handed. Atreus are surprisingly effective against Tarrasques, actually. And it looks like, yeah, I have a feeling Kutyam's just going to be a drop engine for the rest of the game. He's been making some more Cyclops. I think the star pad went down earlier. I don't see it anywhere. It probably got destroyed by the Tarrasques. So in theory, right, like some damage has been done to Grass Eater, but it's pretty superficial. Kutyam's essentially just going to be an annoyance machine. And the Tarrasque monocomp for Godwheat's already starting to show some weaknesses. Iziracors are out to try to absorb the pressure. And Godwheat's just trying to rely on sheer quantities of the Tarrasque to overpower with the secondary attack. But in come the Atreuses to help with that. Although they did do a lot of damage to the Zerg composition. There's not actually much left in there. Those wounded Atreuses from before end up getting traded down. If the Protoss and the Zerg attack together, this could actually still be a pretty competitive engagement. A couple of these Tarrasques are pretty low. Not too many others are softened up. And yeah, this looks like it's actually just going to mow through all the Tarrasque, as long as zzzevey actually attacks. zzzevey stopped attacking there for a moment, and that was definitely not the play. Looks like Kutyam's trying to get the Cyclops unloaded. 3 of them do get unloaded inside the main base, and we still got so many Atreuses that could charge up the ramp. How many more Tarrasques are we going to get? Doesn't look like so many, actually. We're going to need to see all those combat units get sent to the front lines. I like that. Rod of Man. That's a good one. Yeah, these Tarrasques are going to have a hard time chipping through all those Atreuses. As long as zzzevey just keeps it going. As long as zzzevey keeps it consistent. 1 Schizrocore was added, by the way. I'm not quite sure what for. Maybe a misbuy. Grass Eater actually getting a few of those. I guess the idea is that, you know, it can't attack air. So... I explained this for the first one, but I didn't explain it for other ones. So that's on me for not telling them. But it looks like that will be the decision-making that they needed. And I don't think Godwheat can really get out of that position either. Let's see. Everything seems to be in order over here. I actually haven't seen too many, too much idle in this position. But yeah, Godway, I think he's been had. So far, the game seems to be in relatively correct sync. I mean, we got a little bit of float for our Protoss and Zerg players, but that could just be float. They've been working... I guess maybe zzzevey was the one again. I did say earlier that zzzevey has a hard time installing the game. She actually can't run Fraud Launcher 2 right now. So it's probably zzzevey, but if zzzevey just attack moves into the base with some Zerg support, it's pretty much over at that point, so... We'll keep tabs on that, because if every game has this problem and it is zzzevey, we might need a replacement for zzzevey as well. If you can't use the Fraud Launcher, you might be, it's just that who knows what else is non-standard about your system by that point. You know what I mean? A miracle that zzzevey can compete at all at that point. Grass Eater having a tough time of it right now. Still making some units. Here come the Atriuses. That's a lot. Plus the Asilians. Honestly, this should be a wrap. I don't think Godway can deal with that. I think there's way too many units over here for him to do much. The Skipper Cores are absorbing all of the initial pressure from all those units, and even though one of the Asilians has gone down, I think the rest of it are good to go here. Unless I'm not seeing something. Maybe I'm the one who's out of sync, right? Like, let's check a look. I don't know. I feel like zzzevey would have corrected some of these workers, but maybe not. Oh, some of them were over here stuck as well. It could just be me, guys. I could be the one who's out of sync. I could be missing some epic POV. Some Panoptises have been levied. We'll see where zzzevey sends them. What's it like? Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who it could be, because Grass Eater also is... It probably is me thinking about it. I bet Grass Eater is moving way more units and stuff. One of the Panoptises will go down to the Watchdog, but a little bit of heckling happening over here. And, I mean, what can Godway really do to that? The Goliaths all went down earlier. We've got one cohort. A lot of Wraiths also. Yeah, the air stack might have actually been the secret sauce. I'll see if anyone's streaming in the Discord server. Doesn't look like it. We still see some of the moves that are being made, but not all of them. Oh no! Oh god, I distracted him. Oh, I devastated him. Wait, no, I am synced. What the hell? I think. That seemed right. He's got a force of stuff going out. zzzevey's gonna beat him. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good to me. So never mind, we're all fine. zzzevey's just gonna come in and deal with all of these mech units. With all of the Atriuses that were idle there. The Panoptises are continuing to wreak havoc in the mineral line, and the Asilians were a really big money maker there. Stuttering back now. Barely made it through. Barely made it through there. Only now are the Goliaths going to be leveraged. Yeah, it's definitely Grass who's out, actually. Now we know. We know who it was. It was the Zerg here. Which just means this is actually happening, by the way. That's what that means. I do feel like they were on the precipice of beating Godweed. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was happening. All right, well, we know who's in and out. That's fine. That's all I needed. That's why I thought it was zzzevey, by the way. This whole time I was like, oh, it must be zzzevey. No? Well, as Grass Eater has been exterminated. Exterminatus. Here come the Wraiths. Too easy. Oh no, not again! No! Unbelievable. Kutyam came all the way back from having like 2 workers to do this, by the way. The power of friendship. Panoptises are sailing over. Back comes the mech, but it's mostly Tarask. Oh my god, dude. 7,000 minerals. The Goliaths are real ones. Punching way above their weight there. The last of the Grass Eater units are going to be dealt with. Down goes a Watchdog. Yeah, finding out who desynced is actually kind of a pretty good competition there. Now, if Zevey and Kutyam can sync up, unlike Grass Eater, who literally cannot sync up, then we could be in for it. This could be a legit match between these 1v2. Sometimes Godweed just plucks a string and out goes one of the players. You know, it's a Juggernaut special. You're like, ah, damn, I'm going to lose. Bing! Now, all those Goliaths were guarding the 10 o'clock base. It will be probably heckled by these Panoptises at some point, but there's so many Goliaths, and there's so many Tarasks. And the Wraiths are out here as well. If Zevey really wants to be epic, she can try to go in for some sort of play where she makes bar guests. But syncing up with the Wraiths should be a good enough move. Oh, there's so many Goliaths, though. You really got to respect those. They have so much armor. You can say the same about the Tarasks, but, well, the play is a little sloppy here. Well, there's only one Watchdog in the main base, though. That's easy enough to clear. And obviously the Goliaths are here as well, but they can maybe be helped out here. Look at that, trying to deal with the Panoptises. They lose sight of the Wraiths coming in from the back door. Panoptises are barely salvoing down everything that they can, trying to go after those workers. The Wraiths are left over to massacre what remains. Pretty big ground force here for Zevey. Still kicking. Still going. More Panoptises. 12 o'clock now under duress. Grass Eater's done being a bodyguard, being a road bump, a speed bump. And yeah, coming back over here to kill 10 o'clock makes a lot of sense, right? You're trying to split the attention of the Juggernaut wherever possible. You've got the advantage of having superior, awareness, multitasking, because you are multiple people. But when you're talking about the Juggernaut, they are only one person. They might have more money than you, but they do not have more attention than you. So I love that they're syncing up here where the ground army comes in to clear out all the anti-air defenses. That's cinematic. That's beautiful. Unfortunately, though, Zevey is not leveraging her entire army to deal with the ground army of Godweed. They need to abandon this position, I think. Or maybe try to be as cost-efficient as possible. That's also an option. The Wraiths are going to be, showed the door as well, I think, and that Asilian is not long for this world. Why are you running? Well, how about the Panoptises inside your natural? Maybe that's why they're running. Yeah, this is a much more cost-efficient trade for the Protoss now. Taking advantage of the fact that now Godweed's trying to deal with the Panoptises inside the natural. We don't know what happened to the Wraiths. That looks like a fresh pair. It looks like all of them died trying to hang up those Goliaths earlier. Excellent retreat, fighting retreat there with only a few Protoss units lost. Godweed continues to scramble for that third base. No worries about the minerals. It's the gas that's costing him right now. As he's slamming out Goliath rotation and Shaman rotation after each one, he'll finally stamp out those Panoptises, but bottom left main being taken by Zevey. A lot of units left over here. It's maybe syncing up with those Wraiths, maybe not. We've got plenty of action, and finally Kutyam leveraging the very seldom used Luminary. Besides the Tarasks, we haven't really seen the factional units be leveraged. 12 o'clock's going to get stamped out. The Wraiths are going to come in and try to heckle things. Maybe go after the Masons. Remind Sir Godweed that he has a lot of them idle. Trying to make watchdogs with him when he can. He's got Goliaths coming out as well. That will help out. I don't think he can stop all that mech, though. See, one last give of it. One last go of it. We have the Cantavis. Hallucinate with the Asilian procs could be pretty good. Shamans are here to try to reduce the damage of those bounces. Amaranth's now descending. Could love some Ecstatus right now. The Stargates were made earlier, but zzzevey not leveraging them just yet. Look at all the Asilians, though. And here come the Luminaries. Will Kutyam get their casts off is the question. Just going after those fighting moves. There's the Storms. Yeah, the Storms are doing pretty well, but the Asilians are starting to fall. Feels like Can't Davis Hallucinate might have been a little bit better there. Keeping those bounces going, though. Forcing that disengage is a good move. Some Heracles have been made. It looks like it's going to be a lot of drops now. Luminaries on the ground. Striga Heracles drops would be absolutely deadly. And that's something that Godwheat isn't really well suited to deal with, right? When he had Tarrasques, it was easier for him to deal with drops. When you have Goliaths, okay, they're not going to do very well with the drops in the same capacity. But Kutyam is getting run down one more time, and I don't think we're going to see the same level of forgiveness from Godwheat this time around. Here come the Luminaries. If they can get their... Oh, they didn't get their cast off. I don't think he knows what it does. If he casted it over here, then all of Godwheat's forces would have attacked each other for a short period of time, but still, that's pretty good. Oh, wait, no, that's the old version. This one just reduces their weapon range to 0. That still would have been good. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate. The Goliaths are more than enough to deal with those Panoptises. The Monuments of Sin are up and running at the bottom left, or at least they're halfway complete. Trying to storm a Goliath down, by the way. That's going to take a while. All the starports attempting evacuation. Only one of them is destroyed so far. Captaincies as well. Did we ever evacuate Masons? The Trojan has a scribe in it. That's hilarious. I think maybe Kutyam missed that training, Green Eggs. Down goes the Atlas. But the monuments will soon be done. Can we get a Crucible is the question. Captaincies land over here just to get stamped out. Starports are landed in the middle of the map. They're going to start adding Gorgons. Yeah, I don't think Kutyam has anything else. No workers. And no way to make them. No, he's going to concede, say GG. But now it's down to a 1v1, and, Godwheat's got double income. How can zzzevey come back from this position? Is it even possible? It would have been unheard of. It's true. It's true. All right. Double Star Sovereign and the Crucible on the way. Tier 2 now on the way for Godwheat, but what's he even need it for? If a bunch of Star Sovereigns were to be amassed, Goliaths alone would not be enough. Anything on the ground would not be enough. You'd just glass your way into his main. Would definitely need to see some kind of Air Force or just an overwhelming concentration of Goliaths to kill the Protoss player before the Star Sovereigns get up and running. Engrams galore around the Crucible to empower them. This Monument of Sin, now going to be moving a little bit faster on that Star Sovereign warp-in. Some Gladiuses have been made. We also have the Asilians, of course, in pretty good quantity. But obviously, if Godwheat leverages any of his force, he will march across the map and exterminate this ground army. The only hope is that we can get up to something like 5 or 6 Star Sovereigns. It just doesn't seem possible. Monument of Sin number 3 coming. zzzevey trying to spend as much money as possible. See you later, Grass Eater. That's your last hatch. Oh, never mind. Godwheat's feeling merciful right now, at least towards you. Of course, in Grass Eater's vision, he actually has... I mean, he's out of sync with everybody, but he has been exterminated, I think, by now. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe he's playing solo play. Well, the Asilians are going to try to hold us at the pass. We've seen this kind of move before with Phalanx and TVT. I don't think I've seen him look like this, though. Those Asilians, they have so many. They are getting absolutely shellacked over here. The Terran army struggling with the bounces. But they should be able to break through. There should be just enough forces to break through here and drive the hammer home. Those Star Sovereigns looming too far away to help. What else do we have here? Maybe they should move the other direction. Maybe they should move for elimination. Glass the Terran arsenal. Indeed, they turn. None can be saved. Not even the scribes. Now, if I'm Godwheat, I'm probably thinking, what could be going on here? What could we be doing? Oh, Oh, god damn it, Grass Eater, you selected like 3,000 units or something. All right, we're all good. Canada. Grass Eater just wanted one final moment of win. Colon 3. Hey, where'd they go? We lost them. Oh, they returned home. Godweed's gonna be thinking about a comeback for that one for a while. Making a lot of Strigas right now, but he might make some Reclaimers later. Trying to force up this ramp. I love the gateways to buy some time as well. But it does look like that'll be it. Adding a lot of walls over here. Main and natural secured. Ooh. Not sure where that Anthelion is. Oh, it's just moving somewhere. Zevey will figure it out. And there's just a wind-up. Yeah, this base is toast. There's something different about the Anthelion looking like that. Pop it in like that. That's pretty epic. I think we need to render it at a higher sample rate, which will take about 8 years on my machine, but it's still pretty cool. Yeah, that's the Anthelion model. Very epic. Shout out Delta Catamus. So if Zevey can make this happen, we will all be very pleased with ourselves. LOL! God, we can't believe it. He thought he won. He's making the Daedala. Now here comes the ground assault. We have Star Sovereigns on standby. In theory, should be fine. Uh-oh. Will it get out is the question. Ah, oh, it did not get out. It was destroyed. But the Star Sovereigns have dealt with everything else as well. Now, four Star Sovereigns can deal a lot of damage, but they can't deal with quite this many Goliaths, especially if those Strigas get active. Now, a glassing campaign over here would be wonderful. Trying to sort of surround them. Zevey, have you found the glassing button yet? Do you know about it? Oh, down go the Strigas. That's actually really important. They need to connect onto these guys somehow. And kiting them back like that is really good for Zevey, but the glassing needs to occur. Star Sovereign's been tagged. The armor's starting to reduce. The Apostles are trying to get what they can. They can't get anything if you glass the terrain. Zevey! Zevey, push the button, Zevey! Push the glassing button, Zevey! No, Zevey! That would have come in handy earlier. Zevey just went mad with power. And I get it. Zevey can't believe that's a thing. I hit him with the Smarty Cakes. Well, Godwheat, you're slamming him out. Zevvy's one base with Star Sovereigns. Oh, 11 health! No way, dude. Fucking annihilated, honestly. What do you... Unbelievable. Now, obviously, the Goliaths could have just braved the storm and killed the Star Sovereign, but that's pretty good, you know? I was underwhelmed. Until I knew that, yeah. Yeah, how they performed for their cost. Oh, that one's dead. Pop. Poor Zevy has no glass. Yeah, some glass, no gas though. Oh, popped at the last second. Zevy finding out in real time that it's kind of balanced. GG. I can't believe it. Godwheat almost got glassed out of it, but Zevy didn't know about the glassing. Zevy learned in real time about the glassing. I can't believe it. All right. We know that we're playing a 2v2 next time. I say we probably keep it to Faction Wars, and then we'll change up the game mode after that. We'll vote for the... we got 2v2 vote already down, so we'll vote for a game mode over the course of the next game. I think we're getting down to the swing of things here. Let's go ahead and select our next map. Somebody wanted Axiom earlier. Now they get it. Axiom will be our 2v2 map on Faction Wars. Very nice, very nice. Happy about that. It had to come up eventually. Axiom is a quintessential map. So our teams are going to be... let's see if Kutyam can still play, actually. He might be done. See, we have a new Vladimir. Oh, Vladimir. Kutyam's going to be back after a bathroom break. And now I will go ahead and finish working on the overlay as I was. We've got a Terran and a Terran versus a Zerg and a Protoss. That's pretty good. I wonder what goes through some people's minds when they haven't actually, like, there's some people who have seen the glassing, of course, right? There's going to be plenty of people like that. But what about the people who haven't seen, haven't actually seen the glassing before, and their first usage of it is playing it? Like, they are the ones to push the button. And it gets kills, too. Like, that was probably in the same way that, like, the Juggernaut Escozy reveal was pretty peak. I don't know how you would top that. That's probably the best way to find out about the glassing. Is you're like, oh, I can push this button, and then units just fucking vanish. That's pretty legit. I like that. So many great games in the birthday bash. I agree. We had some really good moments. I agree, JujiK. I did more than for well, Btyb was paying me. I mean, it's got to be primo content. But listen, I've only known him for so many birthdays. So shout out to Wifey B, Btyb wife, Wifey B, the other partner, the pickup partner's partner. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, big ups there. His other half. I pay my wife too. wasn't going to say it. All right, so we're going to be rolling for our next game mode here. It's Faction Wars for right now, but our next game mode is coming up, so let's get ready to pick it. We will have Massacre as an option. We will have, let's see here. We had Massacre. The other one was Omnipresence. I'll throw Regular in as an option, but the other one is going to be, I say we'll do Uprising. We haven't really gotten a good Uprising yet. I'll put that one in there as well. And let's see here. What do we have? Massacre, Omnipresence, Uprising, and Regular. That's what we have for now. Start that poll up and see what you guys say. We've got 2 out of 4 required readies for our next move. And of course, the YouTube poll is up for you guys to vote on. Feel free to do so. It looks like everybody is ready. Let's go, boys and girls and everyone in between. We are going to be watching some 2 versus 2 action. Once again on Faction Wars, we will have Axiom on Showcase, our Terran team in the top left, and our Zerg Protoss team in the bottom left. Let's introduce our players. We have the Golden Republic, KutyamCsupan, and the upstart Btyb, aka Godwheat. Kutyam is our Russian green, and we've got Vermilion, or Btyb. I'm going to keep calling him Btyb Godwheat. Bottom left, we've got the teal and purple team. Zerg, who is Zorthos Tendril Zerg here. And that is Zerg. That is Grass Eater. And then, of course, purple is zzzevey. Default colors, I probably forgot a flag or something, but that is going to be a gateway. And this is Calendric Knights. You have played Terran, brother. What? Excuse me? Maybe he means upstart. Maybe you play this faction. It is going to be Stockade Starpad combo here. Oh, I was also, apparently the minimap was not updating there. Sorry, that must have been a little confusing. Yeah, that Happy Birthday Btyb was Lucy. Yeah, pretty good. I don't know. Should it go on YouTube? I feel like we want to wait until we get a better game, a more banger game than that. But, I don't know. We'll see. Listen, it was a banger reveal. That's for sure. It was live reveal. Yeah, Lucy. Let's take a look here. Let's try and hold my base while I wreck their lines. So that's the play, huh? Phalanx is good. Upstarts have replacements to the Cyprian with the Cannibal, replacements to the Goliath with the Southpaw, and the Anseal with the Wendigo, which is what we have right here. And then there's a couple of other units, but I can't remember. I know the Upstart Shaman isn't implemented yet. Eventually the Phalanx will be replaced as well, because I don't want them to have Phalanx, actually. I don't think that Upstarts ought to. Quas are out here for the Zerg, but the Vulture slips the net, so the Strider will be out after that. So, Calendric Knight. Okay, the Ashguard. Yeah, I was going to say, that's a good unit to have. That is a Tier 1 Anodyne Annex unit. Ooh. Vultures caught Kutyam off guard there, or Zethracor's caught Kutyam off guard. The update lore is that they get funding cuts, yeah. They fall further and further out of, relevance as far as their plans and schematics for the next round. Looks like Kutyam's going to try for a Ministry. I'd actually love to see somebody go for Talos in these games, because you think about it, this base is a lot easier to hold from the air. Also, Axiom does have these little cheeky gas bases on the far side, so there's always that. First trio of Wendigos is leaving. May I expand behind your grass cutters? Sure. What a wild move. Ashguard stunned. Look out for that. Oh, big stuns. Only a few stunners left, though. Those lobotomy mines. Still being chancy. Zevey pulling back the Draken. It makes a lot of sense. The Ashguard's still at full HP, just getting those shields going. Everything is gone from the mineral lines, and here come the Wendigos. They're going to start chopping them up. Oh, yeah. He did the math. You're getting cut up, buddy. And the quads are even falling back. They're falling for it. Whatever TFDs are. Oh, no. Oh, the big stun. But the Ashguard takes so long to actually bring down. I don't know. Evacuation. Ashguard not quite able to get its passive procced on just yet. So many times it was a very close call for it to actually proc it, but no dice just yet. Some shared anchor action over here. KutyamCsupan is in there. Nexus getting sawed. The Nexus has less armor. We can't see that. Ooh, just barely canceled in the nick of time. The Wendigo does all of this damage and also rends armor a little bit. Oh, so close. Come on, stop teasing us, Evie. Get the attacks off. We do have that quarry coming, so Kutyam is thinking about the Talos on this map. Godweed's strategy seems to have worked out initially. Here's the Nathralisk. Has a little bit of a healing field every time it attacks. Unfortunately, it can't quite escape from the Wendigo. It's like a Nathracore. That's so funny. Down goes 2 Wendigos, though. Not bad. Nathralisk sniped 1. Quad still navigating. A Zeralisk for Armor Rend, by the way. That's another unit available to the Zorthos Tendril. They're supposed to have a custom Lakizalisk, but I haven't fully cracked the code on making new borrowed attacker units. The Zobrialisk is a little jank for that reason. Vulture's out sharking across the map. The Quas are still hell-bent on moving towards this position, but Zevi pulling away. Grand Library and rebuilding that Nexus for the natural. Zevi's been slow to scale up here, but it's not impossible that she is able to score some more improvements there. Ah, the Ecclesiasts have been found. The Calendric Ecclesiasts just straight up give you Ascension, the attack speed buff, when they attack. But they don't give you the shield restore. So you're trading defensive capability for offensive capability. Very Calendric of you. 10 Wendigos in another game. Oh, the Iblileth. That's cute. Oh, hold on. Grass Eater's going to show us a never-before-done strat. No Droleth, though. I would love for the Iblileth to have picked something up. No! No, Grass Eater! Make sure to burrow it. Thankfully, the Striders were here for support. Phalanxes are deployed. And there it is. The Anodyne Annex starts to steal away the Phalanx. Big splatters, though. Big splatters, and the Iblileth was nowhere to be found. The Iblileth is really good. It's really good, but Grass Eater just kind of forgot what to do with it, so... Or forgot that he made it, maybe? I don't know. Macrohatch. Cannibal being made by Godwheat. The Btyb, yeah. Yeah, there is a Zealot in there. You can unload it as the as either player, but I don't think Zevi knows about it. Here's Nathralisks. Nice. So when the Nathralisk attacks, it releases healing spores around itself, which is pretty good for, pretty good for sustaining versus splash damage when you're doing worker harassment like this. Here come the Wendigos, but there's too few of them now, so it feels. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack is coming in towards 12 o'clock. We do have some Cannibals and some Mavericks. The Phalanxes are going to keep things... Oh, that's a huge splatter. That would have been helpful. The Nathralisks could help clear all the Phalanx, but that's not what we see happening. Instead, Cannibals are doing what damage they can, but I don't think they're going to overpower an Amaranth. Also, when the Cannibals consume a corpse, they gain healing. That's not something that we ended up seeing there, obviously. Looks like we are going to have a little bit of trouble for Godwheat. Zevi and Grass combining Protoss and Zerg powers. You can see the Cannibals are struggling. they're not meant for this kind of play. They're pretty fast-moving units that like to go in worker raids or fight Zerg or, you know, light infantry. You know, like they're good in bio fights. Kind of like building hotshots versus Protoss. That's sort of what Godweed is doing now. The Phalanxes will try to do the job, but Kutyam is getting harassed by these Nathralisks still, up to 26 of them. As you can see, they don't mess around. And I don't think we have any splash damage here. Obviously, Cyprians would be a natural choice, but here come the Cyclops only now. And look, the healing is actually negating some of that splash. So that's fine. They're happy with that. And in back goes. We see a lot of Protoss units moving across the map. Well, at least some. Oh, yeah. Bringing up the Ecclesiasts with the Amaranths, that's a guaranteed synergy right there. Plus, they can stand inside those healing fields for as long as they end up lasting. Down go those Phalanxes. These weird units didn't work, LOL. Yeah, upstarts find themselves with that problem a lot. There's just too many. Valkyries have finally been leveraged. Might actually buy a little bit of time. Worker count, though, look at this. 37 and 30 on the bottom team. 19 and 25 on the other. And Godweed isn't leveraging all of his. I believe this might be GG. GG. They both concede. The Zerg Protoss team was able to defeat humanity's finest. And also the upstarts. Let's check in with our poll. Let's see what's going on. Okay, it looks like Uprising got the majority of the votes, so we're going to go ahead and call that poll done. Meanwhile, so let's see. I think Uprising FFA is the most fun that we can do right now. So we're going to ask for 2v2 Juggernaut for the next one. So feel free to vote for that game mode. In the meanwhile, so we're not going to do that right now. We're going to do whatever you guys vote for in the next game. But let's take a look at what we got behind this next map pick. And let's also check in with our Kutyam, see if he wants to keep playing, if he is able to keep playing. We're going to go to Plutopia. So that's interesting. Because Plutopia, I believe, is one of the OG maps that was tiny. The OG tiny map. Maybe the very first tiny map, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to go to Free-for-All on Uprising. I don't think we will see very many spawners, you know? But we'll find out together. FFA, Plutopia. I hope for your sake that mute button worked, because I just had to rip a fat, blow my nose moment. Let's see what we're doing. Oh, did Kutyam say? Okay, Kutyam has one more game in him. Go ahead and get our overlay ready. I was busy reading some donor chat recently and totally forgot that I had a thing to do. Game mode is Uprising, and we are on Plutopia. Oh. I assume everybody was ready, but God, we just kind of spammed ready over and over again, so I have no idea. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. The Uprising game mode is upon us. Utopia. With 4 players. So, we have here 2 very close players. He didn't even notice. I'll just let him stew in it. All right, lads. Kutyam is in the bottom left. Yeah, don't worry. This is... he's in disbelief. Yeah, this is fine. I would think that green eggs, but this is perfect. That was really good, actually. That was already amazing. So, anyway, let's introduce our players. Godwheat, the red Terran, top left. Dark Sapphire, Grass Eater in the top right. Fern Green, KutyamCsupan in the bottom right. And Ultramarine zzzevey in the bottom left. We have the absolutely most absurd spawn configurations. We have default tech trees, not faction wars anymore. I don't know why he canceled like that. But I guess he's like, oh, I don't want that to spend that money. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi. Oh, he debuffed him. The draws are pulled. Grass Eater's not. Grass Eater's going nuclear. Holy moly. He does not want Godwheat to live. He does not suffer the Terran to live. Unbelievable scenes, meanwhile. He's got nothing back at home. Alright. Oh, the surround! Oh! Too good. Alright. Well, these two are in a hilarious war. Oh god, we can float down here or over here, but yeah, the Zets are going in a different direction now. I think Grass is just gonna win this one, to be honest. Hi. Not too many Drex. This is also fine. What is he doing? He can't decide where to land. For once in your life, just be cool. Oh, that's mean. Oh, the stun! Taking advantage of the stun. That's brutal. Zzzevey's just like, what? What do you mean? Godwheat caused this. This is Godwheat's fault. The Matrix will help keep him alive. There's one Drac. Oh, the scribe count is maybe gonna fall because he's got nothing else. Catching 3 strays at once. Oh. Okay, remaking the gateway is good. Neighbors. When you hear that sound played so many times, that's him spam clicking the button. You were in my natural. Have fun clicking on your bill. This is some old school BM right here. Oh, down goes Zevey. Goodbye, Zevey. I guess I should point out, we are in search of a replacement for Kutyam. If you are a Cosmonarch in my local area and you want to play, you let me know. Yeah, that's pretty cinematic, dude. Grass is eating God Terran supremacy. Yeah, if Arbiz joins, he'll disbalance the quartet. We just have to put you on as Juggernaut, that's all. Toxer. I mean, Gress doesn't have a very good economy. I guess you might call this Kutyam advantage. The distance line is hilarious. I like the idea that that's the only place it could be is top left. It couldn't find any other spawns. Uprising is Btyb going, yeah, if only it was Btyb. Ah! Only 1 kill so far? Oh, 10 kills, never mind. Oh, most of those were scribes, I think. This is amazing. This is content right here. I don't understand why I don't. Do you, though? Have you understood the error of your ways? Alright, so point number 1. That's so amazing. Devastated. Oh! I think this is the only place that's allowed. I forgot this is uprising. No, the stockade! Oh, it died. Now what? At least the stockade was killed, right? I help you. What will Kutyam do? Huh? This was quite a comfortable game. He's too busy typing the Allied victory. Owned! He was too busy in congratulating himself on the win on his way out the door. Absolutely catatonic. Yeah, the Rillisk was really good at the end there. I really appreciated that. Okay, let's check in on our vote. It looks like we're going 2v2. People want 2v2 mostly. Okay. All right, okay. What will we do for 2v2? Seems like Uprising isn't working very well. So I think we'll go Massacre 2v2. And let's pick... Let's say... Godwheat. I think Godwheat Grass Eater versus Shambler Zzzevey. Shambler and Zzzevey working together here. Shambler's around. So that means we just need to pick our next map. Maybe. Do that. Oh, 2v2 on Germination. Okay, we can do that. We can definitely do that. Oh yeah, Germination still only has the start locks for 2 witnesses. I forgot about. Thanks, Kutyam. GG's. Oh, looks like Grass Eater wants a few minutes. That kind of makes sense. Grass Eater is out of grass. All right, let's see here. I feel like, let's see, we started this one at 5:30, so we're about an hour and a half in. We typically go for between 2 and 2.5 hours, so... Max, we have 1 more hour. We'll see how long I can handle the light in my eyes. But so far, I would say it's been a pretty damn fun one. Let's see who we need to pop into the lobby. Still waiting on zzzevey and still waiting on Shambler. There's zzzevey, and we just need a Shambler. Letting zzzevey know what's up with the gas, or the game mode. Well, gas is a part of it. That's for sure. It's been a very fun time banging around with a lot of the homies. And I am pretty excited. We have a lot of show match funding now, so I can start reaching out to people for, you know, January show matches, maybe some new pros. I was thinking we need another total newcomer three-way show match. The likes of the Starcraft 2 show match we had, and a few others. The overlay will have the wrong teams at first. I'll fix that up in a moment. I'm just waiting on the readies. We got Shambler R, zzzevey R, Godwheat R. I guess I have some time because Grass Eater was still AFK or whatever, so we'll fix that up just now. So I would say that the Shambler should be in a pretty good spot, pretty comfortable spot 2v2ing with zzzevey, because... and Shambler will be going Protoss here as well, so there is that. Shambler should be in a pretty comfortable spot, just because we're waiting on seeing that double Protoss action, which Shambler is going to be participating in. zzzevey's been giving a really good account of herself. I would say even Kutyam played pretty well, honestly. He obviously won that last FFA, but even before that, I feel like he was doing pretty well overall. I'm happy about seeing his games. His drops, his Wraith tenacity, I thought that was good. How's the year closing for me? A little bit chaotic. I did have to move in the middle of November, which is pretty difficult to do between weather and the fact that it's the end of the year and a lot of projects are wrapping. But we are able to ship a ton of work related to Cosmonarchy, which I'm pretty happy with. I was able to make a little mini deadline for myself that I set kind of last minute. I think like 3 days out from the BtyBirthday bash. 3 or 4 days ago, I said that I want to see if I can make the Ascozi debut on Btyb's birthday. So, yeah. They're all typing R over and over again. Luckily, Shambler's busy typing, so he's actually going to get a little bit pranked here, which is very good. I'm glad about that. Yeah, type him, Shambler. Type him, Shambler. Yeah, type that message, Shambler. Owned. Devastated, even. So we got Grass Eater as the Dark Sapphire Zerg in the top left. We got Godwheat in the upper left here as the Mango. No, this is Magma. Magma Terran. Shambler, get out of the stream, you idiot. You're cheating. Banned. Defeated. Shambler's the red Protoss. And the Periwinkle Protoss down here is going to be zzzevey. So, double Protoss in the bottom right. And we have our Zerg and Terran players in the top left. And immediate hatch first from Grass Eater. Wow. Okay. Very nice. I don't know what that means, dude. So the double stockade here for Sir Godwy is indicating that he wants to go for a very Maverick-heavy approach, which is pretty commonplace. I think you can get away with like a late transition into mech in Massacre and go a lot of Cyclops. They kind of clap the Terran bio, but that's not really what you're worried about versus double Protoss. Double Protoss is more like spamming out the Zealot, some Drac. We saw some really good FFA action on Massacre on Atacama earlier, Group A. Very good, very good. Macro hatch behind the pool, and we will see that fast expo for our Zerg player take the third. Germination, if you're not familiar with the map layout, has a very wide angle of attack up this ramp into the third base, and there's also a very wide angle over here. So having double, two players go after it, probably pretty helpful, actually. Gonna be that 2 gate. See the Zealots come out. zzzevey's new to the mode, but she seems to be learning just fine. She did ask what it was, and I explained, so that's all good. And the Mavericks are starting to leave the building. We got all sorts of Mavericks out here. A dozen of them, with more on the way. Looks like Grass Eater and the Mavericks combining from Godwheat are going to have their hands full with the initial round of Zealots. Pretty good start, though, for our upper team. The Protoss are definitely going to want to watch themselves. They don't have any crowd control just yet. Quite difficult to get it. You would want to go idols at this stage of the game, I think. Is the pressure going to continue? See that treasury being set up at 12 o'clock. The Masons moving over in that direction. Remember in 2v2s, you can actually return to your allies' town center, so they could have used that for a little bit of a bump in eco. Mavericks are going to stim. All eyes are on the combat. Let's see what they can do. Godwey pulling his Mavericks back. zzzevey losing a bunch of their gateway units in the initial up front. And look at that. Rallying round. It should be good to immediately eliminate the last of these units. This looks like a rush job, guys. We might be re-hosting on another map after this, the same configuration, because I feel like Shambler has been bamboozled. Oh, he's to buy his own petard, perhaps. Massacre, a bit of a tough one for Protoss to make work sometimes. We got no idols coming. Can they just overwhelm with brute force? The Sims are working out pretty nicely, though. The focus fire hasn't quite been there. Shambler will be able to keep this wagon train flowing, it looks like. We got another round of Mavericks coming in, as well as some Drolettes for good measure. If I'm Grass Eater, I'm turning those into macro hatches and hoping my ally can keep the moves going. But we even have Amaranths out. Grand Library pretty fast here for zzzevey. That's going to prove to be very effective versus the pure Mav. We don't have any armor rend whatsoever. B, says Godwheat, he wants to abandon ship. Maybe they can pick those Amaranths in the front, kill them off a little bit, but the sim count's pretty high. So Shambler farmed a ton of Vespene off of that. Every time a sim is made, every time a sim splits, it gets a lot of value. And the Ardent Authority is halfway complete. Mavs are going to try to come through the middle of the map. Shambler ignoring it, going to 12 o'clock. This might be a problem because zzzevey can't handle it all on her own. More reinforcements coming out, though, to stall things out, while the Mavs continue to sort of push Shambler back. At least keep his naked Sims out. I feel like the Zerg would be better off dealing with these Sims. The Mavs are okay at it, don't get me wrong. But they do need to be watching for those Zealots. And like individual Zealots can do so much, get so much value. The Grass Eater Quaz count is getting absolutely tremendous as we have a few more units parking off here to clear that one lonely Sim that was heckling the treasury. Grass Eater really taking the game into his own markings here. It's pretty good. He even pops some of these zzzevey units on the way out and battling back the Protoss, basically all on his own right now. The Sims now trying to gather for a little bit of a surround, but we have so many more Zerg units. We have Vorvikors coming as well. I don't know. Right about now, it feels like the sandwich is pretty good. Gonna need to dive back and wait for the reinforcements from both the Terran and the Zerg. But still finding a good time to pick off some of those Shambler Sims. Not so many of them left over now. Let's see, the Vords are out to try to do some armor rend. The Mavs are here to try to take advantage of it. The Atreus is way too far forward. That's going to get nuked immediately. The Zets and the Vords are going to have a hard time actually killing the Sims, though. That's a bit of a problem. Now the Acantors are out for that crowd control we were talking about earlier. That's going to prove to be very, very deadly. Godwheat, he's seeing red, and that's the color of Shambler, so I understand, but I think he needs to be a little bit more judicious about this. The stim comes out. He's not right-clicking the Acantor when he had full value, full ability to. Instead, the wraparound with the Zep forward. It's good enough to pop the first, and the lines are broken. A storm from Zevy, 2 storms. Gonna clean this up, surely. We've got some idols out there as the last Acantor falls. But another pair is ready, and that is a held attack. Now, in the meanwhile, upper right's been taken. Good saturation on all these bases. Zevy's got a very nice position over at 6 o'clock. Bottom left free for the taking, and Shambler only now starting to actuate his second base. The Vorvicor is stuck. I think he means to write aw, but I'm not entirely sure. The Vorv is stuck. Tier 2 is going down for our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Atlas is complete for Godwheat. He's going to put down a captaincy. I think if he gets a lot of madcaps out, he could actually do a lot here. He can do so much. The captaincy itself doesn't cost... in fact, I think it's 300 minerals, 0 gas now. For a while, it was 250 minerals, 50 gas. A great choice for Massacre, though, either way. Very minimal on the gas cost if it is there at all. Plus, you get access to all sorts of stuff. Oh yes, GreenX points out that if you do get up to the point where you have apostles, reclaiming units is pretty good for achieving some pretty cool stuff there. All right, so Zevy and Shambler are going to attempt to weather the storm. The splash damage between Idols and Acantors combined, plus those Cantavis earlier, which do have another round, are more than enough to deal with that. However, that little army distraction was apparently enough to make it so that Zevy couldn't move out into this position quickly enough. This is a dead nexus. The question is, are they going to be unified? Because Grass Eater is more than a match for what Zevy has, unless some absolutely sublime Psystorms go off. And I don't think they're going to. We don't even have the Cantavis yet in that position. Very out of position army. While Shambler is surely going to mow through everything Godwheat has, Godwheat's mostly banking on the fact that he's going to have tier 2 units up and running soon. So he's going to fall back and deal with the last of Shambler's stragglers that stuck around for him. Golem's being added, but the Zerg are loose inside Zevy's expansion. This is the only base that Zevy has after bottom left goes down and a hatch gets put down in its place. Sims are leveraged. Cantavis trying to stay alive. Not being picked apart just yet, but yeah, one of them should be going down here. Oh, Grass Eater not quite paying attention. Meanwhile, Madcaps are starting to filter in. They're going to do a lot better versus the Zealots. Does need to watch out for those Acantors, though. That's a really deadly position. Feels like the Zerg, Grass Eater is essentially the player in a position of power in the same way that Shambler is. But can Godwheat hold on long enough? Because Zevy just got taken out, effectively, until there's another expansion, until there's more tech development. Not quite working out just yet. The last of the Cantavis are going to fall down empty-handed, unfortunately. Godwheat's still lacking a little bit of a front line. His Heracles are in production. I think Grass Eater's going to have to think about helping his ally out pretty soon. Amaranths are going to be pretty cost efficient over there. Zevy putting down a prostration stage as well. Pariah's in the mix. So Heracles have arrived. They can soak up a lot more damage, and they can also just be a little bit of a nuisance for Shambler's composition because idols are not going to be able to chew through them very well. Random scribes were added, so some offensive pylons have been approached. Horde of Madcaps just finished up. Looks like one of the captaincies are going down. I love the Striga idea. That's a really good move. Does lose that captaincy. Hurts a little bit to deploy. Ends up lifting the other one. Madcap's not quite able to connect upon those Acantors. The Acantors are a problem, but look at this. The Spire is done, and we've got Mutas on the way for Grass Eater. We saw him play with Mutas, with Nathralisks in the Faction Wars game mode, and now here come all the Mutas to clean and sweep. The Shambler have an answer to this. The answer would be a bunch of idols, maybe a Cantavis Hallucinate, maybe a Pariahs if they can get onto them, but they're barely dealing with the natural of Shambler. Storms canvassing the front line. I think Shambler and Zevy are going to be taken care of here in a moment. The Zerg are having a tough time of it, actually moving through this position. A great Sim City, and the Storms are money. but they are all on borrowed time and spending their energy when the Cantavises were really necessary to combine with everything that Shambler had just to hold back the Mutaflock. 64 Mutalisks. Shambler will concede. He knows which way that goes, and that leaves zzzevey destitute without an ally. GG will be called, and that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Zerg and Terran beats double Protoss today. That was so good, I think we should do it again, but let's just pick a different map, and then we'll switch over to what the YouTube chat will vote in this next game. Are we going to do FFA or Juggernaut up next? You guys can vote and decide there while we get our ball rolling. Massacre 2v2 would be pretty good, honestly. I think we are going to do that, and we're going to go to Serenity for it. Okay, all right. So, with all that being said, I think we are happy to provide that match. Same stuff. I demand class 2, says Grass Eater. Yeah. Nice. All right, let's get our overlay ready as per usual. I don't think we've had that much Juggernaut, right? We had that one Juggernaut game with Godwheat. Yeah, we definitely need Shambler Juggernaut. See if everybody else can combine to defeat him. Finally, the heel will receive penance. Now, so far, Juggernaut winning out over FFA, but, you know, we got a pretty minimal vote count here, so make sure you are voting in the YouTube chat if you feel like controlling the position here. We got our R's. We're ready to go, so let's do it, boys. We're going back to 2v2 land. Godwheat and Grass Eater versus Shambler and zzzevey. It's another round of action here. Oh, never mind. I got owned. Well, don't worry. We'll fix that right now. I'll just have to fix that map real quick. That was the fastest win yet. That was pretty fast, guys. Probably what happened here is... Oh, yeah, this map was... I guess this is one that I bungled. And my start lock there, and we'll do heal, purple, and user select. They were both Protoss, which was a bug, but they didn't notice because they were both Protoss players. That's so funny. I'll quickly copy the triggers from another 2v2 map that was working. And then we'll just go ahead and, yeah, all the map revealer is good. Okay, post that. My birthday, no! Oh, we got the same team orientation. That worked out. Oh, Godweight has to pee again. Unbelievable, honestly. Get him. I'm having a good time trolling people in chat. That's good. I'm trolling people in the game chat. Let's do it, boys. All right. Once more with feeling. We got Shambler and zzzevey in the top team. Yeah, I thought about it. We're going to make him play it out. It's your fault, so you paid the price. We'll just quickly change up the border over here and all that. And we'll be done. So, we have the Shambler in the top right here of our move. Shambler is our Tyrian Purple Protoss. And in the mid-right here, we have, in Shambler's Natural, actually, the Eggshell Blue Protoss of zzzevey. Down here in the bottom left, we have the Dark Sapphire Zerg of Alfie, and, of course, that is Grass Eater. But we also have the orange. No, tomato! Godwheat going for a hatch first. This is still Massacre, guys. It's the run back of the previous. It's pretty good showing from our Zerg Terran team, now Zerg. So it's no Terran involved, except for the people playing. Out. He says to Shambler. That's a very Shambler thing to say. Going to be a pool first for Grass Eater. Maybe not the most aggressive pool first timing you've seen. You know, I thought about a game mode for mirrors where tech would be shared. So, like, if one Terran player gets tier 2, the whole team does. If one Zerg player gets a pool, then all of the larvae in the game can build it. It's really difficult to do that in the current code base that we have. Oh, it's actually not a pool first. I just missed the color on the minimap, but that is indeed a hatch into pool, which makes sense. Same sort of build as before. And it's going to be a similar build order for both of them. It's hatch, pool, hatch. So that makes sense. A lot of sims earlier here for Shambler. I think going sim into lattice makes a lot... sim into... Not lattice. Idle. My brain is failing me because I've been casting so much, I think. But sim into idle is a pretty good composition here in Massacre. You start... especially versus Zerg, right? You can definitely deal with that. A lot of expansions happening for our Zerg team. Very thematic as we wait for our Protoss team to figure out what they are doing. It's going to be a Shambler expansion in the usual third base here, 12 o'clock. A lot of quads have been made. We've got a lot of Zeths from Godwheat. Looks like they're going to monocomp it out for the first little bit so that, you know, one player has quads, one player has Zeths. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Random spotter pylon in the middle of the map is going to get got by the quads. And probably spot the Zeths as well, so... Might have to cancel that Nexus or move out to defend it, but right now it's security through obscurity. They actually don't know about it. Get wrecked, noob tosses, says Godwheat. Well, he's going to have to watch out here because Grass Eater's walking in with a bunch of quads, and I don't think the Zets can really do much over here, but there are some Ecclesias to help keep the Protoss ground units healthy. Let's see if those sims start to split. Looks like the answer is yes. OP. Yeah, well... I could have... You know what? I agree with Shambler in that situation, honestly. It's funny because to some people... I'm not going to say who. But to some people... Godwheat is the heal and Shambler is the... Not babyface, but not heal. You know? Whatever the middle ground is. Any more quads here to defend from all the vassals. Spotted, thankfully. Grass Eater's random quads was there to see that. Sort of push him back for now. Got a lot of Zeth Vorv out here for Godwheat. He's ready to throw down. He's ready to support his homie. He's got some of his own quads as well. zzzevey in a lot of trouble over here as the Zeths and Vorvs collapse upon the sim flank. Who flanks the flankers? It's Godwheat. And the quads are able to clean up all of the vassals just fine. So that's all the sims gone. They did make some money, but... Well, specifically some Vespine. What's the tech behind it? Just more Lattice and an Ardent Authority. That natural is already on the way, but hasn't really been well mined from just yet. Top left has been taken by zzzevey, but all of the ground units are taken out. I don't think zzzevey's going to be able to get away with too much here. There's so many Zerg units. Most of them are Godwheats here, but we do have some reinforcements coming in. Bringing up the rear is the Grass Eater. When they sniff out that natural, they should be able to do a pretty good amount of damage economically. The Vassal stack is getting pretty high, but Quas are pretty reasonable at dealing with them, especially after the movement speed change. Jumping right onto those Sims before they can really get out of hand is a good move. Just trying to keep them entertained, zzzevey is. I don't know that the answer is going to be yes, though. There's only gateways. Their Grand Library has not made any Cantabus. There are no Vespine. That's why. There's no Vespine for it. A lot of minerals, though. Could make some Amaranths. Anything would help here. Trying to get the static defense up. Trying to get the pylons up. The sim farming is getting absolutely ludicrous, though. Shambler starting to get to a point where maybe he can just shove them back. One Quasi spotted top left. Grass Eater going to have to make an executive decision as the Zets start to come around. zzzevey drilling. zzzevey drilling. Losing a lot of workers in the process, though. Warden will finally finish. Is it any good? I don't think the answer is yes. In this situation, too many Zets right nearby, but maybe the drill can do it. Oh, yeah, baby. Warden stays alive, helps to clean up automatically. Some pylons out in the middle of nowhere because Shambler needs some advance warning when the next attack hits. They've been massing up. They've been holding. Cantors are out, and we got a Stargate coming up for zzzevey in the top left, scouted by that Quaz. That might be an indication. I think if the Zerg just go after those expansions, they can really take the wind out of whatever remaining wind that the Protoss have in their sails. Yeah, that's a lot of Sims. 30 of them, and counting. Some structures trying to block the approach. No flank, really. The Zets are coming in from the east, but they're going to be cut down immediately. Problem here is that Godwheat's going after the natural. Shambler cannot spare any defenders. He needs to make sure he's here to help zzzevey fend off the primary attack. So that Nexus is going to go down, and the Stargate might be next. It's just making the Gladius. If only we could get more than that. Iral Iris for both Zerg players. That's how gas flush they are. Double Zerg and Massacre. I mean, who would have thunk it? But Protoss have some tools. Might still have some tricks up in their sleeve. Sims are going to clean a house. The Idols as well. Godwheat might have had more success clearing the Wardens in the top left and running away from this army rather than feeding into it, making it larger and perhaps than it was before. Sims still working as best they can. Some of them seem to be on... No, never mind. I was going to say some of them seem to be on a follow order, but that's not true. They were just waiting for their stun to wear off. The Cantors, though. Glorious, juicy Cantors. There's that little wagon train of Sims. Shambler has a scribe there. I don't know if he's going to take 9 o'clock out of accident or what. Big surround from Godwheat. The Quaz falling away. The first 2 Gladiuses are immediately sent across. We got another pair back at that top left base. And the Mutat Spire is on the way for Grass Eater. He's got a lot of money in the bank. Not a lot of Vespine, but a lot of minerals. He can go ahead and make a round of basic mineral tier units and see what happens from there. Godwheat says, okay. Which sounds like it's to everybody. I'm going to say it is because I don't see Grass Eater typing, so... His AC must not be on. Feels like the Protoss have been driven back yet again. I didn't see what happened to the Gladiuses. Okay, they're still stacking up. That's an important metric. We also need that Stargate tech so that we can get some land effects on the Protoss side when the inevitable Mutastack arrives. Does Shambler have a good memory for how he ended up losing that last game with zzzevey? Watch out, says Godwheat. Akamdopt. The Protoss Akamdopt. Bombing endless units. Dude, who names these units? I don't think that's getting canceled. Indeed, it is not. But, you know, minerals are pretty flush. Shambler just trying to get his next base up, but it's having a hard time doing so. zzzevey muscling through. The Gladius is getting their bounces channeled. Zealots are staying alive for a long time here, too. Looks like Shambler's actually pushed back on the eastern flank. Amaranths are out as well. You can hear him shouting. Not that you can make out what they're saying over the din of combat. And some mutas are starting to be requisitioned by Grass Eater. Be ready for their tier 2, says Shambler. The Gladius is in a little bit of trouble. They get softened up. Idols are okay versus the mutas. The problem is going to be where they go where the mutas are not, or when they go where the idols are not. Man, there's so much Zerg. Making potato launder. He means Protathalor, but he is making 18 pairs of Protathalors. That's what he is doing right now. And that's going to be a problem for the air units. I feel like right about now, too, like another big problem here is that they're worried maybe about the mutas a lot, and they are coming, but they're slower than they would have been otherwise. We hear them chasing down some of these Gladiuses on the restack. Now going after the Acantors. It's a good like little fluff there, because what they're worried about is coming from the air. They think they could just keep making the same ground units that they have been. The Protathalors are going to run riot over them, especially up that ramp. Shambler, has he caught wind of what that is? A great storm canvassing the front lines. Cantavis will kill Infinity Quaz if it's allowed. But the Protathalor count is starting to rise, and Godwheat charging forward, surging forward. The Idols are starting to have a problem. The Acantors are having a problem. And here come the Mutas to overwhelm the Gladiuses. I don't think there's any way they can escape. They don't move as fast. But they channel those bounces just fine. Looks like little banking moves there. I can wreck Gladius, says Godwheat, and then he moves forward. Shambler having a hard time of it. Couldn't make it past the front line. Dude, what kind of new bot is that? It's so weird. What a weird bot. I'll bop him after the game. It feels like the Zerg are about to close it. This top left base is going down. Shambler's been on one base for too long. We got hordes of Zoryus coming out as well. Spawning those rills. The Protathalor is just bopping and bopping. Just about every base on the map taken by Zerg here. One final glorious hold awaits us as Grass Eater struggles to send the army up the ramp into the choke. Down will go the Nexus. Down will go the Zerg here. And the hash don't matter. This game's definitely over. No, my Cantavis. Oh! Zerg Sniper is now the Protoss Sniper. It's true, Green Eggs. It's definitely true. We'll check the score screen after this. In go the Mutas. Cantavis would be nice here. There will be an attempt. An effort will be made. And there's an ungodly amount of Zerg here coming. Big storm. Big storm. Grass Eater not noticing. Oh my god. I think you're going to have to recalculate those casualties. Those figures are going up. Only going up. But down will go the Acantors. Oh. 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 Well, Shambler wants to see where this goes, surely. Random Protathalor shots, Neblime. A unitary union was made, but Shambler has nothing else, and now the Mutas are heckling him from afar as well. So I hope he had fun at least. Grass Eater got tired. Oh, maybe I'm the one who's decent, guys. I don't think so, though. I think we can call this a Zerg victory. Absolute devastation has been wrought. Oh, wait, we wanted to look at that score screen. Just so you guys know. 1,211 units produced. You combine it with the 932 at God, you're well over 2K units. Meanwhile, the combined total here is what? 570, it looks like. So, yeah, 2,000 to 570. That's pretty... 1,123 units killed. Unbelievable. And beautiful. And absolutely great. Unbelievable. I think we'll have one more game in it. I think that's what we'll do. At least one. Maybe two. We will see. We are also looking for someone to stand in for Zevey, as Zevey is dropping off for now. No, Ultra 7, that's not the problem. I mean, you can sometimes provoke more desyncs with more units because of, like, whatever causes the desync to begin with. But it's not like there's a preset limit of number of units. Like, there is a limit of number of units you can make, but we didn't reach that. Oops, randomed into Zerg. Teehee. Alright. Yeah, we wanted one more Juggernaut. I'm looking for people to punch Shambler. Shambler will be the Juggernaut. And we will get our map selected. Who wants to punch Shambler? Who wants to jump in and be an upstart against Shambler? On Radium! Oh. Yeah, Radium. Okay. I thought it would be Frozen Silver. That was actually a fun one to make. All right, so we're going to there, and we'll do it on... I think we'll just do it on... Should we do it on... We can do Omnipresence. We haven't done that since Group A, I think. So let's do Juggernaut, Omnipresence on Radium. Dog lived is in. Nice. Here we go. See which race he's going to be. He can't pick a Scozy yet, so he's going to have to be Terran or Protoss. See which one he wants. Meanwhile, I got the overlay ready. This might be our last game. It depends on how long it goes. But I also have to use the bathroom and... on the presence... It's been a wonderful event. It really has. It's given us a lot of good games, good memories. I'm going to quote this stuff for a while. The BtyBirthday Bash has been a great success. Shout out to Btyb for the work and for all the maps he's made, all the donations he's made, all the game modes he's bountied, all the other stuff he's done. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. Happy birthday. To put it into perspective, we've played on one unique Btyb map. With the exception, I think we played on Derelict. We tried to redo on Derelict after a really goofy one, and then we did Derelict for the Ascozy stuff. And I think there might have been one other map that we played twice, but overall, like, he's made so many maps for Cosmonarchy. We still have 11 maps left after all of the games that we've played today. So it's kind of outrageous. It was kind of ridiculous that there's been that many maps. I just wanted to point that out. Big ups to him. Okay, so he is going to play as Terran, it looks like, on the Juggernaut angle. And Doglived is also playing as Terran. So let's go ahead and set this up here. Set this one up as such. Alright, God wait us to pee again. More maps to go, technically not even counting the ship. Well, yeah, there's more. Yeah, that's right. There are more maps, for sure. Yeah, I'll quickly show you guys the other maps too. Like, these are all the maps that remain we didn't get to today. Maybe we'll get one more, but it depends on how long this next game goes. Probably won't, though. It's probably the last one, so let's hope it's a banger, like that Atacama match. Oof, what a game. Let's see here. Just need the dog-lived R. And we'll be getting to go. Gonna be a very good time. Let's go. Shout out to Btyb and JujiK and Three Crow and Doglived for their donations towards the everlasting BtyBirthday bash. I think this is these are not the spawns that we were thinking of, that's for sure. Well, Grass Eater knows what to do here. Hi. I'll distract them, guys. This is not the FFA spawns, by the way. I just must have overrode it with the 2v2 spawns. It's okay, though. He's got double income. He's fine. We will still have a ridiculous game here, but at least I'll fix it in the meantime. I actually don't remember where the FFA spawns for this one were. Oh, he stayed alive. He is still playing. He didn't leave the game so we could remake, so that's his own fault, to be honest. Let's see if his double eco is enough. Is he really good? Is he really good? Godwait and good old Doglived are up here in the top right. Grass Eater obviously been rocking it. He's out of workers. He can only make real road cars. Yeah, I mean, telling the, oh, next time I'm definitely dropping him. Ah, damn it. Signal didn't go through. That was a great moment to kill him. Well, one Maverick is on the way. That counts for something. Grass Eater, you didn't make rills. You gotta back up your buddy. I like that Doglived is just hanging. Like, yeah, this is a normal game. Oh, they died. I'll guard that Rilla Rocore. Never mind. Well, this is probably the way Cosmonarchy was meant to be played, if we're honest. Ah. Omnipresence Juggernaut, that's right. Shambler is the Juggernaut. We had broken spawns for this, but... I'm laughing, but I will ban him. There you go. Devastated. All right, we need someone to replace Shambler for that exact same sort of situation, except we'll fix the spawns. I didn't know my build, but I had a great idea. Hey, it's Arbuz. Arbuz can do it, surely. All right, I rehosted with the fixed spawns. We'll see if Arbuz can give us one final send-off here. Shambler did it in the Shambler style, of course. I can't believe Godweed is Shambler's conscious this whole time. Unbelievable reveal. Nah, that doesn't sound like that. That's actually Shambler. So we got to ban him from the lobby. That's not right. We need Doglivdar. Where's Dogliv? And then I also have to update the overlay. He's being random. Okay, that's interesting. Dog dead, you there. That's a good one. Yeah, he was using the bathroom. Godweed knows all about that. Come on. All right, lads, it's time. Omnipresence. We got Arbuz Budesh. He is Zephyr. No, it's Ultramarine. Ultramarine in the bottom left of Radium. Top right, the normal spawns. Godweed, the red Omnipresence player. In the top left, we got the Dark Sapphire player of Grass Eater. And in the bottom right, we have the Fern Green, Dogliv. Yeah, it kind of is Maximus, isn't it? Now, Arbuz has double income since he's 1v3, and the other players are more adequately spaced out than before. So I feel like that's pretty good. Pretty reasonable. We have had some bangers today. The BtyBirthday Bash was a banger, in my opinion. And I hope you guys agree. It's been a good time. Been a good time for sure. Double Fulcrum coming out for Arbuz Budesh, as he has rolled, well, he's just Omni, right? I keep thinking about, like, what race he is. It doesn't matter, actually. It only matters for picking your console. I forgot we were Omni. we'll see what he wants to do, because he's trying out Terran, but he's mostly played Zerg lately, and of course he started off as a Protoss player. So we'll see which one he wants to do. Dog lived with the double stockade play. Larvosk's coming up from Grass Eater, as well as a pool. And a stockade with a pylon in the corner for Godwheat, double stockade. A lot of Terran in this one. The Omniveil comes from a Cylon structure in 5 nations. I can give them a shout out too. They've provided us a ton of graphics and told us we can use them, so I appreciate that very much. I mean, they even told us we could put it in a game and sell it, so... Not that we have, because Cosmonarchy itself is still built off of Starcraft 1, which we do not have the rights to sell the code base or whatever. Not that we have the code base anyway, but you know what you know how it be. But yeah, that was very kind of them. Yeah, it's pretty neat. I would, you know, if I was making it from the ground up, I'd probably actually get rid of that spinning thing on the bottom and have it be just like the spires. This is actually pretty similar to what an Escosi structure would look like if it was much more skeletal in the inside. We'll see those later on. Arbiz has found a little bit of action here in the upper right. We actually have an envoy coming, so it looks like Godwheat wants to drop with the Protoss units. Starpad with the Trojan. We got some Mavericks coming. Claws from Grass Eater just going to keep the Vultures at bay. It doesn't look like Doglived's base has been discovered just yet. A bunch of Phalanxes on the way for Arbiz as his third Fulcrum's coming online soon. Oh, not quite able to get anything done with those Vultures, though. And no mines laid with most of them either. Maverick Cyprian, some Hurakan. We are going to get that bio drop, it looks like. And the Envoy is here. It can cross the distance with 10 units instead of 8, but remember that it unloads a lot slower than the Trojan does. We could get into a really funny hopscotch situation where the Envoys unload the units for Doglived to then drop faster with the Trojans. That's a little too high IQ, I think, but we are going to get Doglived to attack a little bit out of sequence from the rest of the army. Got some Zealots and a Vulture out here. Pretty Terran-coded attack, but obviously you're killing Masons and Droleths returning to a Hatcheros. That's a little odd. And here comes a drop from Godwheat. Remember, they unload slower. Phalanx is on the high ground. We are going to get a little bit of some kind of reaction here. It's a cute move to bring in more units that way. Actually, this might be a big overwhelm. See if Arbiz can stabilize, because the Quas are also attacking him. His Natural is going to be killed. More units unloading. Cyprian's adding to it. Gonna take a while to kill that Phalanx, but it was already brought low earlier. Bullies on Smiley Face. Some Goliaths are coming, but Arbiz will concede. Zerg here says Godwheat, and GG. Well, you know it had to happen. You know it had to happen. And that means that we went through that fast enough. We can roll for another map here. Oh, I forgot to actually show you guys what I was rolling. Paradise. Well, that was one of the first Btyb maps made. Not the first. I can't remember one of the first maps that he made that was added to the 1v1 pool, that's for sure. And I think we will send it off with an FFA. We don't need to bother voting. You also, should we pick the game mode? Should it just be classic? What do you think, Btyb? Another Omni? Omni FFA on Paradise? Sounds pretty good to me. All right, let's do it. This is like when you're like, no, I can't end my matchmaking game without a win. You know what I mean? I keep losing. I gotta win. We need a banger before we're done. That's basically what we're saying here. Let's see. I guess I can just leave the race icons as whatever, because it's omnipresent, so that part doesn't matter much. All right, Omni FFA on Paradise. We were left with only 10 maps remaining by the end of it. Can you believe that? I sort of can. I keep having to do that. That's all right. So we'll start introducing our players after that. We've got Grass Eater in the top left as the Dark Sapphire player. And in the 12 o'clock, we have the... I'm going to say this is Silver. Silver Terran. That's Godweed, all right. Bottom right is the Fern Green of Doglived. And 6 o'clock, we have Arby's as the green, dark green, in fact. I'm starting to do that rain dance move, so it's a good thing I'm standing, so I can do that while I cast this for you guys, because after this, I'm going to have to go. We've been going for a good while now. Finishing off at 8, we started at 12, so a nice 8-hour shift put in. Appreciate everybody who supported and who provided that attention, provided their time watching and playing, chatting, donating. Cosmonarchy wouldn't be the same without you. So with this free-for-all, we have pools for 2 players, we have stockades for Doglived, and we have 1 stockade coming up for Arbs. I don't know that he knows that he's at 12 and 6, you know what I mean? I thought about putting the spawns at 9 and 3. Might have made a bit more sense. But I feel like this is a sleeper, because how are you going to assume that your other guys are at this angle? So since we were probably only playing each map once, 12 and 6 work out pretty well there. At least in my opinion. Because you're going to think that you're in bottom left or top right, you know? But I decided to do something a little bit different. Grass Eater's going to be a question mark in that one. Huh? So instead he's going to go to bottom right. I don't think the default pathing will take him to where Arbus is. So yeah, as long as Arbus keeps a low profile, he actually should be relatively cloaked. Same for Godweed, who's at in the embassy. He wants to try that envoy strat again. Doglived is up against it with those Zeths coming at him. He's going to need to pull back and stem. Oh, he's a little bit lackadaisical, though. Those Zeths are going to have a field day in his mineral line. What else has he got? Just Mavericks coming. No Hurricanes or anything. The workers getting activated. Those stockades could be burned down. They only got 1,000 health. That's not much to a band of Zeths. Both of them going down, though. Nexus on location for Arbus. I think the way that this is going to go is that Doglived will basically bleed a lot. Grass Eater obviously only has a few Zeths in here now, so he should be able to stabilize from here, but the Scribe from Arbus comes in and sees the mess. Well, eventually Arbus will look over and see what the hell. So Doglived is still making good on workers. He's actually got more workers than Wheat, who has not been harassed at all, so that goes to show you. And of course, Grass Eater's a little bit all in. Hasn't been making a lot of workers. Dude, there's no way they thought these spawns were at 12 and 6. There's absolutely no way. Cyprians and the Scribes with a gateway. Yeah, it makes sense. It's always interesting seeing all the compositions people do. Oh, he's doing a Vorv drop? Well, that's a little weird. Vorvs feel anemic by themselves. Trying to surround. The Cyprians are taking their time on the shots. A bit more cost-effective than I expected the Zeths to be. Good positioning there as a result of Grass Eater's profundity. He actually cancels that hatch at the natural, feeling a little bit under pressure. Saturate his main instead. We've got an Envoy and an Ovaleth. What is going on here? The drop flies over the base and is like, oh, hi. Couldn't find unload positions for the other guys, it looks like, so only 1 Scribe going down isn't bad. Maybe see if he can heckle the main base here now that he knows where it is. A couple of Cyprians in the back are going to frustrate this attack, but could still see a lot of dead workers. Let's find out. Arb is at around 30 when this attack hits, so some casualties were had. Drop is caught. Down goes the Avila. Yeah, I think Godwit's going to soon find that Dwarves by themselves are not that good. He's got a lot of them in here, and they're going to take a while to actually kill Grass Eater's workers. But they'll still do some damage. And when they regress, they'll do a little bit more damage. It's like a ticking time bomb, I guess. Well, I look like a fool for calling them not very good, but I swear, they're not that good. The Quas drop might actually finish Grass off here. He has almost no combat units. Another drop inside the main base of Arbis cuts him down to 19 workers. Only 4 for Grass Eater. He's lost a Larvosk as well. I'm bad now. Multiple races. GG. That's it for Grass Eater. Thank you for playing, buddy. And happy birthday to Btyb. One more time from that guy. Arbis trying to see what he can do with a Cyprian walk up Dogliv's ramp. See if he can't take it over. If this works out, it would be the top Cardinal players defeating the corner spawns in a way that I don't think I was expecting. I wasn't ready for. That drop cleanup was one thing, but now having to deal with, Cyprian softening up everything. They cut through one of the Cesians. Now they're going after the workers, and that is going to be a massacre. I know that's a different game mode, but that was a bloody massacre. Dogliv beaten back. Appreciate your scoziness, homie, but you are gone. I think he might have been an ally chat. And now it's a 1v1. Well, hit him up. I would have let you play them, but you did not sign up for the Biddy Birthday Bash. Oh. Devastating. Annihilated. Eviscerated. They're still pretty early. I would say wait until they pop out with a more complete tech tree and all that, but well, they're pretty good and pretty fun. Just missing a little bit of that special sauce that I can pour on them when I have a little bit more time with them. Hope you're doing well, though. The Biddy Birthday Bash is coming to an exciting conclusion. A 1v1 between Godwheat and Arbuz. A random Arbuz Maverick has found Godwheat expanding to the natural of Grass Eater. Unbelievable. I think right about now, Arbuz is a little bit behind the 8-ball in terms of bases taken. And there's a lot more Zerg, which means that there's a lot more Larva, which means there can be a lot more Droleth. So the worker count should still rise in favor of Sir Godwheat here momentarily. finding the army move out. It's Ground Zerg and Phalanx. I feel like that's a pretty good composition for Omnipresence. We've got Cyprian Zealot. Isn't bad, but no armor end. How are we going to get through all of those Zerg to get at those Phalanx? I think that's enough to run up on him. The Phalanxes didn't even really need to get activated there. Arbuz has been beaten back. He's trying to pump out as many Zealots as he can. Some Hurricans arrive, perhaps a little bit too late. The tank mode Phalanx count is already absurd. Godweed's got 13 of the things. He's starting to lose a few here and there. Obviously, the Hurricane armor end helps out quite a bit, but I think that might just wrap things up. GG's gonna be called. Arbuz can't hold on any longer. And that, my friends, is the end of the BtyBirthday badge. Come to a close, seeing some of those lesser-known game modes be played, some lesser-known units be used. Been pretty epic. But I am happy to see the everybody tune in for the tournament. I'm happy to see everybody who played. I appreciate you guys very much, and I know Btyb does too. We clocked in, let me see here, I think we're probably over 200 views on the stream already before they even finished tallying it, which tells you all you need to know. Thanks, guys. It was really fun. We got some really good stuff. Now, we just need to get a little bit further out there with the Iskozi dev, with Fraud Launcher, ranked mode. We actually start tracking your matches now, so on pre-release. We're still working up the kinks of eventually moving that to release. That'll probably be this weekend, actually. I think this weekend is when we put the next release there. GG's. Happy birthday to Btyb, the Btybot Basher. I'm looking forward to seeing where we go next. I think if these, yeah, let me take a look here. Yep. So, like, for example, Arbuz and Krankendow should now be able to launch Fraud Launcher 2 and see how many games they've played recently, because we're on that version of the game now. I didn't launch through Fraud Launcher, so I probably don't have any. But that's that. GG's, boys. We're one step closer to Iskozi dev, well, Iskozi deployment, rather. And we're one step closer to a very epic time where we have ranked mode, MMR. Very epic. Very cool. Very soon. GG's. See you later.